the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We are excited to have you, and we've got a big show planned today. If you're part of the Golden Ticket seats today, please travel safely. We look forward to seeing you. The Great Elite Eight will be here for a couple of hours today, and somebody's going to win $50 from Dr. Dudney is part of our Funzone Friday. Dr. Dudney provides that to the Golden Ticket seats. So for those of you traveling in, please be safe, and we look forward to seeing you. A great RBU this weekend that was recorded yesterday with Dayton Moore. Dayton Moore, if you do not know him or know that name, he is the former general manager and president of baseball operations for the Kansas City Royals, and he was there and part of that program when they won their first World Series in 30 years in 2015. They went back-to-back in 14 and 15 and won in 15. And during his tenure at KC, it was one of the most successful runs in franchise history. They talked baseball. They talked a number of other things, and it is a great podcast. Make sure that you are getting notifications, subscribing to RBU. That's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, on your podcast app, and you're following us on social media at Rick and Bubba. We'll send out notifications Saturday morning when that publishes, but be looking for that, and we're excited to have him with us this weekend. It's a great conversation. Don't forget the new CDs available. We talked about that. The Rick and Bubba store. Just go to Rick and Bubba, click rickandbubba.com, click on store, and it is there for you. We sound the alarm for the Beth Mowens game of the weekend, and this one here, I mean, it's a big game, and I'll just say, ACC, watch out. But anyway, we'll sound the alarm on Beth Mowens and look over the college football weekend as well. We had a big NFL game last night. So let's just break it all down. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
Also known as Stanley Steamer.
Yes, sir. You know this show
wrong with
means
my bullet head.
you know this show means business when we got a steamer. I mean, plugged in
that thing's
and going
at 4 o'clock,
and and the show hadn't even started. We're getting after it.
Serious business.
Helmsy brought in their steamer to get something out of the carpet, and
what happened to the carpet?
Yeah, there's some sauce from the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, we dropped a little sauce.
I was at the end of the show. When was it? Wednesday?
Yeah.
You look over there, and it literally looks like a bunch of dogs have been eating. I mean, there's stuff there. For some reason, there's somebody here that keeps eating half of something and leaving it like they're 10, and they don't clean their own mess up. Yeah. So I had to clean that up and stuff. Well, I go to grab all the sauces, and they brought a bunch of sauces. Well, one of the tops to one of the little packets of sauce. You know what I'm talking about? The little
little
deals?
cups.
The little extra
cups.
Happy.
Yeah. Well,
a little dippage.
So I'm picking a bunch of them up. Well, I picked that one up, and I got the top, and I got the lid in my hand, but not the other.
I've had that.
You know where the other is? Face down on the carpet.
Down.
And you know what it was? Barbecue sauce.
Just nice and red.
And so it was funny because Helmsy was in his office. You were in here doing something, and Rick was in his office. Bubba had left, and I'm on my hands and knees. I've got. You sit there. It's almost like throw up on the carpet. You're like, well, where do I start? If I press down, it just goes into it. Didn't have anything, so I got one of these old plastic or paper plates. Tried to scoop a little bit of it up, and then I was like, what do I do? So then I got some water bottles, and I just started pouring it on there. The only thing I had was an old paper towel / napkin. So, but when you push it back and forth, guess what happens when it gets wet? It just comes apart.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, well, dadgummit. And then when it dried, we came back the next day and was like, well, that looks awful. And Helmsy said, well, I'll bring in the steamer, and he got after it this morning. You think it's coming up? How do you feel about it?
No, I feel good about it.
Pretty good.
I want to apologize for my tardiness coming in here.
No, don't worry about it.
Got focused.
It's in a high traffic spot too, so it's like it doesn't hide from you. You look at it.
And I'll be honest, and Greg, we're polar opposites when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we've been open. We both need to head towards the middle.
Yeah.
Like, I'm anal retentive. He couldn't care less.
Right.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And we need to meet each other in the middle.
That's true.
You need to care more. He
even
needs to just not let it bother him.
He care less.
Even before that spot, there are little bitty spots that bother me.
Yeah,
I'll be honest.
Yeah.
There's one drip of what took you like 3 or 4 months to even realize it was there.
What's the drip
Remember
from?
when you said that?
What was the drip from the break room? Or
I don't know. That's the
it was
thing.
like
But it's
drip,
been there
drip, drip.
forever.
Yeah.
Greg just
nobody
noticed
owned
it
up
like
to
2
that.
weeks ago.
I did.
Greg's like, who spilled something? I said, Greg's been there for 4
Looked
or
like
5
somebody
months.
was maybe moving a garbage and it was dripping. Or
Possibly. I don't know.
I'll tell you this particular stain, I almost cared about it.
Yeah,
It was that bad.
Yeah, it's like right there.
It's right in front of my door. but
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't ready to like go in there and get them scrubbing or nothing, but I almost cared about it.
Yeah.
It almost bothered
When I
me.
walked in this morning, of course, the minute I parked different today because I wanted to be, I didn't
You wanted
want
to be
to
like
haul
us.
that thing all in.
Right. Ooh, look at me.
unloading.
And so
I got
plus
arms.
it's real chilly. And so I walk in, Greg's
eyes.
standing there with the commercial computer, and first thing, ooh, I got a steam cleaner.
Yeah,
It's the first
here
thing
come
I
through
hear
the
when I
door,
walk
a bunch
out.
of racket. I thought,
And
what's
I said,
happening here?
I said, Greg, we're gonna get that stain up, and he said, well, I'm trying to care about it, and I just can't. That's what he said. I'm trying to care about it, and I just can't.
I'm trying to care.
I mean, I didn't like it being
And so
No,
Amanda
who
gave me
liked it?
Amanda gave me some orders this
Thank you,
morning.
Amanda.
She first of all had to wake her up because I couldn't find the cleaner that goes
Oh,
with
she
it.
hated that.
Could have done
and-
that last night.
Why
but
didn't
yeah.
you do that last
I
night?
could have, but I didn't. Greg.
I did this. I know.
And so
I mumble.
got everything in, and I started scrubbing first. Well, we wet it. For I think we had a good plan. We took some bottled water that was out of the cases that are provided
Sure,
by Co. We poured it right on top and got it good and saturated.
Oh yeah, you got to get it wet before you hit the spot.
And then I got the poured the cleaner in there.
sounded
Boy,
terrible.
it did sound awful.
Yeah, that was bad.
And
gosh.
scrubbed all the
Don't
spots.
ever do that again.
Scrubbed all the spots,
I
even
saw
the
you.
ones that I didn't that wasn't from
You was
salt.
on your knees like a rat eating cheese. I saw you in there getting after it.
Well, hey, I'm just going to tell you, be careful. It's game day for him.
I know
So
he's
be
got his
careful.
Thompson Warrior pullover on. He's fired up.
Yeah.
But then here's the problem I think we have now is after I scrubbed it, I actually vacuumed it the way it's supposed to and got more.
Yeah.
But now I think I've cleaned it so much. Now all the cleaning looks stained because it's cleaner
clean.
than the other.
Now you got to do the whole
yeah.
room.
So,
Oh, no.
but the stain's gone.
Here's the deal. As long as
It's
that
like
red
pressure
can-
washing the sidewalk. It's
Yes.
like if you start, you better do the whole thing.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, at least the red stain looks.
It's gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
It
it's
did.
gone.
It was. I was this close to being.
Yeah, boy, let me tell you. It,
Go. I almost said.
Can I ask you a
almost
question?
said we got to do something.
I
About
literally walked around the kitchen. I walked here. I was like, surely we've got something like a towel or something because you needed to get down there and get
We
that
really
friction to get it
Yeah.
up, and it just I didn't have anything.
Greg, what would have had to fall in the floor for you to care?
that. I will say this first of all. If I'd have saw it when it happened and it was wet, I would have cared.
Yeah.
Okay. All
would.
right.
Yeah.
But once it had dried and he kind of halfway got it up, I was like,
Did you hear?
don't like the way. No, I mean I'm talking about he was limited to what he could do. It wasn't his
Well, this
fault.
save
Let me-
that.
let-
Don't.
I meant that.
Yeah.
I
Thank you,
mean,
buddy.
like you just described, it was
Right.
hard. And I saw it was still stained. I was like, ugh.
Yeah.
But,
If you- if
but
you-
it wasn't wet. So I
Sweating,
guess-
by the way.
If you open your hands
I'm
up,
over here sweating.
if you open
How's your
your,
knees?
from standing on my, I mean,
needed
from
some
being on my
knee
knees
pads. If you
if
scrubbing.
you open your hands up and palms up and put them beside each other, that's about how big the spot
Oh, yeah.
was.
Yeah, it was
okay,
big.
but beside that,
Now, your
where-
cussing
where-
about it was a little
well,
much.
it had sprayed like
Well, of
all the way
course, yeah,
underneath
yeah.
there. Now, don't forget that it was all over 2 chairs. Okay, so I got that and I was able to wipe that up, but
Yeah.
it was the legs and all that, and I have had to wash some shoelaces of the shoes
So
I
it
was
got on
wearing,
your shoes.
and it went up the jeans I was wearing on one side too.
That was a bad one.
Oh, it just sprayed everywhere.
Reminds me, when y'all were in school, did y'all ever take the ketchup pack and put it under the table and stomp it and blow it on everybody's legs and they not know it? And then they get up and walk off and
Man,
everybody
that's
sees
that's what happened to me.
it. Yeah.
Our buddies
I've
would
never
always
done
put
that,
it
but-
underneath the leg, and then when somebody sat
Oh,
down there,
Yeah. You had to twist it
yeah,
up a little
and
bit.
we'd do the nickel with the salt and pepper too. You know that one?
I don't know
Where
that
you
one.
stick a nickel up and you take the salt shaker, pepper shaker, and you slam it down. And what it does is that nickel goes up in there. They don't know it. When they pick it up, it goes everywhere.
Everywhere.
Oh, wow.
I like it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick.
All right, 23 minutes past the hour. We are rolling back. Don't forget, Rick and Bubba University this week is with Dayton Moore. He served as general manager and later president of baseball operations for the Kansas City Royals for, 16 full seasons after joining the organization in 2006. He was with the Braves prior to then on their 14 straight division title run. But anyway, he was with Kansas City in their one of the most successful runs in franchise history. He was part of the 14 and 15 World Series appearances, won it in 15. And so we'll talk to him about that and a whole lot more. It's a really great conversation. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, that's this weekend. We'll sound the alarm for Beth Mowens. We've got that. Golden ticket seats, the great Elite Eight. Come on in. Drive safely. We look forward to seeing you today. Don't forget also the new CD is available and at the Rick and Bubba store. Just go to Rick and Bubba, click on store, and there it is. If you want the hard copy, if you're, I know a lot of you don't have anything to play it on, but you just like to have that memorabilia of, hey, I've got the CD, and you put it in your stack. So that's pretty cool. There's a lot of things to talk about. Last night, Titans beat the Packers at Lambeau Field, 27-17. The Bills-Cleveland game, apparently there's this massive snowstorm. They say it could be like massive amounts of snow each hour in western New York and in that area. The Bills-Browns game has been moved, I think, to Detroit.
Oh, really?
And, I mean, it's not often that you move an NFL game.
No, it doesn't happen much.
But they've actually moved the game, so that's there for you.
I heard they was going to go to Protective Stadium. You were going to be the hype guy.
Yeah. And Tulane beat SMU last night in college
It
football.
seems like Tulane's on every time I turn the TV on.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't know what that light blue they added to their green
I like
color.
it.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
With the green?
Yeah, I like it.
That's a weird look to me.
Well, it's just not their. Some teams do
Where'd
it,
they
and
dig
I'm like,
that up at? Because they've
I don't
never
know.
been there before.
Well,
I think past
it's been
few
a few.
years.
It's been a few years. It's been a few
kind of
years.
like when Clemson pulled the purple out.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. I don't know. I like it though for them. I think teams like that need a little spark, they can do that. Get away with it.
Yeah.
Well,
By the way, I don't know. I think I have. I just want you to heads up when you get over here in this spot in the old.
You better
spot.
not mess those
There's
up.
some. Oh, I just fixed it. By the way, there was something wrong with your headphones. I just fixed it. Never mind.
I think it was from when you
When I
cleaned
first
that
picked
car.
them up, I was like, "This is not. Who sat here last? This is weird."
Yeah.
But I just popped it back. I don't know what was
You're
going on.
good to go.
It was weird feeling. It was like this ear was like hanging off a little bit.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But
I've had that before.
I couldn't. I was adjusting it and it wouldn't do anything. But it just popped back in.
Yeah.
When I was bringing it up. Sorry.
Have you ever heard of fear of missing out?
FOMO? Yeah.
No,
I think my boys have it.
You've never heard of FOMO?
never heard that.
Fear of missing out, which basically
Greg.
means you
Oh,
don't
really?
really
Come
you don't
on.
really commit to anything because if
I
you
really
commit
don't.
to something
Really?
else might come up and you might miss out on it.
Oh, I get it. But I've never
And I
thought
think
about
that's what my boys have. Or they're just at the
Braden
age.
has it for sure.
Or they're
Fear
just
of
at the
missing
age
out.
where they're,
Yeah.
18. My middle two, Tyler, oldest married kid, all that. He doesn't have that.
Yeah. This is Braden. all
Yeah,
over.
yeah. It's, Reese and JC both. It's hard for them to commit to anything.
Yeah.
They don't come out and say it.
I know.
But Terry thinks, hey, I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
Either that or they're just so wishy-washy they don't know what they want to
It's
do.
probably a little of both with Braden, but I live this with him all the
Right.
time.
Well, whitetail deer hunting opens up for the state of Alabama this weekend. And gun season, rifle season. I know youth hunt
Hey, I
was
got a
last
gun.
weekend, and bow
Bow's
season
been around.
has been around. And in different states, it happens and starts at different times. But this weekend, Saturday, the 19th of November is when it starts in the state of Alabama. Well, JC and Reese had expressed interest in going maybe Saturday afternoon, doing a maybe afternoon hunt or something down at the Lenores. And so I was just casually asking them yesterday, hey, guys, are y'all are y'all in or whatever? Or y'all going?
Try to get a little plan.
I might go down before you guys, and so just trying to get a plan on how this looks.
Yeah, because it's approaching. It's almost here.
Yeah, and you can't just say I'm going hunting. You got to have your hunting stuff together.
Yeah,
and
there's a process.
And because they've really taken a couple of years off, they're bigger, they're older.
Clothes don't fit.
Your clothes don't fit, boots don't fit. All that kind of stuff. Well, we had already sighted all the rifles in, and I do that every year just in case. So that's ready. But there's other things that have to happen. Well, I think so. Yeah, I think I am.
You go. Tomorrow's Friday.
Right. Well, I'll let you know by tomorrow evening.
Yeah,
well, I'm going to be down there. So a little late.
Let me know before that.
And I'm not taking the entire store with me, if you know what I mean.
In case they show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
that's not a good.
I will tell you this: I've done you a solid. I've gone through and found a variety of clothes that are going to fit, and they've at least been washed.
See?
But if
that's a good
that's a pretty good
there.
move. Hey, Dad, thank you. I appreciate that. So are you gonna so then another.
Do you want to go? What's going to change between now and tomorrow?
Well, the fear of missing out. Something else might come up. I guess.
One
I
of the
don't
buddies
know.
may have a better offer, Greg.
Right. And
I
so.
see it.
And this has happened.
Dad, I don't know if I can play in that tournament or not. Jake's thinking about asking me to the Auburn basketball game.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Buddy. Don't want to miss out.
Here's Reese. Hey, I think I might come down to the farm. I think I might come down Friday night. But, Skylar's in town. I think I might go out to eat with them, so I'll come down later. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, do that. What time do you think you'll be down? Maybe 10:30. Yeah, probably not going to wake up the whole house when you come barreling in.
So
I don't think
going to have a full night.
Yeah,
and then show up.
I don't know that that's going to work. I know that you're very young and you can come in at 11 and wake up at 4:30 and go hunting. I get that, but the old men, us,
they're going to be snoring.
They're going to be snoring. Okay, well maybe I'll come down Saturday morning. So you're going to come down Saturday morning? Well, no, I don't know. I might come down with JC. JC, you coming down? I'm not sure. I might come down with Reese. Would y'all figure it out?
You know where they get it from? Us.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
From pumpkin spice to apple cider, fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it deliciously easy to savor all that the season has to offer. With mouth-watering recipes delivered to your door, right now you can treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up some cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner Series, complete with easy-to-follow videos, and HelloFresh Market makes hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors. A rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your door, HelloFresh helps spice up the cooking routine with fewer trips to the store, and it even saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today for 65% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA. HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
There's nothing worse than the mall in the months leading up to the holidays. You got children screaming and take forever to find parking. The list goes on and on. Now, right now, you can shop early, skip the stress, and snag some of the best deals of the season on something everyone will love. Premium audio products from Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound. useful features, and almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. Or knock that list out all at once and get 30% off by shopping Raycon's holiday bundles. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYBF to get 20% off site-wide. That's 20% off, and save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's exclusive holiday bundles. That's code EARLYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, my coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got my coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of my coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
All right, it is 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show. We got about 3 or 4 different ways we could go. And I know you, the audience, you love when we just kind of pull back the curtain. And, Greg, it's totally up to you, and we don't have to do it right now. And I know you'd have to find it and get prepared. But but we've had, and we get a ton of these, so please don't start sending them all to us because we don't want to hurt your feelings and not play them because we don't mean that. It's just that we cannot play every song that's sent to us on a Keep It or Coaster. Yeah. We can't do it. It's just not possible, okay? Just like we can't do every baby prediction that comes our way. We're not being rude. It's just the whole show would be baby predictions.
Right. And Greg is our music guy. So if you do have these kind of requests, they do go to Greg at rickandbubba.com.
Right.
Just like when you had the pound cake request, it went to Speedy and myself.
That's right. That's right.
So I don't have anything to do with that pound cake, Greg. Right. I've never tasted a bite of it. I hadn't even looked. I may be sending out a horrible recipe.
You did a great
By the
job.
way, I'm having several people email me back and go, "That's the exact recipe I've got."
Oh, that's awesome.
So that made me feel better about it.
Apparently,
they act like that was the only pound cake recipe in the history of the world.
No. I think the cream cheese in it is the secret ingredient. Cream cheese can make cardboard taste good. But I'm not saying the pound cake was cardboard, but I'm just saying that's kind of the response I've been getting too, and a lot of thank yous and screw Greg and all that.
I get that.
But anyway, I will tell you this. Do you know what Terry Wilburn's doing? Of course, I don't think JC or Reese will get it because they probably won't come down. But she's making that pound cake for the Lenores this weekend.
Okay.
That and protein balls.
All right, I love them.
Greg, are you ready? Do we need
This is where
I'm
he's
not hooked
squinting
through
at
the
his
machine.
laptop. Like,
Do what?
can you email it to me real quick?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do.
He's squinting into
You'll
his
calm
laptop like it's the sun,
know.
and or like it's that beer face when you
Sure.
taste something bad.
bitter beer?
Yeah. And so we'll look at this. This is someone he's connected to a little bit.
Yeah,
that
Mike
has sent.
sent the group Tremaine. They've
Here
sent
we
it.
go.
We've
Here we
actually
go. Look.
played one before, and they've
Here
sent
he
some
goes.
CDs and stuff, and they're award-winning, by the way. Alabama Music Award winners several times.
Yeah.
Let me see if I got.
You gonna set it up, buddy?
So is that it? Is that all you're going to give it?
Well, I'm looking right here. Let me-
I'm just
Well,
gonna
you're
tell
the
you.
heck of a salesman.
Can I tell you this right now? We're not gonna do this if you have a bad attitude about
If
it.
you're
I
going
know
to
I have a bad
halfway do
attitude.
it,
I
Greg,
know, I just wasn't ready.
Well,
you weren't ready.
look, boy,
He's
he is
I
pounding
mean,
that over there.
He's typing.
Well, he's
like-
you gonna pan down if you do it? All right, so he's lost. All right, so we'll figure that out. We
Well,
might
I got
do
it. You got it. I sent it to you.
Oh wow.
Well, it's going to take it a second
Angry.
to replicate over to servers
All right,
and get to speed.
so set this guy up here. Let me make sure I got it. Hold on.
Did you
Let's
get?
see here. You holler at me again. See what happens. Hold on. Let's see here.
I don't think you could pound that keyboard any harder.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
So are we actually doing a keyboard?
Award
I don't
winning.
think so.
Alabama Music Award winning several times.
Look, please look at him. This is a
Vance
serious
Tremaine,
face.
and it's a
Is it a good song?
it's a good song.
Well,
Do you have to? Let me ask
It's
you
got
this,
a little
Greg.
boogie woogie to
Do
it.
they know our audience
Do
is
you like
brutal?
a little boogie woogie?
Is our audience is brutal? Do they know that,
you
right?
look, a lot of people call just to be a jerk. You know that.
You got to have thick skin if you send us a song for Keep It
Put
a
it this
Coaster
way.
because our audience is very brutal, and so if they say coasted or whatever, please don't get upset with us,
Well,
right?
I'm just going to tell you,
right?
the one we played the other day. This one is a lot better.
Okay. So Blazing
can-
Silverman's on the phones at 866-WEBE.
I can already tell it's not my style.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm
that doesn't
saying.
mean that it's not a good song.
No.
I can differentiate the two.
Is this going to get us in
It's
copyright
different
trouble?
than the one we played the other day.
Is this going to get us in copyright trouble?
I don't
with
think-
Adler.
I don't know.
Probably not. If they're sending us a CD to
And
play,
they're local.
probably not.
Probably
Local.
okay.
Probably
Right.
not.
Okay,
The
good.
copyrights are going filters not going to pick up on this one.
Bama. What's this? Bama Lama Boogie.
Boogie, Bama Lama
Bama Lama Boogie.
That's what I set it up, Greg. All right, here we
Well,
go.
you're on top of
Keep
it.
it a coaster. 866-WEBE
See that little boogie right there?
Oh, okay, I can walk this one out.
Better than I thought to start.
Keep it a
Look, they're
coaster.
legitimate.
866-WEBE.
Come from the country, come from the city. Neon lights make the girls look pretty. The work week's done, but nobody's tired. Getting in a groove is all that's required. If you know the steps,
I can see a line
you know
dance to
just
this.
what to do.
Right?
And if you ain't sure, you'll get it before the song is through.
866-WEBE. Keep it a coaster.
There you go.
Bama Lama Boogie, Bama Lama Boogie.
See, look, Helms knows it.
Feels so right. Gonna shake it till we make it through.
I like that.
Bama Lama Boogie tonight.
Uh-oh, we're breaking it down now. Concern.
Started out down in Birmingham.
Oh,
Mobile
local.
Bay up to North Alabama. Now everybody wants some of what we got. Once you get it going, oh, you just can't stop. Move it to the right, spin around and move it to the left.
And these are your friends?
This is listeners of the show that we met just, talked on the phone and
Okay.
since the CDs.
Calm
I've
down.
never personally
Calm
met
down,
them.
Greg.
Bama Lama Boogie, Bama Lama Boogie. Oh, it feels so right.
Feels so right.
Gonna shake it till we make it through the Bama Lama Boogie tonight.
I wish you were dancing on the rug.
Here's
out
what
there.
I would like.
Oh, we're breaking it down.
It's a good line dancing song.
It is. I would like Speedy, since he has a dance background in his family, to come up with a Bama Lama Boogie. Look, here he goes. There it is. There he goes. Oh, Helms is in it too.
I don't know what this is. I don't think that's line
Okay, I'm
dancing.
sorry. All right,
That's a
866
toe
Weeby
tapper.
Big. Yeah.
Is what that is.
Yeah, it is. Bama Lama Boogie.
Well done, Tremaine.
From Tremaine.
Award winning.
On a
For
Funzone Friday.
They are the current
it is
reigning
Keep It or Coaster.
group of the year for the Alabama Music Awards.
Calm down.
Just tell me.
For that genre, not bad.
Hey, let's hit some
All right.
Bama Lama Boogie.
All right, so these are
That's
gonna,
a line dancing if I've ever heard one.
Here we go.
Speedy, your line dance was pretty good, by the way.
Well,
he's got that in
I
his
don't think I've
family.
done that in 20 years.
He's
All
got
right, here we
little
I
go.
don't think that
Uncle
one
Dude.
thing you were doing is not.
Well,
line
Okay,
dancing.
well, I
That
fell-
went back to
my
the-
hands fell to my knees for some
That went
reason.
back to Calvin's Playhouse.
Yeah, you know, you got to look over your shoulder when you do that.
I noticed that.
Let's
That
go
was-
to
that was
Mike.
disturbing.
Mike, keep it or could somebody? Let's see. Hold on, I'll do it. I got you,
I got it right here.
Greg. Oh, the claw's doing it. Keep it or coast it. Keep
What?
it or coast it, Mike.
Keep the boogie woogie.
He said keep
Oh, we're keeping it.
Okay.
We're keeping it. 866
it. He
we
said
be
shake
big.
it till you make it.
Boy, the phones. Look at the phones. We love y'all. Misty, what's up? Keep it or coaster?
Coast it.
Oh, we're coasting it.
You mean to keep?
You're
it
obviously not a line dancer.
The claws guy.
I got it.
Goodness gracious.
Let's go to Drew.
Look what I'm writing on.
Let's go to Drew in Tuscaloosa. That's what I clean that barbecue sauce up with. Drew, keep it or coast it?
Brother brought it. Keep it.
There you
keep
go.
it, keep
All
it.
right, you almost messed up.
Uh-huh. Tricia in Coleman, Alabama. Tricia, what's up?
Hey.
Hey,
I say keep it.
keep
All
it.
right.
Awesome.
She likes to boogie.
By the way,
Boogie.
Coleman, Alabama, I'm coming your way the week of Thanksgiving, which is next week, Tuesday, the 22nd, from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. I will be at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear.
And if you want a Bama Lama Boogie, that's where you ought to be.
That's exit
Speedy
30.
will be showing you his new dance.
That's exit 304. It's right there on the exit. You can't miss it.
Ain't that right there in Coleman?
Love those folks there.
Yes, they're great people.
Yeah.
They've been in support of the show for years.
Yes. Bill in Indiana checking in. Keep it or coaster? I'm sorry. I probably need to pot you up. Keep it or coaster?
Keep it. Go.
All right. Keep it.
Oh,
There we
man, this
go.
thing. We're talking 4-1 right now.
Steve in Alabama. Steve, what's up? Keep it or coaster?
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good, Steve.
There I am, done it.
Hey, I was going to tell you about my experience in college.
No, probably not.
In classes.
Do what now?
Keep it or coast it.
Yeah, we're
Speedy
blowing
guy
you
had
up.
a little story.
Yeah, but that's not what we're doing
I
right
know.
now.
You-
And
we'll
call
do that
back when
later.
we're doing phones. We'd
You
love
like to
hear
be
from
hateful
you.
like that.
No, not at all. It's just we're doing
Bama
Keep It or
Lama
Coaster.
Boo.
Staying on task, Greg.
That's
Look,
it.
if he hadn't brought this song to the table, he'd be like,
Coast that
I
guy.
know.
Keep it. Here.
no, you don't sound like that. Jason, keep it or coaster?
If you ain't got your mind made
Huh?
up by
Keep it
now.
or coaster? Come on, y'all got to have your act
He's
together.
an
Let's go. Keep it or coaster? Lisa in Mobile.
Keep it.
All right, thank you,
Hey,
Lisa.
Lisa.
See, that's how you do it. Let's go to Ron in Meridian, Mississippi. Ron, keep it or coaster?
Boy, I tell you.
Let's go to Wesley. Wesley, keep it or coaster?
Keep it.
Keep it. Where we at, Greg?
Oh, we're 6-1. Keep.
Oh, wow. Okay, maybe one or two more then. Sam, what's up? Keep it or coaster?
Hey, man, I say keep it.
Okay, keep it. I think I don't know that there's
It's
any way to win.
7-1. I believe we
And
can.
one more
gracious.
in a ping pong match, you got to start over.
Yeah,
So
that's true. That's
so,
a great point.
I mean, I'd just say keep it and move
Oh,
on.
how about that?
How about this?
They like the Bama Whamma Woogie.
They like the Bama Whammer.
All right, so
Bama
Greg,
Boogie.
tell everybody who this group is again.
How they
Tremaine.
get the music?
Now that I don't know, but
Good
well, go.
Craig.
Go to. I'm sure they got a website.
You're
do?
sure they
You sure
do?
they do?
Yeah, in fact, I know they do.
All right. Well, what do you Google to find their website?
Greg, spell out Tremaine.
Buddy, y'all said y'all wanted to hear the song.
Spell out Tremaine.
I ain't sure. TREIMANE, maybe.
Feels so right. Gonna shake it till we make
I
it
wasn't
to the
prepared.
Bama Lama Boogie tonight.
There we go.
How about that? Good job, Mike.
Look at that Funzone Friday. Keep it or coaster right there.
We snuck that one.
Thank
We didn't
y'all.
even plan it.
No, that's obvious. If you listen to the show,
Well,
we
I
don't-
kept, you know how I am about managing emails, and I'd missed
Yeah.
a few Mike sent me, and I thought, well, let's give us a listen.
Yeah.
You know, I think that it would be something they would use on like a documentary, and
Yeah.
we're coming into like a little southern town, and they're me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I.
And how do you find? What's her name?
Tremaine?
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Starting with one store in 1978, Boot Barn has become the largest Western and workwear retailer in the nation. Supporting those who feed, build, and protect America, we offer the largest selection of cowboy boots, work boots, Western wear, workwear, and outdoor gear. With over 500,000 pairs of boots and thousands of top-quality jeans and clothing, it's an honor to support the people who make our country so great. Boot Barn. Keep West.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour, and this product here that's sponsoring this portion of the show is a good one, and they've been with us for quite some time. And we love the folks at Relief Factor, relieffactor.com. If you suffer from pains, from exercising, inflammation, and for some reason the cold weather brings it on, doesn't it? Anyway, check out relieffactor.com. We've been talking about this outstanding product for several years now, and a lot of you have gone to relieffactor.com and ordered their 3-week trial pack because we hear from you, and we hear that it's working. So if you're someone that has procrastinated or just need help, don't pop the over-the-counter painkillers every day, multiple times a day. It could be harming your body. Instead, try the 3-week trial pack at relieffactor.com for just $19.95. It's the quick start pack, $19.95. Check them out. You can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I know we got some other things to get to, but I do have to ask Greg something. Okay. Yeah, I know you're ready for some other stuff too, Helmsy.
I'm just along for the ride today, whatever y'all want to do.
Well,
clean carpet.
That's it. Yep. It was a special moment, and it really is, and I didn't get misty-eyed, but I almost did when Greg was telling me about his grandson at school. Greg was able to have an awesome granddaddy moment yesterday.
Okay.
Talk about that just for a second. I know in the main show we'll probably recap too, but yesterday was a cool moment.
Ellis is the oldest, and he only goes to school like 2 days a week. He's just 3.
Right.
He'll be 4 in June.
Can y'all believe, by the way,
January, I said
baby
June.
Ellis is now 3?
Yeah, and almost 4. But anyway.
Amazing.
So it gets this time of year, they always have these programs at school. And they're up there singing and dancing or whatever. But this is the first one I've got to do since I've had grandkids.
Right.
And of course, the others are, not old enough.
Right. Feel weird walking in a building like that?
Yeah, and you're there to see you're that old granddaddy as opposed to the dad. Yeah.
Old granddaddy's a little much.
Yeah.
Greg.
But anyway, it was hilarious. And he, of course, Kelsey, she goes, I've been telling him all week y'all are coming. But he comes out on stage and he sees me and Lisa. He starts pointing, hollering, there's Pop and Lily. Like he was surprised with that. She goes, I've been telling those.
That's funny.
But anyway.
But you would have driven to North Dakota to hear that.
But it was great. And he got up there because they one or two ways. And now Taylor was like this too. They're either going to clam up or they're going to get after it.
Yeah.
Well, he got after it on the dancing and the singing. And Taylor was the same way when he was little. And it was hilarious. And it was fun. And what's funny is you look at the whole group and you'll have some of them getting after it. You have some of them just standing there and you have some of them squalling.
Right.
It was hilarious.
You're going to look at him and you're going to be so proud of this guy right here. He got some video. All right.
Which I never
showed
did.
me video, and it's a really cool moment because where Ellis was standing, he was standing in front of
glass.
Like a
it was
almost
a
like
drum.
Like
it was a drum booth.
Okay. And it showed a reflection, so it was like a mirror.
Yeah.
And so at one point, he's kind of doing his little thing, and he looks over his left shoulder, and he sees himself. So he kind of starts turning around, like checking himself out, like, hey, what's up?
He starts looking and dancing. It was funny. But the whole array of different kids and how they were all like, there was this one little girl out front. She was kicking her leg high there. And then there was one not moving, just going, screaming, and it was it was great.
And you know how they turned, like, your handprint into like a turkey or something like that. He brought that back too. You don't think that was special?
he had a whole wall with his stuff that he
That's just good stuff.
You're right about
I'm glad
the
you were
different
able to do that.
personalities of the kids and seeing that come out on something like that. With my 3, Braden would do it, but was off, like never got the words right and was with all that. Caroline didn't want anything to do with it. Okay, straight face, serious. And Maddie looks like she's trying to do a TikTok dance. So you got all 3 personalities. Yeah. It's funny. And
it
to see all those kids on stage at one time
and see how they react.
Pick them out. Hey, look at them. That's hilarious.
Well, we got tickled because, like I say, some of them were a lot of them were dancing hard.
Yes.
But then there were some not moving, but there were some actually crying. They had to go get them.
That's funny.
It was funny.
I'm glad you got to experience that.
It was awesome. That was my first experience on that.
Yeah, well, that's just a great moment.
To come.
That's just a great moment, and one I know you won't forget. That's just awesome. When I said I was going to be in Coleman next Tuesday, the 22nd, 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. I don't think everybody thought 11 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., but I wanted to
part.
I got an email.
Cranking it up.
Actually, got an email about that.
Is that what you said?
I don't know.
I wasn't listening.
And
I hope you did.
I don't have no idea, but I think y'all knew what it's going to be after the show next Tuesday, the 22nd, run up to Jackson.
And you're going to be doing the Bama Lama Boogie.
Western and outdoor wear. I think we might have time for a question or two, Helms, from the audience. Going to break. Whatever you want to do. It's all you, kid.
I want to say, if we're going to do that, then let's just do this. These are quick hitters for everybody. I'll save the man of 1,000 voices to next week.
What do you mean, man of 1,000?
Well, I've got one here. It's several requests for man of 1,000 voices. And that's what I was on the top of my list for today. But let's just tease that, and we'll do that next week.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll forget, but that's fine.
And don't tip him on who he's supposed to do, because when it comes off the cuff, it's the better.
Okay. What was your favorite TV show growing up? When you came home from school, every day, appointment TV was...
All right, if it's the afternoon from school, I would come home and I would start out with Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, boy, I love
And I would end with Andy Griffith. And it depending on what time of year, sometimes they throw a Leave It to Beaver in there.
Mm-hmm.
And the Monkeys, sometimes the Monkeys. But Andy Griffith was always going to be there at some point, but it was a little later. It seemed like the Monkeys were early. But then at night, prime time, Happy Days was my favorite one.
Speedy?
Just what he said. I mean, and this is going to be kind of goofy a little bit, but as I get a little older, Three's Company was hilarious.
I liked it too when you get in prime time.
But really, what he said.
Okay.
I'm sorry to be boring, but you just hit it.
I liked Happy Days. Three's Company was a good one.
After school, you remember the after school specials?
Yeah.
That would be on.
Do you remember Eight's Enough?
I do remember Eight's Enough. Good. Yes,
I like that.
Yeah, but the Brady Bunch was big.
Of course, we also
Brady Bunch and Saved by the Bell were my two.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Of course, now once a week during when it was on network, we would get to stay up late and watch Starsky and Hutch. That was awesome.
Bam Boogie. See, I'm doing this. I'm singing it now.
How would you spend your ideal weekend?
Boy, have you asked this one before?
No, these are new.
Okay.
I mean, I may have asked something like that.
Ideal weekend.
Or what are your biggest pet? What is your biggest pet peeve?
Well, yeah,
I know we've went down this path.
Smacking when you eat. I hate that.
That's a big one.
That's a bad one.
I don't like that.
Can I say this too? I don't know. I'm gonna get in trouble. Is she listening? Probably not.
Your wife or
when
Ashley, who sent in the question?
When Terry chews gum, she smacks the gum.
Oh,
drives
really?
me crazy. But she
can still hear you.
But she doesn't like smack it like but she like pops it, bubbles,
but
she pops it or
I've
something.
heard that.
And I'm like, what are you doing?
I will be honest, smacking is a big one with me.
Yeah, but boy, she's probably listening. I don't mean that like she's. It's just there it is,
Also, I can't stand when people dump sauce on the carpet.
Yeah, that's tough because then you have to bring a steamer in the next day and stuff. That's good.
Hey, I got some really good ones for next week.
You know what I hate is when people don't care that there's a stain on the carpet.
Yeah, that's my pet peeve.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There they are. All right, so we'll look back over the weekend. We had a lot going on with various members of the show. I know there was a little deer hunting that went on, so I got some adventures going along with that. We also I have no idea what's happened in the country. I'm like a lot of you, attempted, even for the show, and my wife, so precious and so much discernment. We were kind of in last night, and I said, well, let me get in here and kind of check on the Grammys. There may be some story tomorrow. And Sherry said, Rick, don't do that to yourself. She said, don't go in there and watch that. She goes, you know what you're going to see, and it's just going to frustrate you. I'm going to hear you in there getting upset and just making comments. I hadn't turned that thing on 2 seconds. I'm like, I can't watch this. And plus, I didn't know anything. I didn't either. I didn't know any of the music. The saddest part is when I saw Bono come out with The Edge for Album of the Year. That was right before I went to bed. I went back over and looked, and I didn't know any of the albums. So I just said, well, I got some out. But guys, some of the I'm not getting into it. We'll talk about it. I'll just make one comment, and that's it, because I didn't see enough of it to make any long comments or anything like that. But we have others. But I do not know what's happened. I did get to hunt a little bit with one of our congressmen this past weekend, and I will tell you, Bill Bubba Bussey, I thought of you with our little friend Gary Palmer.
I'd like to sing. Gary.
You talking about the little battler?
Yeah.
And it's. The line I like, because we've always, Gary Palmer,
was not going to run. He was doing a great job. So he's a brilliant man as far as the state he's from, which is our state. He knows everything about our state, our Constitution. I mean, he knows everything. He also knows everything about our country and the Constitution, and this is how it works and the branches of government. But he's always just kind of that guy that worked behind the scenes, being sure you know.
Yeah, he's a policy guy.
Yeah, you policy.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what you don't say that. That's not correct. Here's how. So, and then of course he got saying we needed better candidates and whatever, and he thought he was getting called to run. Then he didn't want to. He went out to Washington, felt all that oppression, went home, told his wife, I just don't think I can do this. And then she just basically said, well, you're a hypocrite then. You're telling everybody they need to run, you won't run. And he thought, well, then he had to call back and say, all right, I'm in. So, but he's a little dry. I mean, Gary's, and he openly admits he's dry. Okay, and so when he started wanting to run for Congress, he said he was telling everybody this over the weekend. He goes, and then Rick told me I need to get a little personality. And he said, he kept telling me, Gary, you're gonna have to come out. You're gonna have to pep it up a little bit.
Well, we had given him the nickname Mr. Excitement.
Right,
here on the show.
and this was the line, and he slayed the room with his dry humor. He goes, I actually do have a personality. It's just not a very good one. He goes, Rick says I don't have a personality. I have a personality. It's not a very good one.
But I love him. I love him when
comments like that all weekend on me.
When I see him in Congress, and I know he's got his facts, and he's about to eat somebody up, and he just comes in there like the silent assassin. And I love that part of his personality.
Yeah,
really
so it was interesting to hear him talking about, and he's still one of those guys. He said that place is so wicked he refused to get a place to live, so he sleeps on his couch in his office and then comes back. He said I'm not landing in that place and living there. So anyway, and we talked a little bit.
That can't be good for your back, though.
No. So anyway, we'll unpack that a little bit, and
but that was the running joke. He would say something, everybody like, "Look at you, Gary!
Look at you, Gary! We're coming up with one." he tried to get a little. He tried to get out there and get a little edgy. Yeah. But anyway, we'll talk about that, Greg. Also, I blame you for damaging my friendship with Rich Wingo. Thank you.
Oh boy.
Well, I'll talk about that today. And he talked about it the whole weekend. It bothered him so bad.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was it became our theme the whole weekend. And I told him, I said that's my brother and me. I'm sorry. That's from hanging out with Greg. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, it happens. So it's so instinctive to us now. It's like we talk about we try to warn our kids. The people you hang around will influence you.
Yeah.
You'll pick up some of their stuff.
Good or bad.
Yeah.
As I look around this
Greg,
room.
I'm talking about I didn't even check up. I mean, it came so quick I couldn't stop it.
Oh, yeah.
And it bothered Rich the entire weekend.
Wow.
Must have been one of them good
Well, it just became something. He kept hanging over me.
Well,
he'd already got on me for being down about the forecast.
Oh, yeah. You weren't being positive.
And, Rick, I can sum up my weekend hunting with one word: mud.
Yeah, boy, a lot of mud.
Oh, yeah.
Saw those pictures. My goodness,
nice.
what mud. Whew. Talk a little bit about that. Minutes now past the hour. It's your old friends Rick and Bubba. We're back. A brand new hour. America's favorite radio show is on the air again. This one starts with a national anthem.
7.5 minutes past the hour, and we are here. It is your old friends, the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hour is also available to you. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have just completed that. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba University intern, ready to go and take your phone calls as he bangs out a degree in common sense. That now a superpower. Eddie Van Adler has settled in. He's got his little shop of horrors ready to go for you YouTubers out there, so you can watch live in the archives. Also a best of hour he puts together every day. Find that on Blaze TV. And also some terrestrial TV stations across the land. Rick, where can I get all this information of all the different ways to get you guys? Go to rickandbubba.com. It's all there. So we got another action-packed day. We welcome our guests today. Funzone Friday, so the Elite Grade 8 will be here. So we'll see some guests that will make their way to the Rick and Bubba Golden Ticket seats today. So that's a part of our experience as well. Looking forward to seeing all of you that are making your way to the No Name Studio right now, living with us on the bleeding edge of technology. And then you, too, can be with us here in Sweet Home, Alabama, as we go to the world. There he is, the silver-tongued one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. It's cold outside, but come on in and warm up with Rick and Bubba.
Enough! Go dancing, Bubba.
You bet it.
Go dancing.
Yeah, how about you?
Well, I seen her. So we got a lot to unpack on the show today. I want to tell you this, and I'm going to start this hour by addressing one Michael Helms. Helmsy, what'd I do? I know you pretty well. Spent a lot of years with you now, son. And I know you, and I know what you like. And you don't need to miss Dayton Moore this weekend on Rick and Bubba University. It's like Dayton Moore is just, you'll be getting 2 spoonfuls of Dayton Moore.
I figured I would.
And I'm not just talking about baseball.
Okay.
Just his whole philosophy on things and how he runs a team and things they're looking for, his days in the scouting organization for the Braves during the big run. And the things
he ran the Royals for 16 years. Right?
Yeah, the things he's looking for in people. If you're going to be part of the team, it is a Michael Helms. I mean, if you're,
I told Speedy yesterday,
it is a Michael. It's a Michael Helms podcast.
I told him, I said I will be all in on this one.
Here's what I'm going to go this far because you'll be able to stop it and start it and all that because either on the audio or the YouTube version of it, you get out a notebook. And you'll write down some phrases, and if you go back to putting quotes in your office again, there'll be some on there.
Yeah. Well, you know
me too well.
Look, the whole time I'm doing like, Ham's gonna love this.
And one of the things we talked about was something I'd always been very curious about, the actual working relationship between the owner, the GM, and the manager.
That was good.
And who's doing what and how much, and it obviously would vary from club to club, but. It was very insightful from somebody who's been at the desk and done it.
Also, I had a Brian Regan moment. Remember when Brian Regan talked about how bad he was at baseball, and all the coach would ever say to him is, "Good eye, Brian."
Yeah.
And he would go, "Well, thank you." But it happened to me. So I was happy for Bubba to begin with because Bubba asked the questions the first time he did it in the podcast. He goes, that's a really good question. And, of course, Bubba and I have this thing where we look at you and go,
oh, yeah.
Well, then I started realizing after that he said that to Bubba a couple times and me a couple times. I thought, oh, wow, that's just one of the ways he encourages people. The first time he said, that's a really good question. I thought, well, thank you.
Yeah. But then I realized, well, he's just an encourager.
Yeah. He's a very engaging person.
Right, yeah.
I picked that up the minute he and Speedy, within 2 minutes of them talking, just an introduction. Speedy's never really talked to him. He was asking about Speedy's kids. He wanted to know every single thing about them, where they're playing, what they're doing now. Gave you a ton on the one that's not playing. You could tell he was so intentional about what he was doing. And guys like this mean it.
Yeah.
You could tell he was sincere in what he was doing.
Well, he didn't ask the question and then start messing with paper and not paying attention.
Right.
He was he asked the question and actually was looking
into the screen. He was so intent about what he was doing. Yeah.
So anyway,
love guys like that.
Well, just the 14 years the divisional championship at the Braves, he was there. Went on to be the GM and then the president of baseball operations, as Bubba said, at the Royals for 16 years. Took them to the World Series 2 years in a row. They won it. And he talks about all that building and how that happens. He made one statement that I wish I could pull out, and there's so many people that needed to hear it, so many. And I would include a lot of your modern-day churches needed to hear what he said because they're doing the opposite right now, and it's going to cost them.
Yeah.
But anyway, he was talking about what he did when he got there, what he made sure that was part of the organization. And, I guess I can go ahead and say it. But I'm trying to encourage you to go and watch and listen to it. But,
I know what my Saturday morning coffee looks like now. I can tell you that.
Well, let me tell you, it was so good. There were questions I wanted to ask that I didn't get to. And I thought about them yesterday. I wanted to ask if he was there while – sorry, Greg, don't let us bother you. If he was there when Rush worked for the organization.
I thought about the same thing, but I didn't say it.
I guess he would have been there when Bo played for him, right?
Yeah, I don't know because he said he got there in 2006. So that would be past Rush because Rush is already on the air now. So that would be a no.
Way past
and it probably wouldn't be a
Bo, too. It would be after that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this.
That's one reason I didn't ask.
Yeah. Talking about being intentional listening to it, Helmsy, we promoted it during the kickoff hour. I got an email from a guy said his Saturday morning is going to be listening to the podcast while hanging on the side of a tree hunting in hardwood.
You don't even have to like baseball to get something out of it.
Yeah, that's good.
Matter of fact, the baseball was not as big a part of it as wrestling.
Yeah.
Well, you just don't get access to a GM for Major League Baseball who, like I said, done it 16 years, went to the World Series and won it. We Shearholtz, we had him on the show one day, but we were able to talk more about the business yesterday, and it was a lot of fun.
It was great. So catch that this weekend. Rick and Bubba University, our guest, Dayton Moore, who a lot of years in Major League Baseball. We also found out, though, that Dayton Moore is just like a lot of folks. After doing all those great things, they fired him after 16 years.
Yeah.
A
little out of the blue.
Well, that happens.
And they got a good team.
Yep. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I noticed lots and lots of mud. I mean, mud plenty.
Yeah, mud.
Where we lived over the weekend, and Bubba hunted in one part of the state, I hunted in another part of the state, and we just had. I mean, it was one of those forecasts you kept waiting on it to get better, and thank the Lord it wasn't storming. But once the rain started, it was just that good old small, just constant rain. That's just about enough to bother you, but not quite enough to keep you from going. You know what I mean?
It's the kind you'd like to get when you've just planted your green fields,
right? Yeah.
Not when you're trying to get around them and through them.
Right, and so a lot of rain came in, and it was needed by a lot of people, and it was great. But it really made for a sloppy situation. You know, all your clothes are getting wet. You know, there's mud everywhere.
Rick, I got so much water in my right ear. I had Betty put drops in it last night. I've been trying to get water out of it. It just run in yesterday.
So what happened? I know that y'all have a deer down, and
Super Tom, our engineer, had taken a deer, and we have good roads. We try to maintain good roads, but there's just a point where all roads give it up, you know. Yeah. And he was on one of our larger fields, and the call came out, deer down, and I was going to take the Hendrick Commando Jeep and go retrieve the deer, which is one of the easier and quicker ways to do it with a tray on the back, and there's only two ways to get to this field, the front way and the back way. okay, for the story, to paint the scene for you. And on the front way, there's actually two ways to get out, in that one of them is a dirt road, the normal road. Then we have a road that is covered in grass as a backup. Okay, that's
Right.
our if the regular road is too muddy and non-navigatable, we use the grass road. Okay, sounds like a good plan, right? Well, there's a point where you've had so much rain
saturated
that neither way will work. So there's no way to drag this deer out. I mean, it's in a valley. Okay, I mean, there's just no way.
Yeah.
So we head down the road, and I felt pretty good. Now, the back way out is the slickest place on the property. There's days
like a bunch of owls live out there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's days that you don't even try to go up that road when it hasn't been raining a lot. You just avoid it. You can go down it, fine. Going up, not going to happen. Need to do a little work on it in off season. I'll try to get my Mahindra tractor and do that.
Yeah.
So we literally slide into the field. And our plan is to turn around, try to get kind of a running start. Here's the problem with the front entrance into this field, the two fields, the muddy road and the grass road. There are no sizable trees you can winch to. So you're pretty much on your own. So we got the deer loaded up and tried to come up the regular road, which we knew wasn't going to work. And then we tried to get in the grass road, and we got about 75% up before we started sliding backwards. And that's always fun. I don't know how much times you've done that, but sliding backwards out of control.
Well, you asking me if I've never slid backwards with you in a good vehicle?
Well,
are you really asking me that?
Yeah, now that I think about it, we had our boss's car tied to us.
It's one of the greatest, best of moments ever.
Bubba, I'd like to tell you I am perfectly aware of what that's like.
It was one of the best and now funniest moments of our life, really.
Right, yeah, it was.
But
Not so much for
in
him.
this case, it wasn't good because we had to get that deer out of there, Rick. You know that deer? We got to get that out of there.
Boy, I tell you, I mean.
So we tried, and as we are attempting to get another run at it, I get too far out into the field, and it's just
bogged it down.
And the more I move, the worse it gets, and we're getting lower into more wet. And at one point, I think, well, there's nothing to winch to here. We've just lost this round. I'll have to come back when it dries out, you know. And that's not a good feeling. One, because I got to walk out. I don't like that.
Well, and two, you now don't have a vehicle.
Yeah. So, you know, to me, you know, in mud or ice, there's a couple of rules with four wheels. You try to keep two of the wheels on good dirt or something not, you know.
Since that'll work.
But in this case, there's none. I mean, it's just you're in a sea of mud.
All four are spinning, but they're just spinning on nothing. Yeah.
So I even get the tracks out. I've got these little portable tracks. I kept thinking about Greg talking about with the power company. If I just had a piece of tin, I could get out of there.
Piece of tin does it.
Piece of tin do it.
But there's nowhere to carry a piece of tin on a Jeep.
No, it's not.
So we're trying to get out, and we're just going deeper and deeper. But at the time, we're not even stuck at that point. We're just posing with the mud. We don't even know
You don't know what's
stuck.
ahead.
It was so bad when we were stuck, we were not worried about pictures. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
You
sure.
get to that point, like we're not playing in mud anymore.
Right.
So, you know, I try rocking out, and all I'm doing is rocking deeper, and then
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, as we make our way back.
I'm in a blue haze.
Big boy looking on, reassuring look. What's up, big boy? Look at that. I mean, he ain't never had a bad day. So,
get Silverman to shine him up a little better. Put a little more wax
Put a little
on
wax on him.
He's already pretty shiny, but
by the way, I
wouldn't hurt to have his good winter coat on.
No, you're right. I wasn't prepared either for the fact that I knew that Helmsy was trying to help with the spill that Speedy had from Buffalo Wild Wings on Wednesday. Was not prepared for the level of commitment to clean that up in there.
Yeah,
and
thank you, Hams, for doing that.
Hams, you're having a banner day.
Well, now he's already looking out in the lobby and I'm like, stop
spot
here.
out in the lobby.
Stop
Needs to
here.
be tended to.
There were some spots even before this week.
Yeah.
I got those. Yeah, we got them.
Who would have ever thought
That's an awesome machine you got.
Ask me what I thought about him.
Who would have ever thought that if you brought piles and piles of food, set them on a conference table in a carpeted room, that bad things would happen?
I want just to announce to the staff. I do want to make this announcement to the staff. If you have a stain in your office, or you know of a stain in this
Today's the
area,
day.
today's the day because I have had strict orders from Amanda to bring it back.
Oh, you have to bring it.
Oh, yeah. Because you know we're going to do it again.
You have to bring it.
I'm looking around right now.
Because you know all the ladies, they want to get all the stains cleaned up before the Thanksgiving week.
That's what this is all about.
You should probably hit the rug before you leave. Just get it a good one over.
I will. That's a good idea.
See if you can clean Greg up.
there.
That's good, Rick. Wow, Rick, it's early. You
I got a
though.
few spots in my office if you don't mind running it in there for a minute.
I did.
Got you.
What
you got, Ad?
I stepped on a raspberry.
Oh,
In there?
In here.
No, we'll take care of it.
I mean, I tracked it all around.
The least you got the least of worries is the carpet.
I was going to say that
are you
room. I'd
talking
like to see you
about?
straighten up everything in there. I tell you
Where
what.
you gonna go clean his office next?
I'll clean the carpet if you'll clean up the space.
By the way, I'd like to say to all of you,
Trade-off.
try to go find one cafeteria that has carpet.
Yeah, it's not a good mix. It's not a good mix.
Do you guys
Rick,
have a,
even industrial grade.
you guys have a flea bomb too? I could use one of those. just hypothetically speaking.
How about when that fell? I was so upset with myself.
Rick, it blew all
when
over his
fell.
shoes and everything.
Yeah, I heard that
It
this morning.
sprayed
He
on
hid
the-
that from me. I didn't hear that.
Oh
until
yeah,
the
no,
kickoff
I've had to
hour.
actually take the laces out
Yeah,
of
it
my
was way
shoe and
beyond
wash them.
sauces.
The sauces was a barbecue sauce. And so they brought a bunch of them. They're so kind, and I'm getting them all up to throw them away. And there was one of the caps that wasn't on all the way. So when I picked it up, the cap was in my hand, and then the
Kaplunk.
Yeah, it goes. There it goes.
Oh no!
And
So you had a sauce bomb on
it
your hands.
sprayed on the chairs, the leg of the
Rick,
chairs,
it's shoestrings.
up under the chairs. I'm wiping that off. And I thought it was just going to be in that one spot. Well, then I start seeing it sprayed. Okay, it sprayed all over the
Hit
carpet
just right,
in
yeah.
little spots.
Yeah.
And you just look at it and you go, well, where do you start? How do you even start cleaning this up? And we didn't have anything, so I went water bottle with napkins that came apart when they got wet.
Yeah, they were heavy duty.
You know, and just tried to really soak it, and it set for a day. Came back the next day, it was unacceptable. It just looked bad. So I'm glad Helmsy got that.
I didn't know what it was. I left for the bathroom. I came back, and there's just junk everywhere. And I'm like, what's all this going on? And Speedy comes out. He's like, look, man, I'm trying to clean it up. It was so funny.
Now,
I didn't know it got your shoes.
The whole
yeah.
time,
Ruined
Helmsy is in his office,
I had
and
no
Rick
idea.
is in his office. Bubba had left. Greg was in here. And
If I'd
they're,
have known,
they're
I'd have
oblivious that I'm on my hands and
I'm
knees
so
like
glad I didn't know.
Cinderella trying to pick it up.
I'm so
clean it
glad
up.
Matter of
I didn't
fact,
know.
Rick, I came out of my office at one point. He was in his office. I had to take him something. I said, "Hey, what happened out here on the carpet?" I didn't know that 10 minutes before that he was out here
Oh,
on
it
his
was a
hands and
mess.
knees.
Yeah,
we
just
didn't know,
scrubbing.
buddy.
I had
We're
no
sorry.
clue.
We didn't know, buddy.
We didn't
You know when something's on a carpet and you don't know where do you start? How do you even get this?
Well, I'll tell you
I
what-
went paper plate and
Well, the
tried to
first
scoop
thing is to let
a
your
scoop. I tried to scoop some of it up. You know.
The first thing to do is let your pet dog come and clean it
Yeah.
up.
Oh boy, if they're here, they'd lick that.
How about we? One thing we, and I don't know really. I need to try to remember. I mean, any of us could do it. We do need to remember though, and you were in this situation. We need, and we're not really set up the way we were before, but we need a roll of and multiple rolls of paper towels.
Most definitely.
I'm gonna resolve that today. I found some.
Did you? Okay,
And I'm
good.
even going to bring some old rags from the garage and just have them in here.
Because
I know where they keep them now.
Now he's bringing
And I'm
rags.
gonna
Rick,
bring
are
a
you calling
huge roll.
paper towel drive?
Greg,
Yeah, I am.
let somebody
Gotcha.
that cares care.
That's
well,
a good point.
well, here's the other, because I'm gonna tell you something, and this may surprise y'all. Once we went with the polished cement downstairs, that was kind of the end of that because I finally gave up the battle. But when we had this same type of carpet, if you have that in the downstairs area where your kids play and everybody whatever, you'll learn how to blot. I'm a master blotter.
Oh yeah,
and blot's key.
you gotta have something
because
you
you
blot
didn't,
with.
that way it doesn't get down into the carpet.
Yep.
Is you have to you grab what's on
blot,
top
blot,
and then
blot.
you wet paper towels or a towel and you blot and you pressure and you blot. You don't start scrubbing.
No.
And you blot it and that pulls it back up out of there.
Rick,
And
a wet, dry, portable shop vac will do wonders.
well, there's a dandy one right around the corner.
Yeah, the old
Let me tell
steamer
you,
got it
Hey,
up.
I didn't know that you and your family has a show enough good one.
yeah, we do.
I mean that's a nice one.
yeah, that's a steamer. It puts
3
water
kids
in,
and 2
gets it
dogs.
back
You need
out.
it.
Yeah,
Can
you
I
do.
rent that?
That's Stanley level.
Yeah.
What do you charge to rent it?
Yeah, it's nice.
Could you clean
That's a
my
question for
downstairs for
Amanda.
the holidays?
No.
You can rent them at the grocery store.
Can you really?
Yeah, you can.
You used to could.
I think
How
you
big a
still
hassle
can.
getting it and taking it back?
Big hassle.
Okay, I'm out.
It's no bigger hassle than me bringing it in here. It's not that big deal.
Well, no, what I'm saying is it better to go ahead and bite the bullet and just have your own?
Oh, well, that depends on how much you use it, but we use it more than you would think we do.
Terry loves
Not
it. We
really.
have
What
one
you just
similar.
said to me, of course you use
Well,
it.
that's a good point. Yeah.
I would also like to announce to the staff, someone is continuing to eat half meals and just leaving them. But just I'm talking
Well, it's
about
not me. I do
plates there.
That's
smoothie
me.
on
but
it.
just
but
leaving them
at the
there.
end of the day, I'll throw it away.
Do you?
Do
Yeah,
you?
I do. Or sometimes I throw. I'm getting my omelet out, and I'm in a hurry. But when we do the final clean, I'm not going to leave it there overnight.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Good.
That's not my intent anyway.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's
Dog,
not
what
just
have I
that.
done now?
No, well, there is others that besides that, but it's just I don't know. We get busy, and I guess we just walk away.
But I wouldn't leave here with that sitting on the table.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny, and Sherry will warn all of you about that. I know you're the same thing. Is if there's something that you want to take with you, you better get it, because I'm a purger.
Yeah.
And so what I do is when I look around and everybody's gone and there's food still there, I throw it all away.
Yeah.
I
do that
like
with
everything. I'm a purger.
With everything.
This is a
Doesn't have to be
wrapper.
food.
Oh, if Sherry Burgess would turn me
These are
loose,
wrappers.
we wouldn't have anything.
There was a
but I do
bag.
leave mine.
There was a bag of. I got to watch. I think I'm free and clear. There was a bag of something in our garage this morning that 3 weeks ago I said you got 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And it was still there this morning. Do you know where it's at right now? In the garbage can.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you all this.
Take a sip.
Matter of fact, and it sounds like
it
you're
was
this.
sip worthy.
Sounds like you're this way too, Helmsy. I don't. What's the name of the complete opposite end of the spectrum of a purger? That's what I am.
Hoarder.
Whatever that is. No.
Oh, wait.
The other end. Like I throw everything away.
Yeah.
So what would that be called?
Well, a purger is
a purger.
No, I'm sorry. I meant a hoarder. So is it a purger? Would I be a purger? Yeah.
Your hoarders keep everything
Yeah.
for no reason.
So the other end of the spectrum is what I was asking. I said it wrong. It would be a purger?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a purger will get rid of stuff sometimes before it really needs to.
I'm definitely a purger.
They'll end up needing something they threw away.
I'm 100%
Yes,
a purger.
absolutely.
I cannot stand
And I've
clutter.
run into that too.
I cannot stand clutter. Clutter drives me insane.
My wife is a mover. She'll move things and not let anybody know. So you think it's been purged, but really it's just been moved.
Okay. Also, the purger will hear this a lot. Somebody walk in. I was eating that.
Right, yeah.
And it's gone.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
I wasn't through.
That's me.
Purged.
When you rent one of those steam cleaners,
I'm a purger.
When you rent one of those steam cleaners, the cleaning solution is not included.
Oh.
So you'll go home and start
And
and then
have it.
realize it, and then you'll have to go back, and it's $19.
Oh, that's how
That
they get
hurts.
You. That's how they get you.
I'd rather have a stain. I'd rather just have a stain.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
Depending on
back-
how big stain
I'm
is,
back
too.
over in Hamilton's world now. It's better just to have one. It hurts.
And I've got generic cleaner that costs half that.
Pays for itself pretty quick, I bet.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So the last leg of four-wheeling for me is will the vehicle move in some direction it wants to go? So we start spinning, and we've turned almost 180 degrees from the direction we're going, and it's the field slants.
Mm-mm.
So I spin around and I get sideways on the field and get just enough traction to start kind of going along. And I think at any moment I'm just going to slide down to the bottom of it.
Well,
And I make it around and make it around. And I know where the edge of the field is. I say, if I can just get to the ground that hasn't been plowed, that's still got grass on it, I might have a hope here.
Mm-hmm.
And I just swung in there. Tom he said, I couldn't believe you made it across that field. I said, I couldn't either. Well, at that point, we're out of that problem, but now we got to go to the slick spot on the property and get up. But the good news is, or the back way out. The good news is there's a lot of trees there that you can winch to. And it's been a while since I had to winch out. And Super Tom was in charge of the tree saver. And, boy, the tree saver, can I tell you, having a bag of four-wheel drive stuff to get out of an area is crucial.
Well, yeah.
I was so glad I had that in the back.
Yeah.
And he threw that thing around a couple of pine trees, and we just winched that baby right. It took a little time. We had to re-winch, I think, 3 times to get out, which takes a little time.
Be out there a while.
But,
a lot of rain.
hey, the gas pedal was useless, so I just threw it in neutral and let her pull up.
Yeah.
And it came right out of there.
All right, question.
Now, and then I declared, okay, we're not going back in there today.
Yeah. but let me ask you this. You were in the Commando, which is good, but it's heavy.
Yeah.
Do you think the carts would have been okay?
I don't know. I don't think anything would have made this.
Really?
I mean, it was.
Because we were in a bunch of mud, but we stayed in carts and four-wheelers, and we never had a problem.
It
you
was-
could not have gotten a truck out in there. No way.
It would. I would say
way.
in a difficult situation, the Jeep is better than anything that we've got. I think a Jeep, just in my experience, dealing with trucks and carts and all that, a Jeep is about as good at getting out. And I don't know why. I can't tell you what the magic formula is, but they seem to do. The problem is once those wheels get caked with mud and you got no grip, then it don't matter what you're in. And so anyway, it pulled out, and you know what I'm talking about, a tree saver. It's like a big strap that goes
so
around the tree, and then you hook to. And I really wasn't concerned with tearing the tree up, but it's just an easier, quicker way to hook it up.
No question, yeah.
And that
more
Jeep,
functional.
the winch on that Jeep has a rope, not a steel cable, which I've always been. A little bit.
They're strong.
But but if you go online and look at videos, they show you that those braided ropes that they put on those things are stronger than a steel cable.
Yeah, they are.
I know it was a hassle though, but I mean, out there in the mud.
Oh yeah.
Trying to get out of something.
Now, I was so wet. I've got an earache today from water running in it.
A lot of water.
But
a lot of water.
I will tell you one point: seeing Tom try to pull that winch cable up the hill on that slick and sliding and falling in it 2 or 3 times. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I wasn't laughing too loud, but I was laughing.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us. Those of you that are not watching on YouTube, the bed music coming out there, I can still remember where I was. I was on a road trip driving, and I knew that David Lee Roth had left Van Halen and that Sammy Hagar was in, but I'd never heard anything they produced. This is the very first song I ever heard as Van Halen or Van Hagar, and I didn't know how I felt about it.
Yeah. Rick, I may be wrong, okay, but I think I remember where we were going and everything.
We were in a car. We were
in the
driving
LTD.
Yeah, we were.
I think we were going to a ball game at Troy.
What?
Between Jack State and Troy.
I do feel like we were going to Troy. I have always thought that.
Yeah, because I remember we were like, I don't know how, because I was a fan of Sammy Hagar.
Right.
And, of course, of Van Halen. This one maybe was a little too poppy for me, but it wasn't bad. I like it.
I
like it.
All right, Bubba, you mentioned
it's no pound cake.
When we're talking about cleaning things up. you mentioned. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I wonder, is it throwing them clean pods in there? Cleanpods.com/Bubba. A lot of people are using the clean pods the way they're intended to be used. They say nothing here about putting them inside of a steam cleaner. But
will they
I mean,
clean that FTX mess up?
Yeah, well, we're going to get to FTX. Calm down. All right, so cleanpods.com/Bubba. The smarter clean. Let me tell you this. This is going to save you money. It's going to do a better job. There's that logical thing again. All right, if I can... look, you don't want to back up on quality. I certainly agree with that. I don't buy things just because they're cheap if they don't do a good job. But Clean Pods does a good job. It's going to be less expensive. It's going to be a simpler process. They're going to last longer because here's how it works. These are pods. You pick out the bundles you need based on the kind of cleaning you need to do. And then they send you these little bags of pods. They're concentrate, so they go a long way. Then they're going to give you 5 commercial-grade spray bottles. So you just drop the pod in for the type of cleaning you need to do, fill it up with your own water, shake it up, and here we go. And now think about this. When you get a bottle ready, the cost of that bottle is less than $2. Okay. All right. So why don't you move now to cleanpods.com/Bubba, the smarter clean, high-quality spray bottles and thousands of sprays through these concentrate pods. And they don't have some of the bad chemicals that some of the old cleaning stuff has either. You're going to love that. We'll get you free shipping, and we'll get you 10% off any product and any order by using the promo code Bubba. So go to cleanpods.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Terrific new products. And then share your experience with us. Give us an email. Let me know how it's going. All right, so FTX.
No, we're going to talk airport.
No, look. If we don't talk FTX, we can talk airport.
It's
okay. Are you?
It may be a non-issue.
All right. So yesterday during the show, we'll shift. Then we won't go. We won't do FTX.
Shift.
Yeah. Yesterday during the show, this is the life of adult children. They live in other places. Holidays are coming, or whatever they're having to come home for. Then it goes, how are they going to get here? Hey, we trying to get on airplanes. Commercial airline industry is a disaster. It's such a hassle. Now you're throwing Thanksgiving's approaching in there. A lot going on. So we heard, Bubba, you talking about your daughter Caitlin's journey to try to get home.
Yeah, well, the bottom line of this story is I learned something yesterday. I love learning stuff. And y'all may laugh and go, you didn't know that was there? I had never heard of cell parking or cell waiting. Have you ever heard of this?
No, I have. Yeah.
Have you used it before?
I have one time.
I had no idea. I'd never heard anything. I thought you just drove around the terminal till your folks showed up.
No, that's not new.
But this all
you were correct.
It's all new. It was new to me. I'd never heard of it.
I thought
Betty was trying to explain it to me because somebody told her about it, and I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. A parking lot with a big reader board on it? What?
Oh yeah.
So anyway, this all came about. My daughter Caitlin was coming home from D.C. yesterday, and she manages her affairs very well, and but she overslept. She had to finish a project. She was up to about 3 a.m, and she overslept and missed her flight. So during the show yesterday, I was trying to keep up with her as she was trying to find a way home. She should have landed here about 9:30 yesterday. It ended up being 4:30, and she was lucky to get home by then.
Yeah, that really is not that bad considering how it could have been.
Yeah, she had to get on another flight to Charlotte and then had to fly standby into Birmingham. And it was, and you know the whole story that goes with that kind of world,
Oh, my goodness.
But Betty had told me, she said, well, let's go, and a friend of hers had said, use the cell waiting parking lot. And I'm like, what? The cell waiting parking lot?
Yeah.
Oh, it's right here. I said, I've never seen any parking lot over there. I don't know what y'all are talking about. So anyway, we went looking for the cell waiting parking lot. And we pull in there, man, that thing is packed full of people.
Yeah.
And there's a big reader board up there that tells you what flight, the flights have landed and whatever. And I'm like, what? How in the world did I miss this all these years?
Yeah.
And so we see her flight. We're kind of tracking it, with her phone and with the flight apps. And we see it's about to land. And sure enough, it isn't just a minute. It says landing, or landed.
Yeah.
And we pull out and go to the terminal, and I drop Betty out to help her get her bags. And then I'm circling, So I do get to make a few laps.
Oh, yeah. I've been there.
But so we picked her. It really went fairly smooth considering everything. But that I was like, does everybody know about cell waiting? I'd never heard that term before.
Yeah, I will say this. I know there's disadvantages, and I certainly am aware of those because of the limitations sometimes on the flights, especially direct flights, of Birmingham and living in Birmingham, Alabama. But when you're picking someone up from the airport, the Birmingham experience is 1,000 times simpler than these other the Atlantas and the Chicagos and it really is a pretty simple process.
I think what I had done in the past, a lot of times if I'm picking up somebody by myself, I will park in the parking deck and then go in to help them get their luggage and just roll it to the car and drive off. So that's probably why I've missed the cell parking.
Yeah, me too. But I've only used the
having
cell.
that extra person is a big help. You know.
Yeah, I've never used the cell. I mean, I did use the cell one time, and I mean it's great. It certainly serves a purpose, but I just found for me, the person's texting me saying we're taking off, and then texting me saying we landed. And I'm just waiting, and then I do the few circles and pick them up. It was, because you can communicate with people almost up to the last minute anyway if they're sitting in the plane.
Yeah.
So I didn't use it much after that. I didn't found it to be all that necessary. And now if somebody's got a lot of luggage, then you gotta.
Well, I'll be using that again.
Yeah. Because it's really simple at Birmingham. You just.
Is that something they do at other airports? I had never heard of this concept.
Yeah, they do.
I learned something yesterday.
Well, and you thought FTX was all you were going to learn about.
I know it.
You know,
I'm moving forward in the world.
Look
man.
at you.
And let me tell you too, I got to see a convoy of military helicopters come in and land too. There was about 5, 6, 7 of them landed while we were waiting, and that was kind of cool.
You had a big airport day, didn't you?
I did. I hadn't planned on it, but I did.
How'd Caitlin like the I missed my flight experience?
Well, you know, Rick, how all of us, when we do something stupid,
we punish ourselves.
Yeah, and she was pretty hard on herself yesterday. And, you know, I told Betty, I said, you know, lessons learned, we can tell our kids something. We can show them us going through it. But until, you know, this is part of the growing up process.
Absolutely.
Until you do it yourself and you reap the consequences of it, that's when you will implement changes in your life to fix it.
No question.
And so I doubt, I imagine next time that she has a direct flight and that she will set 2 or 3 alarms.
No, yeah. I mean,
and
that's
probably getting to bed a little earlier.
That's the learning process. the like Greg was,
but she's home safely, and we're glad.
That's good. Like Greg's a great story about teaching John.
Yep.
When John wouldn't take anybody's lunch.
Yeah.
And he was like,
"You're gonna learn."
Well, John, what are you gonna do? Well, I'm gonna sit here hungry all day, and I bet I won't forget my lunch again.
That's right. You know? It only takes once, and it makes a memory.
No, it does.
Makes a memory.
Yeah, that's. But that's. I'm glad she's home, and really, on the grand scheme of things, it could have been a lot worse. You know, when you start missing flights, you can end up with coming in the middle of the night and all that. 4:30 wasn't too bad.
No, we lucked out because if she'd have missed that one, it would have been several hours later. You know, flying standby, and. She told me, she said she was there and, you know, there was like 1 seat left and they called the person who was supposed to have that seat. She was second on the list, you know, because they put your names up there, you know, the order.
Uh-oh.
And whoever it was didn't show up. So they called her and she goes up and does her ticket, gets her ticket, scans and is headed down the ramp to get on the plane. And she hears the guy screaming, "Hold the plane. That's coming. That's coming."
Oh, sorry, pal.
Well, now he's going to have to learn. He's going to teach John.
Yeah, he's going to learn while he stands there and watch the plane.
If you're
back
first
there.
in line for standby, you better hang around that gate.
And I think she even asked one of the flight attendants, said, I'm standby, but I hear somebody screaming out there.
Right.
She goes, if you scanned, you're in. He'll have to catch the next one.
Boom. Oh, gosh.
Rick, how about that look on his face as that plane backed down?
Wait a minute. But that's on him. You can't leave the gate if you're on standby in the number 1 slot.
Can't do it.
And I mean, that flight took off at 2 o'clock, so you had all day to get there.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's true.
All right,
Come on now.
We'll be back. Well, I'm glad Caitlin's home, and I'm glad you've learned about cell waiting.
Love cell waiting.
You're a cutting-edge traveler now.
I know it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so, you know, I just realized I need to send Adler, who's put some pictures up, like the mud pictures we just saw from Bubba's trip with he and Super Tom went out. Super Tom got a deer. We went out this past Friday. Been doing this for a lot of years.
Rick, before you do that, I want Greg to know I had to come along too. If needed.
Oh, did you?
If
You were
needed.
prepared.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, Greg was, you know, he was kind of looking at you like, you know, I'm not hearing.
I could not get a piece of tin out of my mind after hearing Greg talk about how there's
we
power
drove
company
across
trucks.
10 many times.
And could you almost hear in the back?
Do they have it in a trailer behind them, or how do they do
Yeah,
it?
if we knew we were going to a rough spot, we put it in the pole trailer.
Did you hear Greg?
I'm gonna have to get me a tin trailer.
There
Rick.
it is.
Did you hear in the background Greg saying, "I don't know if we got twos, pull this off"?
I hate I missed it because I like a good mud sticking.
Oh, yeah.
Ain't nothing like it.
Well, let me tell you, there was one point, and that I thought, well, and it was raining, and we were about as far away from home as I could get. So it was going to be a haul to get back in. And Rick, let me tell you, you know me, and y'all joke me about I wear snake boots year round.
Yeah, well, you
do. Very few times do I ever wear rubber boots. The only time I do it is when I go to Dream Ranch. I don't think I've ever wore rubber boots where we were hunting this weekend until Sunday.
Well, you had to.
Well, there's rubber snake boots.
It was.
Why are we wearing snake boots when it's 20 degrees?
Greg,
we've had some
it's just full protection.
Okay.
You never know.
Well, you might as well wear a motorcycle helmet too then, in case its limb falls out.
Well, we've been out. We were dog hunting close to Eufaula one time, and a guy shot a snake, and it was.
I was with you,
right
Bubba.
at freezing.
I was with you that day.
I bet he wasn't moving very good.
I couldn't believe it.
Well,
I don't know.
Well,
I
that's
know it was big and it was moving. I don't know how fast it was moving, but it was moving.
You know, there's
and
a time.
It was 20 degrees.
So you're talking about the very feared winter rattler?
Yes, guys.
He got out there on a rock, warming himself up, didn't he?
I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't.
That is weird.
Yeah. I saw things different a lot. And
Rick,
the kid nearly stepped on it, too.
Just when I'd kind of put it away, hey, there's a time of year you don't have to worry about this. Boom,
Right.
There it is.
Yeah, that's all you needed.
That was it.
All right, so we were going, and we've gone there for years. As a matter of fact, it's the Wingos were producing pictures of all of our kids when they were just tiny little things.
Funny.
So we headed out with your good friend Rich Wingo, who invites us toward the what used to be. It's not anymore in our state, but it used to be the last weekend of our American whitetail deer hunting season in Alabama. But they've now extended that to February the 10th. So this is not the last weekend anymore. But he's still, for them down there, they're kind of getting ready to kind of wrap up the season. So we were able to go, and it was great. And it was me, and then two of my sons, Brooks and Brody, Big Love and Taz, and then Speedy got down there, and then Juliet Tango, JT. Bubba, JT is just
he's precious, isn't he?
He is a precious. I mean, but JT, it's like JT is so, fearful of everything that there's nothing that ever enters JT's mind. Hey, I'm a guest. Let me be low maintenance. You know what I mean? No. That never enters JT's mind. He's petrified of certain things, and he would like for everybody to adapt to it. I think JT, he's more concerned about being killed than actually killing something. You know what I mean?
That's true. He needs to be that liability guy for some big company.
Yeah.
That just looks for exposure everywhere.
And he's always the woe is me, like, oh no, right there. I'll tell you, hey, Bubba, put me out there. I have to walk over. You tell you what's going to happen. You got no idea where you are. You're looking around, so nobody can find you. He starts doing these scenarios, these doomsday scenarios of what's going to happen to him. At one point, I asked him, I said, JT, you do know that hunting involves going out in the woods.
Right.
I mean, at one point, I think they almost had him talked into staying back at the house because they have a green field off there, that one off there to the side, and just let him sit on the porch.
Across the lake.
Well, Rick, I was in the same cart going out the very first hunt of the weekend,
right.
And there was a Y in the road, and I was going to go to the left, and he was going to the right, and Rich said, "Okay, JT, it's 200 or 300 yards down. What? I got to walk."
No, I know.
And he goes, "Yeah,
Yes,
it's
buddy.
it's 200 or 300 yards." Well, what if something comes out? I mean, what about the pigs and what about the meth labs? And he was like, "No, buddy, there's no meth labs on our property,
here.
okay?"
Right.
And then he goes, "Well, what if I can't find it?" JT, this road runs into the green field. Matter of fact, you would have to step over the shooting house, which you can't do.
Right.
You're going to be okay. Well, okay, let me get my pistol. But you don't need your pistol. He was really distraught. He did not want to walk.
Oh, what he said, we're driving down there. So you got any idea where I'm going to be put? I said, I don't, JT. I don't have any idea, no. I'd like to see a shooting house, maybe drop me about 20 feet from it. I'd like to be up off the ground. It's not nothing, He goes, and by the way, has anybody checked these shooting houses?
Yeah, what's in them?
And then they start telling horror stories of rat nest and stuff. And some JT's looking at me, that face he puts on.
Well, you Rick, in fairness, most everybody thinks about. They think about those kind of things. You just don't say anything.
Right.
6'6",
we be big. From themanchurch.com, Scott Dawson, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, Sand Spring Baptist. This Saturday night, they kick off the men's discipleship strategy. For those of you that email and say, hey, is there a church near me that's doing the discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com? Well, if you're in the Lawrenceburg, Kentucky area, Sand Spring is going to start tomorrow night. So Dawson will kick it off. They'll put you into the small groups. You got options there. and they'll roll through one of our curriculum for year one. And then I think Dawson's staying. I'm pretty sure I can confirm he's going to also preach Sunday morning. So even ladies in that area, you can go and hear Scott Dawson. And you've heard us talk about him. If you've never heard him preach, make a priority to be there. In Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, Sunday morning, and Men for You Saturday night. And that's Sand Spring Baptist. All right, so Bubba, I will tell you this. I'm going to do my best to stay engaged on this FTX thing.
No,
it's so overwhelming.
It's really not that good a story.
I don't even understand I don't understand any of this cryptocurrency
and
stuff.
Adler has gone out of his way to give us a cheat sheet.
Well, he knows the most about crypto than any of us in here.
Well, here's the thing. It is a cryptocurrency
sort of
company, and they have left a lot of people hanging for a lot of money, and the guy that was running it, Sam Bankman, which is odd that his name would be Bankman.
Really odd.
Is he's resigned and retreated to the Bahamas, and of course the FBI is trying to run him down now. I don't know why the delay in getting him. I feel like if he had been a big contributor to the Republicans, they would have raided his house in the middle of the night with people jumping out of helicopters, like they did the Trump guys. But that is the thing. This guy donated $30 million to the Democrats in this last election cycle, second only to Warren Buffett, and had promised a whole lot more for the next round. But Rick, this is this thing about crypto. They're selling make-believe money.
Right.
Okay. It's not even monopoly money, because monopoly money is printed on a piece of paper. And I know there's a bunch of people that's fired up about the New World Order and crypto and all that, because it's a consumer based currency. But and look, for all the wrongs that the Federal Reserve makes in the United States, and I know we got inflation now and all that, but as long as we have a battleship floating somewhere, that dollar is going to mean something. You know. It's never going to go totally away.
Right. Well, let me. I know we left the gold standard, but still, it's
we couldn't have grown the economy. No. That's the reason they did that. Now, I like having something to back up the dollar, but again, there was going to be a limit, because there was only so much gold, and there's probably a debate how much we really got. I'd love to tour Fort Knox. I've been to the gate before, but I've never been in there. The best view I had was during the movie Goldfinger, James Bond.
So, Adler, you may help us here. Looking at all the things you had here, and I will list this. Crypto, Bubba, you have already pointed out. I'm going to try to get down to C student Calhoun County. This FTX guy, which seems like to me, this Sam Bankman, I mean, he looks like a stoner, okay? And he's hiding in his penthouse in the Bahamas. As you said, Bubba, he funded a lot of the Democratic Party's candidates.
$30 million worth.
So he got people to give him their money. Goes back, and then he pretended that he had a currency that it looks like it didn't even really ever exist. You see things like the crypto deposited by customers weren't even recorded on the balance sheet.
Well, Rick, it was run like a lemonade stand. That's the problem. Right. I mean, if you're going to do a cryptocurrency,
no cash management system.
Yeah, you've got to run it like a bank.
Right.
And he was running it like a lemonade stand. He was they were making loans to him, and I mean the hedge fund that they operated loaned him $1 billion. Rick loaned him $1 billion.
Right, and so that goes back to this. It's almost like what the Chrisleys did. In another way. Another way, you get people to loan you real money, pretending you have something you don't really have.
Yes, it's like a street shell game in New York.
Right. And does he not know eventually that this would happen? Because this can't go on.
Well,
one thing, I don't want us to be critical of number 4. FTX, a company valued at $32 billion, never had board meetings. Now let's not be critical of that.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that let's not be critical of that. Well, I'm gonna tell you.
One man's board meeting is another man's fishing trip.
You're right. I'm gonna just be so transparent right now. I have been, thankful, and it is kind over the years to be asked whether I wanted to be on certain boards and things like that. The only board that I am still on, I think, is one that has allowed me to be part of it, but I don't have to come to any meetings. And I'm not making that up.
Well, you're on one, I know of.
Yeah, am I? I'm on another one.
Yeah, you're on the Rick and Bubba Inc. board.
Are we a board?
Yeah.
I thought we were just. Am I just?
We
is
have
it,
to have that.
Well, we've never met about anything.
Well, Rick, we have.
Well, okay, have we? Okay. So anyway,
like I said,
we meet every day.
One man's board meeting is another man's fishing.
Well, we
trip.
meet every day.
You're right.
Okay.
Right.
Well, it sounds like the two boards I'm on both have given me the same arrangement. You know what I mean? But if there's one that starts requiring me to come to a bunch of meetings, I'm out. I just can't do it.
Well,
I mean,
we're not big meeting people.
No, so let's not.
I
Be
mean,
critical
sometimes
about
you need to plan. I got that, but there's so much other you can do during the day.
Now, I don't mind going to meetings where we make decisions. That I like.
Right.
But where
you don't see that a lot.
No, there's not a lot of that out there. So they had no cash management system. They didn't keep any proper records of who they employed. Certain employees can't even be located, which could mean they were fake. Records, very few. Most decisions were made over chat, with messages automatically deleted after a certain time. You talked about the loans they got.
Well, here's the thing, and this is where the story and why it's become a story. John Ray III is the new CEO of this bankrupt cryptocurrency firm. He was probably appointed by a judge to do that because he has experience in this. He also took over Enron when it was in a disaster. And he's saying that this company is in much worse shape than Enron ever was, and the crimes committed are much worse than Bernie Madoff did. And he said this is the biggest financial disaster he's ever seen.
Yeah, it's more money than Enron.
Oh, yeah, a lot more.
So this is a bigger deal than Enron.
And then the question has come about, why and where did the regulatory system break down on this? And this is where it becomes political. They're saying, well, he was donating $30 million to the Democrats, so the Democrats in charge made sure that no one ever looked at them. And that's where it's going to become political and get real nasty.
Oh, man.
That will end up being the story.
Yeah, you're right, it will.
But you have to wonder, you have a group here that never met, that raised literally billions of dollars selling something that doesn't exist.
Right.
Now, somebody help me with that?
Well, I will tell you, from some of the other things I've seen, this has become quite popular.
Yeah. And the whole point of the blockchain and cryptocurrency is that everybody has a ledger that everyone can look at, and it's all documented on the blockchain.
Theoretically.
And so they went against all of that, and it melted down totally.
Top of the hour, and now he's holed up in his penthouse in the Bahamas.
Rick and Bubba.
God! So anyway.
That was all week.
Let's talk about this topic, Allegiance Gold. We just had a conversation about this on the show, and one of the things that we were talking about was the gold standard. You remember that? Precious metals.
And Rick, this is something you can hold.
Yeah, this is,
and it's
something,
rather heavy.
Yeah, and all the uncertainty of currency now more than ever. Now, did you know this, Bubba? And of course, you can see it if you got your latest update from wherever you have your IRA or your 401k. But also, a report just recently came in that American household net income, okay, this is how bad it is out there right now, has dropped by over $6 trillion. Now that's just in the second quarter of the year. That's the most. Hear me now. That's the most on record. We already know the administration is doing everything in their power to keep you in the dark till what? After we get through. Midterms was part of it, so you're about to start seeing some of it because they were doing it trying to get to the midterms. Then you're going to see them keep you in the dark till we get to the next presidential election because they're going to do everything they can to keep us from looking down at just basic information going, this administration is destroying my finances. So what you need to do is there's nothing you can do about that. You can't control the Biden administration unless you get enough momentum to vote them out. But what you can do is that you can protect the consequences of their policies. And one of the ways to do that is to get Allegiance Gold to give you some expertise and help you protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold and silver, or, and I'm telling you, I may be getting more in this camp, have it delivered securely right to the door. Allegiance Gold has some of the highest ratings in the industry. Go to protectwithrickbubba.com. Get the best offer yet, up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase when you tell them Rick and Bubba sent you. Now, you can also call them, 844-790-9191, or go to protectwithrickbubba.com. One time I looked and he was out on the porch sipping coffee. Greg, hey, guys, have a good hunt out there. Look,
be careful.
Look, he left camo, was in relaxed, sitting around and relaxed fit khakis.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Well, we made him put on that camo for the picture. But look, because I said, you can't. He's
got his dress
pants
on.
Like he's hunting in khakis.
That's true. if it wasn't for him making him put on that camo jacket, you should see what he had on.
Greg, we come in and guess who's making breakfast? JT.
Oh, yeah.
JT and Rich Wingo's wife. You look, they go over again. It's like JT's like part of the he's like the cook of the camp cook. Hey, you want the other cheese and yanks?
We were leaving. He said, "See y'all Friday."
He's coming back. So we'll come back. JT, he tags out early.
Hey, Rick, I was sitting.
He wasn't afraid to shoot. I'll tell you that.
I was sitting.
Got it over with.
Close.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, we're back 866 We Be Big. Much to cover today. Looking back over the weekend, some of the boys got to get out and do a little hunting, and got some pretty good stories from that, including bringing old JT back in the mix. Hey, how about JT says, how come people are constantly telling me y'all are on the air talking about me? I said, yeah, we talk about you. JT actually does it's interesting. Some markets we're on the same station with JT. Other markets we are on different stations. And then in the Birmingham market, we actually compete with JT. Mm-hmm. He's actually on the same time we are.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I hear him on all kinds of things.
Yeah. So, but it's funny, and we've remain friends. So we go out, and, of course, JT's asked 100 questions. I asked him, when was the last time his rifle was sighted in? JT said 3 years ago.
Well, it must be on.
And it had rust on it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course it did, Rick.
And so then there started JT, you need to use another gun. Do we do somebody? And I said, my boys are not hunting this afternoon. You want to use one of theirs? Nah, I think I'm going to stay here. I'm used to this gun. So, and it turned out that it was fine based on what happened next. So I lost all contact because I don't know what it is. And with Wingo, he's a dear friend and, one of those kind of guys you want your sons to be around. But he says that he's tired of me this trip, of me being in my comfort zone. He said, this is my goal this weekend. I'm taking Burgess out of his comfort zone. Mm-hmm. First of all, starting this afternoon, you're hunting with a crossbow. I'm like, what? And he's like, which just means I don't want you to shoot with my big deer. That's what that means.
That's right, because he loves them, Rick.
And I said, they're just deer, And so he said, you and I are going to sit together. Like we do that one hunt every time we're together, so we get caught up and we talk. My favorite line is when we get down, like we'd been out there for 2 hours, and, of course, we've talked about everything. I mean, we've gone to the deep spiritual, to the stuff and updating each other on everything. And then he's like, this field really usually fills up. We haven't seen many deer. Why do you think? I said, could it be we've been talking for 2 hours?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
might be the problem.
in a ladder stand?
Yeah.
So anyway.
In a ladder stand?
Yeah, in a ladder stand. Yeah. So I've got the crossbow. And there was one doe that nearly he wanted to take some does out too, that was just about to walk right in front of him. And I was really fired up about shooting that crossbow because I'd tried to get it dialed in the back. And then, of course, I think she smelled us. And then she still came in the field. It's so funny. She just went, I'm not coming here, though. Going around another way. And then she got out of range, almost like she knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
And we did see some great deer and had a great time together. So we're just out there hanging out. Now, one thing you got to know, we talked about it for years, Rich Wingo, who invites us down, great guy, he loves to go to Livingston, Alabama, and eat at Diamond Jim's.
Oh, my goodness.
And it is incredible.
It's good.
So that's about a what? Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, and Blazing Silverman. Taking your phone calls at 866 We Be Big. All right, as we come back, welcome back. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, blessed, and thank all of you for joining us. We do appreciate it, because without you, we would be talking to ourselves probably at a fruit stand somewhere on a secondary highway.
Yes. All right, and again, I'm going to forget the name of it again, Rick. All right, so you
real quick, can I mention one thing?
Well, of course you can.
We have one story we'll get back to during the show, that Ole Miss has offered Lane Kiffin a new contract, which I think would say he must be being pursued by other teams.
Yeah. Or just the talk of it has got him.
And so
we'll get back to that.
We'll get to the back of that, and we'll let the two teams know who. Look, there's two pretty well-known programs. Y'all got Beth Mowens this weekend. It's not good.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rick, what we're going to talk about now, electric cars have been a big topic in the country, and the move to more
solar,
green energy,
wind,
and all that stuff. And we've pointed out there's some problems in some of this that we're not. Maybe we're moving. And look, let me say again, I always have to underline this: no one is for dirty air or dirty water. No, okay, that person doesn't exist here. But
it's just like people that
we gotta be grown-ups about what we're doing and how we're doing it, because unfortunately, I'm afraid we have a bunch of textbook libs that are trying to dictate life here in this country, and it's they're just not realistic. I mean, there's grown-up things in the world that have to happen, and sometimes they don't want to hear it, so they ignore it. And so this was a little package that I texted you guys yesterday that PragerU produced, and it backs up some of the things we've been talking about. Now, I don't have a problem with electric cars. I've rode in several. I've drove. I wouldn't mind having one.
That's not the point of the
that's not the point of this. The point is how we're going about trying to change this, and is it too fast, and can we do it? And I've even asked one of my very top-notch electric car consultant to monitor this and give me his input on it.
And also, don't forget, when you're hearing things like 2035 and this PragerU does a tremendous job with these presentations.
Yeah, very good.
Sherry Burgess is the biggest PragerU fan on the planet. and the reason why is they do what we try to do, and that is to say, let me break this down to something that a C student from Calhoun County could understand and follow. And this is important for you to be informed, like Bubba's saying, because there's propaganda going on this green movement that they are not telling you the whole story, and they're pretending that we are in a place that we just aren't, and you need to know about the limitations of solar, wind, and the things that we need in order to have everybody in an electric car. So it's unpacked by PragerU. Pay attention. It's really straightforward, really easy to follow, and you need this information when people are telling you things that just aren't true. Here we go.
We need to do, and we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, is expand the power that we have on the grid. When we talk about 2035, many years out, that all new cars are going to be EVs, we're also assuming a much different infrastructure. And there are some pressures being put, and there's a lot of money in that recent bill to say we're going to get more chargers, we're going to get more solar panels, we're going to get more incentives for people to do this. And so there is the assumption, but it's still an assumption, that we will have a much more strong, powerful grid to plug into.
Wind and solar will power the world of tomorrow, and tomorrow isn't far off. It's time to wake up. You're having a dream. Here's the reality. Oil, natural gas, and coal provide 84% of all the world's energy.
That's a lot.
That's down just 2 percentage points from 20 years ago. And oil still powers nearly 97% of all global transportation. Contrary to headlines claiming that we're rapidly transitioning away from fossil fuels, it's just not happening. 2 decades and $5 trillion of governments investing in green energy, and we've barely moved the needle. This was supposed to be easy. Why is it so hard? In a word, rocks. To get the same amount of energy from solar and wind that we now get from fossil fuels, we're going to have to massively increase mining by more than 1,000%.
Yeah.
This isn't speculation, this is physics. Copper, iron ore, silicon, nickel, chromium, zinc, cobalt, lithium, graphite, and rare earth metals like neodymium. We need them all. And then those metals and materials have to be turned into motors, turbine blades, solar panels, batteries, and hundreds of other industrial components. That also takes lots of energy, which requires even more mining. As a World Bank study put it, these green technologies are in fact significantly more material intensive than our current energy mix. That may be the understatement of the century. Raw materials account for 50 to 70% of the costs to manufacture both solar panels and batteries. Until now, it hasn't really mattered that much because wind and solar still account for only a few percentage points of the global energy supply. They're an applause line for environmentalists, not a major energy player, and it's unlikely they will be in the foreseeable future. But for the sake of argument, let's say we sharply ramp up mining. Where would these new mines be located? Well, for one, China. That country is today the single largest source of most of our critical energy materials. The United States is not only a minor player, but is dependent on imports for 100% of 17 critical minerals. Do we want to give China more political and economic leverage? Europe has made itself dependent on Russia for 40% of its natural gas. How well has that worked out? Ironically, we have all the minerals we need right here in North America.
Of course.
But good luck trying to get them out of the ground. Proposals to build mines in the United States and increasingly almost everywhere else meet fierce opposition, if not outright bans.
So there you go.
What we really need to do, and we.
Here's, if you want to take it and get it even more simplified, and that's what I did after watching this, and the guy did a great job of laying it out. We are saying that we're going to move away from these fossil fuels to a new green energy that will require all these elements to be mined while we refuse to do any mining, and we're not going to mine for the things we would need to do it. We're going to let China do it, even though we would have the ability to do it ourselves. So we're trying to go to an energy that's going to require things that we will not allow ourselves to actually get.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
Good night.
Rick, when you just look at petroleum,
it's going to be more mining, 1,000% increase to be able to do what they want to do by 2035.
You know, we hear no new drilling, no new this, no new that. The government's playing games with this. If you listen to the people that run the oil organizations, that even where they're opening up for drilling, they're creating. It's real hard to get a lease to even drive the oil over land to get it to places where it can be refined, and that's how they're getting you. I mean, they're just throwing up roadblocks everywhere while they're telling everybody, "Oh yeah, we're giving leases." But they're throwing, sabotage in the system all the way to the gas pump. But even if you don't need it for gas, and we've talked about this, depending on whose numbers you want to play with, 40 to 60% of every barrel of oil goes to plastics. You have to have that to make plastic.
Yep.
And plastics are a big part of electric cars and electric batteries. I mean, you can't. Rick, it's crazy. It's like, we're gonna make a cake, but we're not allowed to go to the grocery store. I mean, how do you do that?
Now, that's exactly what they've set up. And so understand, too, that when you hear all this stuff that sounds good and makes you want to support certain parties and candidates, they're throwing around this green stuff to you. But this researcher said, if you will look, and the World Bank says it, too. You can research it for yourself. We have only moved away from fossil fuels about 2%.
For all that money we've invested over the last 20 years.
Trillions. And 97% of the transportation needed to move things is still on fossil fuel. And the way that we produce fossil fuel is a simpler process than what it's going to take to move to solar, wind, and electric. And 17 of the minerals that you need to provide the thing for these things to be manufactured, we won't allow you to mine in North America.
So you're going to depend on
so now this increase of 1,000% on mining, which we demonize, of course, is mainly either going to be somewhere else, or we're going to have to mine here while spending we've got one political party that treats mining like it's evil, but yet we're going to have to mine even more if we're going to move to solar, wind, and batteries.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I think you can stop with the last analogy you use. We're being told to make cake, but you're not allowed to go get the ingredients.
And most people I guarantee you, from the hype and the money that's spent on the green energy, assumed that they've probably done a lot more than just 2%. That we're close to eliminating it. I mean, we're talking about electric cars in 2035.
We're nowhere near close.
But that's what I'm saying. Most people probably think, well, we're headed that way. I mean, 2035, we're going to be an electric car, so we must have this green energy up and kicking. It must be really doing well.
The thing, too, and somebody had pointed this out, and again, I'm not against electric cars. I wish I had one. Tried to buy one time. If think about in a war scenario, and of course you hope you're never in that, but all you have to do is take down our power grid. We have no transportation if everybody's on electric cars. Now, there's no way to blow up every gas station.
Yeah. Now don't forget, don't forget too, the fantasy world we live in. Did you hear them talking about on the NBC story that started it? So we're going to have even a better grid. Based on what? It's like when Elizabeth Warren said, "We're going to come up with a way to do things. It's not been invented yet, but it'll be invented, and we'll invent it, and that's where we'll replace the jobs."
Rick and Bubba.
Half-hour ride from there?
Yeah, probably so.
Yeah, maybe 20 to 30 minutes. So he tells everybody, now look, on Friday's hunt, don't anybody. He's the one that brought up, which many people have hunted for years agree with. Mm-hmm. And Bubba just experienced it this past weekend on his last story.
Yeah.
There ain't nothing mess up a deer hunt more than somebody shoot a deer.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so
don't mess it up.
So he's like, look, if you see a monster, put it down. And he said even does are good because all I'm gonna do then is donate it to this family that's near here. We'll drop that by on the way out, and they, we keep them with meat and they love it. And he said so monster or a doe that we'll just drop off on our way out.
That's right.
Nobody mess up Diamond Jim's. Us getting there. He's right. And one time, a bold statement. Got us a 6:45 table. I said 6:45. We ain't gonna,
a little early.
We ain't gonna make it. You know what I mean? Not
deer season 7 at best.
Yeah. So anyway, of course, we've been sitting there, and then Speedy, you're communicating with JT, right? And what is
well, it's so bad there. Sometimes you
he
get
keeps asking me what's going to happen at dark.
Yeah, you get one bar of cell service, and then it goes and says no service. It's just back and forth. So he texts me and says, "Hey man, have you seen anything?" And I text back and I'm go, "No." I said, "But it's a beautiful setup. I'm just waiting." I'm thinking, man, I'm gonna run out of bullets. There's gonna be so many things come through here.
Right.
Of course, I didn't see anything, but he says, "Hey, I got a spike and a button head on the field. Hey, I just didn't want to scare you because we were close. I'm about to shoot." And I replied back. I said, "No, don't shoot those two.
Right.
And then he says, "Hey, my cell is getting low." Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden I hear, and I'm thinking, oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we heard that, too.
I'm thinking, did he just shoot one of those two deer?
I know.
Please tell me he didn't do that.
Know.
So I'm like, is that you? Is that you? And then you start coming back. Hey, who was that?
Right.
And then he comes back and goes, hey, shot a doe. And I'm like, okay, does he think the buttonhead is a doe? So now I'm worried that he's made a mistake. Mm-hmm. And he says, no, it's laying in the field. About 30 minutes later, and I'm like, what is going on? And that's when you said, easy now.
Yeah.
You actually said
I just typed the word easy.
But now his cell
Don one.
That's what I thought it was, yeah.
Now his cell is dead, though.
Right.
And so I have no way to communicate with him. But I know it's him because it's knocking me out of my stand. It's so close.
Of course, I'm having to deal with now the nervous Wingo. What's he doing?
Yeah.
What's happening?
30 minutes after that, I'm like, that's 3 shots.
I know.
What is going on over there?
I know.
And so I wait, and Wingo finally picks me up after dropping everybody else off and getting to me. And he goes, hey, what's going on? And I said, I don't know. JT has shot 3 times. I know his one doe down. I don't know after that. So now the nervous ride to JT, and you know me, I'm a nervous wreck because I don't want JT to have made a mistake because I'll feel like it's me, even though it's not. It's just how I am. And so we get there, and sure enough, there's a doe laying in the middle of the field. And I'm like, man, okay, there's one. So we actually stop, put it in the back, and then go get him at the shooting house. And Rich says, all right, where's the other does? He goes, I don't know, but my 8-point's right over there.
All right, now let me chime in on this. Because we're sitting there, and then all of a sudden, we knew that Gary Palmer, Congressman Gary Palmer, was going to arrive, but he was going to get there after we were out, so he was going to go to a place that was near where the house was.
Backfield.
Yeah, so where we're sitting is not that far from the house either. The field that Rich won't let anybody shoot anything on.
Right.
And so we're sitting there, but you'll see tons. I probably saw 30 deer.
Sure.
But anyway, so we hear, I mean, like right on us, and all of a sudden he looks at me and goes, that's Gary Palmer. and all of a sudden, so then I see his face. I'm like, Rich? He goes, does really weren't an issue. You just drop them on the way out. Diamond Gems. If that's a buck, I mean, we're going to have to cape it. This is an issue. So then I tell Gary, is that you? And he sends me, he says, yeah, 9 point. And I just look at Rich's face. So
when JT said
he knows the bucks are going to be more complicated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, we got to get to the food.
Well, when JT said I don't know, but my 8 points right over there, he went back to put his rifle, leaned it up against the shooting house, and when he did that, it was just Rich and I. We were just sitting there, and he said, "We're in a handle," and I said, "We're in quite a dilemma." And I looked at him. I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Diamond Gems."
I know. Look, there's the 8 point that JT shot. There's JT with.
Now, Rich knows he can invite us just to go eat, right?
Right. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. But I mean, we don't have to. Yeah. I mean, we could all just say let's eat diamond. But now
they serve meals outside of deer season, right?
Well, in a bad. And now see, I bought into this attitude now.
Yeah.
So he sends me to Gary Palmer, and he comes to get y'all.
Yeah.
So I get over there and I say, all right, Palmer, where is he? And Rich had already had that look about when he saw 9 point. And I don't know if Rich names these deer or whatever.
Yeah.
And he goes, you know what? I think I missed it. He said, I think it was a clean miss. He said, I knew I shouldn't have brought this gun. I was worried about whether it was sighted. Well, I think, okay.
Here we are, baby, wrapping up. We're in the final weeks of our 28th year. Well, our 29th birthday coming up first week of January of 2023. Still here. And thank you guys that have been with us, some of you, the entire time. But we move forward. All right, so the next thing on the list, and you mentioned it, Bubba, still to come, Greg, better known as Papa to his grandchildren,
Poppy,
went to one of his grandkids, had a Thanksgiving presentation. You all remember that?
First one I've been to.
You remember doing that with all your kids. Now you do it with your grandkids.
Yeah, this is our first one.
Which also makes me a little bit nervous that my conclusion that I'll never go back to Disney World may be wrong. Because I forgot about this whole grandparenting thing that may come at some point. So you're there. So let's, Bubba, you mentioned it. The football coach search going on. There's always a little turnover as we get toward the end of the year. One of the more prominent programs, Auburn, is they're looking for a new football coach. Some people basically throw these names around: Hugh Freeze, Lane Kiffin, of course, Mike O'Shea. From the Canadian Football League, and there's a little bit of momentum Helmsley's bringing up. There's a little bit of spark on Dabo Sweeney, just a little bit of something.
I want to go on record. I want to go on record.
I think Helmsley brought it up.
I don't necessarily think that. I'm just saying
somebody
that's
said.
Out there.
No, you brought it up.
Somebody said
it is out there,
and it's out there a lot. Probably more than it needs to be.
Okay,
and I could make a good argument of why that would be good for him and Auburn.
Yeah, I think there's too much. I think there's too much
true.
Bama in him, but there might be a check that could solve that.
Yeah.
Well, Rick, we were talking about the break. I mean, this idea that you had to play at the school or whatever is kind of a joke.
Kind of gone away now.
Saban didn't play at Alabama, and
it doesn't matter.
Pat Dye didn't play at Auburn. Vince Dooley didn't play at Georgia. They all were at other schools. So it's a job to them, and I think people forget that.
Oh, it is. So Lane Kiffin, you said this coming out of the break, but then you said we'd unpack it more. The report now is that Lane Kiffin has been offered a new deal with Ole Miss. They're trying to lock him down, and
it would make him. He's already the 11th highest paid coach.
This
in the
would move
country.
him into the top 10.
Yeah, it would make him in the top 10 according to the story we had.
Yeah, and so it's out of Jackson, Mississippi. Sports Talk Mississippi. They tweeted first that then they're trying to dive into the details of what they think the deal. All they're saying is it will make him the top 10, but as you said, it wouldn't take a lot to put him in the top 10. With how much?
$300,000, I think, increase would get him there.
Yeah, they think the offer will exceed $9 million per year, which would be a $2 million per year bump for Kiffin.
It's good to be the prom queen, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
And everybody needs me in competitive bidding.
Yeah, and didn't Liberty earlier in the year they up Freeze?
Yeah, they did.
So
they did.
Everybody's.
I think Kiffin's at 7.25 now.
Yeah,
if I remember that
this
right.
says this will put him over 9.
Oh, that's almost Jimbo Fisher money, isn't it?
And I heard on Freeze that the buyout's not bad though.
If
right.
Yeah, Auburn's most affordable coach to the level they want would be Hugh Freeze. Right. That's the most affordable.
And Freeze is making what now?
He's going to make a little over 5.
Yeah,
or
they go
between
over
4
5.
and 5.
And 5 for Liberty that's going into Conference USA.
And O'Shea's just a meal.
O'Shea's really
he's like a position coach.
I don't even know if the Blue
exactly.
Bombers even know what a payout is up there in Canada. You know,
That guy's trying to get ready for a Grey Cup.
Well, he ain't gonna worry about that until after the Grey Cup.
Right.
Look for a big announcement on Tuesday. But anyway, so that is that enough to the thing you're looking at, and I don't know what's most important to coaches, because the money Auburn would pay him, I would think, just as much as his new deal if he went, and then let's say the money's equal. You get down to, is my path to win a national championship in this very difficult league, can I get there and overcome these losses I have every year at Ole Miss, even though I'm having good seasons? There's these humps I just can't seem to get over. Do I have a better chance to build a program at Auburn that will get me over these humps, or can I keep building here at Ole Miss and get over these humps? Sometimes a program just says, well, you're taking us about as far as we can go.
Yep.
And now with the transfer portal, it's everything's changed, because now everybody can get players.
Yeah, the way to do it now is more readily available to everybody than it was in the past.
Yeah,
and you got to look NIL money.
That too.
That comes into play. So it's a different world out there.
You really can't make those assumptions anymore. You're right, because the world is so different. Sometimes you were saying, I'm at this program and I'm limited, but really with the transfer portal and the NIL deals, if I can get all that working for me, anybody can do it.
Yeah.
If you can get it to work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
theoretically, yes.
So some of the limitations you once had, you can kind of overcome that way.
Yep.
Yeah. So, back when you had to sit a year out if you transferred, people transfer that much.
Right.
Boy, if I can go and play immediately, I'm gone.
Yeah. So
where did this Dabo Swinney story come from?
Helmsy's got a source. He won't tell us who it is.
I heard it.
I'm going to guess it's somebody at the tennis facility.
I actually heard it on a sports show.
I think it's Ryan Brown.
There it is. Oh, I forgot.
No, I'm just kidding.
Did
Don't put that on Ryan today. It's all over the place.
I mean,
by the way, I do think this is interesting. Okay, his buyout is actually more if he goes to Alabama than anywhere else, which I find that interesting. In there, he's got a clause in there, so Clemson took care of that. But I'll tell you what's not in there: a different buyout for Auburn.
That's right.
Something somebody said.
Hey, he may be done with waiting on Nicholas to retire. He still wants to get in the SEC. This is his offer. And look, Auburn missed out on Kirby Smart. I don't think they're going to miss out on another one.
Bottom of the hour. We'll come back and take your phone calls. Blazing Silverman is ready to go. All 10 lines are available. What say you on the topics we've discussed so far? Our topic you want to bring up? 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back to drop off those on the way out.
Yeah.
And we're back on schedule. So I don't know that y'all have a buck over there.
Right. Well, little did you know at that time that our life is in danger as fast as Rich is trying to get out of there.
He's very reckless.
We put the buck in the back, and then now the three of us are in the front, and he is flying through mud. He's getting around, and JT's like, "Oh wow! I mean, should we slow down?" And I'm like, "Diamond Gems, yeah. JT. We're looking, and it's like 6:30, and he's got 6:45 reservations. And we're like, we're never gonna make it.
Well, it's funny, and JT, like I say, he gets so nervous. All the way down there, so it's about an hour and 45-minute ride. Every 18-wheeler was coming over on this. Whoa, now. I'm like, JT, I just passed. Hey, he's coming over. he's always thinking that catastrophic events are coming. All right, so moving ahead, Sean Hannity, I'm looking over the stories from today, and it says that Hannity's Twitter account is now deactivated. And he has a very active Twitter account, big time active. And they're saying they think someone hacked it?
Yeah, it was Saturday morning over the weekend. It's back up now, but it went down after putting a message out. It says form submission 1649, and then the page disappeared. And Twitter normally does not discuss accounts, but they said because Sean approved it, they said that they can confirm that the account had been compromised. Of course, now Alex Jones and others.
Here we go.
Now they're claiming that the government's behind it and all this. But it is weird because it's really unclear exactly why his Twitter account disappeared and was compromised.
They said about 2 hours earlier before this, it looked like Hannity had tweeted this cryptic message, form submission 1649. And then it was gone.
Now, what does that mean? Is that some kind of internal command or something?
Does this anything to do with the Illuminati?
I don't know. So they're not telling us what that means.
Now, in the story that the guys
that mean
are holding,
Taco Bell's about to go down. What does that mean?
Yeah, watch out.
in the story the guys are holding, it says that an employee on its last day did it, but they can't confirm that.
Yeah, I saw
now,
that.
are we talking about an employee for Twitter?
No,
or for Hannity?
It just. I don't know. What's the line there in y'all's story? What does it say exactly?
I thought it was Hannity's employee.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think is what the story says. But in this story, which is an update, to it, they said they cannot confirm that.
All right, now wait a minute.
Nobody knows what that code meant.
Wait, I got a flag. I got a flag.
Rick,
Throw it,
Rick. I think it's in Tangle A.
Let me have a flag on the plate. This says that the employee line belongs to Donald Trump. Says on November 2nd, Trump's Twitter account was deactivated for 11 minutes. Later, it was revealed it was the work of an employee on his last day.
Yeah, from Twitter. Yeah, it was a Twitter employee that deactivated his.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that story.
But I don't see anything that says anything about Hannity's being tied to any employee. The only thing in this story is the thing about Trump.
They were referring to something
that says employee.
The updated story that we have now that I was reading from says they can't confirm exactly how it is taken. It was taken off or compromised.
But it was. Bottom line is it was, and I don't know why. And they don't know what this little message, form submission 1649 means.
Form submission 1649.
Greg, that's your area.
Well,
Greg,
how do you not know what this code means, Greg?
Wow,
this
guys,
is so
deep.
your area.
That's some deep stuff.
Alex Jones is calling deep state.
Oh, I knew that was coming. So we don't know. We don't know whether that we have no confirmation whether this was somebody at Twitter. This is somebody that works with Hannity. We don't know, and they don't know what happened, but it's back, right?
Right.
So nobody really knows.
No.
Somebody with Tangle A.
I mean, somebody throwing that out there.
But everybody freaked out.
It was down for a while, but it's back now,
It's
right?
back, yeah,
but there wasn't messages going out that were hacked that were
That's what I thought. When I first saw it, I thought, oh no, somebody's acting like Sean's tweeting things that are very bad. But because that's what you'd want to do, right? But it didn't happen.
That'd be your point.
But Twitter did confirm it was compromised in some way.
Okay. Now I did. Did anybody watch the Grammys last night? I did not. Did you, Greg?
Briefly, I just so happened to be flipping when they did the little parody about what's the book about Trump,
Fire and Fury,
and they brought Hillary, showed her like they were showing them. They were talking about how you give Grammys for the written people reading the written word, and they showed Hillary's won one in the past. I didn't know that. Bill Clinton, a bunch of them.
I bet.
And anyway, they were showing these people were supposed to try
broadcast what he was reading.
Celebrities trying out. They were going to read it, and then of course she ended up being on there.
Oh, okay. Well, Bubba, you and I, we be big, just never been considered.
but just missed out.
But here's the thing, and
darn it,
I don't know what any of this music is. I stopped and I'm like you. I watched them nominate. I don't know what it was.
I didn't know
Song
what it
of the Year, or whatever, and everything they put up, I didn't know who it was.
I was actually thankful that Bruno Mars was winning stuff because at least I've heard of him.
Yeah, I did know who he was.
Mm-hmm. But I realized how old I was, and it was funny because and my wife was so spot on. Still to come, Papa, well, you know him better as the real Greg Burgess, goes to a Thanksgiving presentation, and we'll watch the performance of Ellis Burgess. That coming, I can't wait, by the way. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We're doing phone calls right now. Lines are available. Blazing Silverman will get you in here. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. How did you sleep last night? Speaking of sleeping, we were talking about that in the break. So it might be the mattress. If you're not sleeping well, it could be the mattress. What if you had a mattress that was designed and customized for you? Well, yeah. HelixSleep.com/Bubba did that for Greg and Lisa Burgess. And I guarantee he slept like a rock last night.
I did, Rick. It's hard to get up when I get up anyway.
Sure it is.
But how about when you're laying on a good old comfortable mattress and that clock goes off? How do you think that feels? Especially when it's custom made for the way I like to sleep.
Well, they ask you how you sleep. On your back, on your side, on your stomach. They want to know that. They want to know, do you like a mattress to be soft? Do you like it to be medium? Or you like it to be firm? They want to know all that. 16 different styles that are unique. They'll send it right there to your door. Sleep on it 100 nights. You're going to love it, so you're going to be keeping it. But let's say that for some reason you don't. They'll take it back, full refund. There you go. So your mattress will ship right to the door. And right now, if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, right now we save you $350. So no,
$350.
I mean, why would you do that? So do that. helixsleep.com/Bubba and or rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. To the phones we go. Travis, Aniana, Alabama. You can join us too if you'd like to. Hello, Travis. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good. Thank you, gentlemen. Good morning. I'd just like to talk about the electronic transportation infrastructure challenges and kind of put it in historical perspective. 10 years ago, we never thought we'd have been where we are already. And I kind of draw an analogy to that, to the aviation industry. In 1903, we flew 190 feet in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. 24 years later, we're flying across the Atlantic. People thought it was cool, but they all said, hey, there's no infrastructure. What are you going to do with that? So what? Just 30-something years later, we're flying across the Atlantic on British Airways and Pan Am jets. And just a decade and a little more later, we're going to the moon. So I know we have challenges with these new technologies, gentlemen, but I really think things are going to change. I think as humans, we tend to look at what's going on around us right this second and look for the problems. I think there's people smarter than us that are already well ahead of figuring out these solutions.
No,
so I really think there are problems.
Yeah, I would actually disagree with you. I agree with you on your point about we can do it. That I agree on. What I don't agree on is we have the best people on the job. Because what we have now is a political party that is using this as a political ploy. I hope you heard in the presentation the thing. See, no one ever said to at Kitty Hawk, y'all move forward, but we're going to demonize everything you need to make airplanes. That didn't happen. So they were able to they were able to freely advance that and research and build and experiment and try. What if they had been told, well, most of what you need to take aviation forward, we've demonized as a political party, and you're not allowed to have it? Wouldn't you think that would have made that?
There's historical context. There's the context for that, too. Look at the 1940s and 50s after World War II with the transportation highway system. They did exactly that. The nation had thousands of miles of commuter trolleys and other lines. The highway system came in. The political parties pushed that, demonized everybody else, put those industries out of business. They're gone. They do not exist because of a political decision. So I know what you're saying. I really just believe, guys, that we're on the cusp of something different, just like
no question.
Turn to the last century.
No question. I do believe that one day this will be the way we travel. I totally agree with you on that. But looking at there is a game going on that we're further along than we are. And there's also a game going on that if we'll just if you're doing it because it's a better way for transportation like the airlines, but if we're doing it thinking based on the carbon emissions, green, save the world garbage, that's only limiting us from moving forward quicker.
Yeah, you're right. And I work in the rail industry.
It's not going to save the world.
We'd have electric locomotives.
Yeah.
It's not, but it's happening. The private industry is doing it as well. My rail industry is, 10 years ago, I never thought we'd have electric locomotives. Mm-hmm. We're looking to have 3 of them in service by next quarter. We're building them ourselves without government funding, without any government involvement.
There you go. Now turn over, let the private sector do their job and let our entrepreneurs and our brilliant people have the freedom. We'll move along much quicker. But some of these obstacles that are standing in the way have got to be resolved or we're never going to get there.
Yeah, necessity is the mother of invention.
Right.
But, it seems like so many times the government is in the way, slowing down the process.
Right.
If you could ever get them to see the vision and to help the private sector move forward with this, as opposed to being in the way and always causing problems, I think that would be a move in the right direction.
Yeah, let me be clear. I'm not the old fogey that says we're always going to keep transporting ourselves the way we always have, because you point out correctly, well, then I would be ignoring a tremendous amount of history. That's not the issue. Bubba said it too. My issue is not anti-electric vehicle. My issue is pretending that it can do things or pretending we're in a position that we really aren't in. The fakeness of that is my problem, and I don't think it's necessary. Let's keep researching. Let's keep moving. Let's keep trying to offer other ways to provide energy, but let's not pretend, that we're further along than we are, which is what we're doing right now, and let's also not demonize things that we know we got to have in order to do it and for those to operate efficiently enough. And keep in mind, we're talking about affecting the whole world.
Right.
Our own country is just a small piece of this puzzle. And
we could be perfect. We could be completely green, and it's not going to matter if China and India are not.
Mike in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good, man. Hope you're okay.
Hey, look, love y'all's show. Love what you're doing, and I love that you stand for the Lord and all that, all your views and things that go with that. But I want to throw out there, you guys just mentioned SEC stuff and coaches and stuff. How do y'all feel about the new SEC structure that's coming out? I heard about it yesterday.
Well, have they actually said they're going to do that, or are they just kind of talking about it?
The news report I heard on the radio yesterday said they actually announced it, that when Texas and Oklahoma come in, they're going to implement it.
So have they voted on it yet?
I don't think they have. And I may be totally wrong, but I saw the story this morning. I glanced at it, and what they are throwing around is doing away with the divisions.
Right.
And just, you'll rotate who you play and all that. And probably, if I read it right, the two top teams will go play for the championship.
Right, but to the point, is that official now?
I don't think it would be. I don't think they've had time to vote on it, because all the schools would have to vote on it. Right?
I agree. Yeah, maybe the idea has been thrown out. He wanted to know what.
But you may be right,
idea.
Sir. I don't know. We'll try to research it here.
What would you think about that?
It would have probably been the lead story this morning, but I did not think it had been implemented. I thought they were just talking about it.
Darvin in Alabama. Darvin, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know, what do you think about Cadillac Williams staying at Auburn as the head coach?
I don't think that's a good idea.
And no vote yet on what the caller said.
No, I don't.
No, I think he's doing a great job right now, and I think he has a lot of passion, and I love that. And I don't know if he is ready to be head coach all the time yet. I mean, it's a process to do that. It's not one of those things they plug in. But I think he's coming up through the coaching ranks and has a very bright future.
Absolutely.
No matter what happens.
Absolutely. And I also think he's done a really good job in the role he's been put in. And I'm not even talking about wins and losses. I'm talking about bringing energy to this university, for this university to say to coaches who would be considering coming there as the head coach with a lot more experience than Cadillac has as a head coach of a major university. And so that to me, that job he's done quite well to make it. Let me look at the energy of last week. If I'm a coach considering coming to Auburn, I think Auburn was saying, "Look at us, we're ready to win championships if you can come here and put together as a team." So I think the job he's doing now on that is actually good. But head coach,
just lack of experience.
Yeah, him being hired as the head coach of Auburn University, I do not agree that that's the right thing to do.
Do you, ma'am? Do you think that's the? She gone?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I wanted to hear her thoughts.
Yeah,
because there's a lot of people pushing for that.
Yeah, I think she did. I think. I mean, just based on.
And it's just, my opinion is just based on.
But to
experience.
me, that's emotional.
You don't start in a job like an SEC job after you've been coaching 3-4 years in college.
But I think he brings a lot to that, and he's the running backs coach now. He's recruiting very well,
building a resume.
And I certainly hope that whoever gets that job, if it's not him, will retain him and keep him in the pipeline.
Absolutely. But I would.
Him and Zach Etheridge.
Yeah, I think a lot of Auburn fans, and I've seen it on social media, that think that he should be a really legitimate consideration to be the head football coach at Auburn. I think that's based more on emotion than actually logic.
And who knows? He may end up being a coaching star one of these days.
Sure. I'm not saying ever. I'm talking about this. But I was asked a specific question about this opportunity.
Right. This place, this time.
Right, yeah. Let's go to Jackson in Millbrook. Jackson, go ahead.
Hey, guys, just talking about the Auburn football coaching carousel. I mean, when does Auburn look in the mirror and go, hey, we might be the problem.
Yeah, it might be me. Someone who's been divorced a bunch of times, at some point, you have to say, maybe I'm the problem.
Well, I think you have to break it down and look at really where the problem has been. And you can base that on first-round draft picks and their success and whatever. I think Auburn's problem has been on the line the last few years. They just don't control the line of scrimmage. I think they got some skill players.
Yeah, but you have to ask the question, why can't they get them?
Well, it goes back to the coach again.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And we've had coaches say they've got over there, looked at it, considered the job, and said, wow, there's a mess over here. We don't want any part of that. And that's a real thing that a lot of people are talking about.
And I don't know what all that really means.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't either. 14 minutes to the top, 866 We Be Big. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I said, I got to go in here. I'm going to scan the Grammys because one of the kids said something about, hey, the Grammys are there tonight or whatever. And I said, I got to scan this just in case there's some big story tomorrow. And she goes, Rick, don't do this to yourself. She goes, you're going to go in there and get so frustrated. And why do that?
Yeah.
You know, your blood pressure's at a good place right now. And she was right. I mean, I didn't have it on. I didn't have it on 30 seconds. And there's just, I'm trying to muster if I have the effort to make this point. Okay.
Right.
You know, because it's going to require me to.
I think I know where you're going.
You probably do. Here's the thing. You know, the thing that bothers me about the entertainment left is there really isn't any consistency. And again, what I have sincerity about any of it. And what I have to tell myself is, Rick, you said 1,000 times in this mic, Rick, don't look for consistency from people whose whole worldview is based on emotions and feelings and seeing which way the wind blows. Rick, why are you frustrated by that? You've already said
you had the answer to your question.
That's right. But I would just like to make this point.
You just hate to think it's really that way, but it's just so consistently inconsistent.
And let me be honest. I've examined my own life throughout time, and I've corrected some things, and I'm sure there's more to correct. That if I look and I say, well, Rick, you're being inconsistent because the thing you're saying in your own life, you don't do it. So then what I really do is the truth, not what I say. We've talked about that a lot. And so you make those corrections to be consistent with what you claim to believe or claim there's a problem. And we talked about this in general, but I'm just going to hone in on the Grammys, okay? So we have a female come out again with the time up. What is it?
Time's up.
Time's up. Let me be perfectly clear. Talked about this even yesterday when I got to wrap up things at the church that was kind enough to let me come in and do a series. The fact that we don't deal with some of this accountability of the behavior of people, including men, is the reason why we have a bunch of men running around like a bunch of animals, okay? So first of all, every single man that has ever mistreated a woman if this really happened, should be held accountable, and it solely is their fault. All right, y'all hear me? Did everybody hear that? Mm-hmm. If a man has mistreated a woman.
You're talking about the mistreater.
The mistreater.
Not the victim.
Not the victim. Yes. Every single man, if a man has done something, said something crude, bad behavior, came on to a woman that he shouldn't have, certainly held someone's job over their head, was constantly trying to force them to do things they don't want to do. Anybody who treats women disrespectfully, that solely is their fault no matter what the environment is, because you got to be bigger than that. And I say that to my sons. I say that it's our job to even protect women from themselves. With that being said, because I'm not a person that says, well, hey, man, they had it coming. Not because that. But now I'm going to jump over in that camp a minute because I do need to make this point. Now let's talk about wisdom on the female side. Look, you say, like I said, I may say that I should be able to leave my car unlocked with my keys in it and my billfold on the dash.
Because stealing is bad.
And if somebody stole it, they would be responsible for stealing it because that's on them. However, I was pretty naive to think, well, they shouldn't do that, so they won't. I'm not going to make it easier for them to do it.
Protect yourself.
Understood? I just have a little bit of problem, especially in popular music, that females are up there talking about how women are not objects, and then in their videos, they act like objects. Mm-hmm. I'm very confused by wearing no clothing, barely having clothing on, humping and grinding in videos, and then you're going to give us a speech on the behavior of men and how you want to be seen as valuable. You want to be you want to be treated with respect. All of that's true, and men should. And those that don't should be held accountable. But ladies, if I could just, for a minute, I think I'd rather hear that speech from a woman who actually carries herself with dignity and is talking about that we are women that should be respected by all men, but yet to sell records or to sell movies, you play to a man's lowest denominator. You use your body and you say, look at my body, I hope you're intrigued by it, buy my record, watch my video, go to my movie. I don't understand that. You just don't seem to have a lot of credibility making the speech.
It's just not wise.
Why don't you behave in a way that doesn't create that environment as well, just for your own benefit? Or do you really care about this? Or are you the stripper that's taking the dollar bills and then laughing about how men are, so I'm gonna take advantage of them? Which one is it? I'm just confused about it, because it seems like if you don't want to be seen that way, you wouldn't behave that way either. Still the responsibility of the men not to act inappropriately, 100%. But some of the behavior, especially of pop music females.
Oh, I know.
What? Y'all gonna do a time's up speech to everybody? Is the number. Dayton Moore is our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. General manager and later president of baseball operations for the Kansas City Royals, 6 full seasons. And joined them in 2006, took them to the World Series in 2014, 2015, winning it in 2015. He was also, prior to that, with the Atlanta Braves during their 14 straight divisional title run. So we talked to him about leadership and about how you build a championship team, and it really was a very interesting conversation, and I hope you'll catch it this weekend. Greg, I was looking around yesterday. I'd heard you mention this, and I'd forgotten about it, and I was trying to find you yesterday because I know that's your long day on Thursday, and all of a sudden I remembered, and Speedy told me, Greg's at the Thanksgiving play extravaganza.
Well, I got 3 grandkids, 1 on the way, but they're all young. So this is the first time that we've got to go to something like this. Ellis goes to school a couple of days a week, getting started. He's 3. He'll be 4 in January. But anyway, so they have Thanksgiving. Like I said, this is the first one we've had as grandparents. And you never know what's going to happen. You don't know if they're going to withdraw.
Yep.
The reactions, there was a bunch of kids up there. Some of them were dancing like crazy. Some of them were crying.
I love it.
Some of them were hung in a stare.
So they either melt down or they're all in.
Exactly.
And there's always that it's usually a boy that sticks his tongue out at everybody the whole time he's
Absolutely.
up there.
Had that. But anyway, and it's kind of long. You're probably going to watch the whole thing, but it's just funny. Put it this way. He was not the one just standing there.
Okay, so this is Ellis right here. Those of you that may have never seen Ellis. So do I need audio? Yeah. So here. Greg.
Wait till he sees his reflection behind him.
Okay. He's getting all in.
Yes. Here it comes, Rick.
Okay.
Look, he's doing 2, and look, watch he gets his fingers mixed up.
Yeah,
I'm getting a little nervous at this point.
He's trying to get his 2. He learned something from
That's what I was afraid of.
He was learning something from Papa. Greg, him trying to get his fingers right. Look what he learned from Papa. All right, so
here we go.
Now we're moving around.
Yeah, he starts kicking.
We're back.
So is that a turkey they're doing there?
I think it's a squirrel.
Oh, we got one. Greg!
He crashed into the wall.
Yeah.
I know. Look. Now there's a showstopper up front.
Oh,
there.
I see the showstopper up
She's
front.
really dancing hard.
Boy, we just.
Oh, look, there's showstopper.
And then look at crying behind her. Look, screaming.
There's one crying.
Yeah, look, there's another one crying.
You can have that.
Where they're singing 2 by 2 about the ark.
Oh, yeah. 2 by 2. Okay.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Ellis can't quite get his 2 right, so he's come to 1. No, there's 2. There's a good 2.
He's kind of watching that young
lady.
Greg.
He sees his
tipped
reflection.
his hat into the reflection.
He sees his reflection.
He's making faces.
You see him tip his hat to his reflection?
Yeah. He loved it.
It was great. It was better than I thought it would be.
Oh, that's good stuff.
Listen, every now and then, I've got a bunch of different footage, but at one point he's kicking so high, just kicking.
Yeah.
It is just hilarious.
The fact that he gives himself a tip of the hat.
Yeah, he sees himself and he gives him a tip.
And he kept trying to get that 2 right. He finally got it down.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous. I know. Well, it looked like Papa taught him something.
Yeah. He threw the first one up and it was good. Then he tried to, I don't know what.
Oh, look, there's the tip of that.
The tip of the hat.
Love this.
Oh, listen, I look forward to those little stuff like that. And they got a lot of them ahead of me.
Oh, I'm telling you.
Man,
So.
that's gold.
Yeah, that is the, I mean.
Rick. Fell, crashed into the wall.
Let's see.
dog is doing.
Oh, he's doing a dog. I see. The dog is getting. I got him right there. He ain't big on it.
No.
That's good.
Oh, hey.
What animal? He really got stirred up on one animal. He was really trying to.
It was an owl.
Oh, is that what it was?
An owl, yeah.
He get that from you too?
He did.
Greg Burgess. It shows.
But it was better than I thought it would be.
Oh,
it was
sure.
really fun.
Now, did you do the filming?
I did a little. That was Lisa's phone.
Okay, I knew it was pretty good.
I got some on my phone. They didn't turn out that good, but look, there we are afterwards. And there's Marion in there with us, his little sister.
His little baby sister. There's Marion. How'd Marion do during
She did great. There was a brand new real baby in there, and boy, she was pointing at it like she thought it was one of her babies.
Did you tell them how he came in?
Oh, when he came up on the stage, and Kelsey said, "I've been telling him y'all are coming."
Yeah.
But he walked out and he seen me and Lisa and he screamed, "There's Papa and Lily." He was pointing. He didn't know we were going to be there.
Well, there's Papa and Lily.
From the stage. He was
From the
screaming.
stage.
Man,
that's it. That's when they spot you in the crowd. A lot of times, if you watch them, when they're that age, they have to identify somebody they know in the crowd so they can settle.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
They come out, first thing they're doing is they're trying to spot you. When they spot you, they're like, we're good.
But like I said, because then it was a pretty age group. They were young. The older, he's probably one of the older ones at 3. And the rest, but
so this is like a Mother's Day out kind of thing. Yeah.
So you had some that were just standing there screaming. It was pretty funny when you scanned. You got them dancing, and somebody was sitting there.
Right, complete meltdown.
And the parents had to go get them in the middle of it. It was funny.
No.
Oh, it was hilarious.
Yeah. And you really, of course, they got the stage up there, so you didn't have that option. Sometimes, especially if you're doing something at church where they put those risers. Sometimes they'll spot somebody and just get down and go to them.
Oh, yeah.
Right I'm out. Checking out.
But as a grandparent, that had to be kind of nice because you're just sitting back and you don't care what happens.
Oh, no, I was loving it. I wanted
no pressure.
I wanted a lot of jumping, singing.
No pressure.
If he wanted to throw his hat, whatever.
Right. I
wanted something to happen. I didn't want him just standing there.
Well, Greg, congratulations.
Yeah,
you got it. It went well for you.
So he's like his dad. Taylor, when he was little, he was like that.
Oh, yes. He reminds me so much of Taylor.
He looks a lot like
Yes, he
him,
does.
too.
But the fact that
does he like Christmas lights?
I think we haven't exposed him to him.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I got a big announcement coming up next hour.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
So anyway, but no, the thing about that is how much he's like Taylor. But then when you look how Taylor was as a kid, and he's so much more laid back as a man.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah, I know.
It's really
opposite,
it's almost like like Taylor can't even believe the way he was. When
he don't like.
Yeah, he kind of probably wishes we quit bringing it up.
Well, no, we have to.
When he thought it was Garth Brooks, he wants all that to go away.
Or the Hulk? What about the Hulk?
The Hulk, yeah, he's turned the Hulk a lot.
But didn't we say that though during all that? I mean, we
Oh, well, shut up.
Oh wow,
That's an oldie but a goodie.
I wonder if the voice is a little bit similar.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Hey, they fired up about 2 by 2.
Good job, Papa and Lily.
The teacher announced it before that song. She goes, "Now this is their favorite one," and boy, you could tell it.
Well, they went crazy.
They
You let
loved
us
2
act
by
like
2.
animals. 2 by 2.
They loved it.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be right back. Also, the Elite Grade 8 coming in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I just didn't think it had a lot of credibility. It's hard for me to take you serious because you don't roll around in the water with see-through clothing on, and very little with your butt up in there, bumping and grinding, and then say, I want to be treated with respect. It doesn't wash with me.
Real inconsistent, isn't it?
We'll be back. We have an intern program that we have lovingly called Rick and Bubba University. And these are we take young minds and we try to mold them into, one thing. They're trying to earn a degree in common sense, which we all acknowledge, including Dave Ramsey. That has become a superpower.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is uncommon now. So we try to teach them the ways of the world and to send them out to see if we can't turn, where we're headed, which is we're just in a wagon. Just everybody's just piled in there and the wheels are coming off and we're just plowing I mean, just in a handbasket to hell. So what we're doing is we try to take these young minds and see if we can't go out there, and infiltrate society with some people with some sense.
Yeah.
And so we now, Bubba, there's a process you'll be following along as you're new to the show. From time to time, we will give them their Rick and Bubba name because all of our interns must receive a Rick and Bubba nickname, and you, the audience, help us. And we're about to give a nickname to Kevin Dukes of Crestview, Florida, currently attending University of Alabama. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, how tall are you?
6'4".
6'4", you a big fella.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, so
Not play a little ball?
Did you play a little ball? I heard you only played in the marching band.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, but why didn't you do both? What's up?
I don't know. I mean, I was never really any good at sports, so I just got in the band. I kind of liked it. Like, I wish I would have.
Really?
stuck
So,
with football,
oh, you
but-
do? You wish you would have played some more football?
I believe we could turn him into a rush in.
Oh, I'll tell you, I could have brought you
Stand
off
up
the corner.
in.
We'd have to work on your feet a little bit.
XFL's coming back. You can try out.
There you go. What would you like to play? Would you like to play for the Stampede? So what is the what instrument did you play in the marching band?
I played the trumpet.
Oh, really? Little brass fella.
Yes,
You
sir.
play any other things?
That's it. And I
Just-
really don't even play anymore, so I just
Easy.
You set it down, huh?
That's right. You done with it?
Done.
Yes,
Intern
sir.
Gabriel.
I wanted him to play.
Okay, so
I was hoping he'd come in here and give us a little New Orleans jazz.
I was too.
I wasn't that good at it.
You like that? And
Put
little,
the,
you
put
like
the
a little,
thing in the end of it. What do you call it? Stuff it.
I was mainly in it for the trips.
You're in it for the trips.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I marched in the
Intern field trip.
2012 Tournament of Roses parade.
Yeah.
So that
Oh,
was
watch
pretty cool.
out.
Oh, you went to the Tournament of Roses. Well, let's jot that down.
How about that?
Of course, you in the band too. You easy over there, start flirting with the dance line a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah, sure you do.
Look at me! Look at my yakety trumpet. All right, so
It always bothered me when y'all had to dump that spit out of it. When they turn it upside down,
Yeah.
and spit out
Well,
of it.
you got to, Greg. Where you want it to go?
I know. That's just kind of something.
So you wanna learn how to do some production?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see that. Mark, you wanna learn some marketing and promotion? We can help you with that. Don't have our
Are
news.
you looking at your phone?
Our news department's a little shaky.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
I got his resume right here on my phone.
I think we ought to crank a news department up, Rick.
You know why not?
Why not?
Yeah. News.
Well, we do need
Kevin
somebody to cover
Dukes.
the Olympics.
Hey, Greg. News. Kevin Dukes.
Reporting.
And
When
then-
we
I'm
jump
the news
around, it's kind of like
department.
that.
Yeah.
Bubba, he hopes to get real work experience in our field. He says he wants to gain the skills necessary to make it in this industry, and he believes, and this is a statement we'll see, that interning with the Rick and Bubba show will prepare me for what's next.
Well, I agree with that.
I agree with that.
hear you, buddy.
So have you ever had any nicknames before?
I kind of got one in middle school, but never really caught on.
Come on with it.
I used to be called Dukinator. So
Dukinator?
Dukinator.
Oh, I like
Dukinator.
I don't even know what it means, but I like it.
Intern Dukinator.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So some
like
of my buddies still call me that, but
Duke.
it's not like a thing really.
It's not like a thing.
I like the Dukes of Tuscaloosa County.
That's a good one. That's a good one. All
Dukes
right.
of T-Town.
What about
Uncle Dukinator.
It's good.
Okay.
All right, who's
that's
been in
real
here?
good.
Somebody's dropped a Dukinator.
I knew that one was coming.
Yeah,
Well,
you saw that.
I don't know if we should vote.
You can see the horses coming around the bend, couldn't you?
Yeah.
What about have you have any other hobbies? What are things you like to do? Do you hunt, fish, dance?
I fish a lot.
You fish a
Oh,
lot.
I like that.
Big saltwater fisherman.
But you like to get on that blue water.
Yes, sir.
That.
Like just everything, like snapper grouper fishing, jack fishing, trolling for wahoo, just a little bit of everything.
Intern Wahoo.
Intern CC.
He's big enough he could wrestle swordfish.
How about intern Amberjack? That Amberjack, that's tough to get them off the bottom. That's like
is.
pulling a car off the bottom.
Yeah, we got some spots. My brother got some spots. They have some. They caught some.
What do you keep looking at over here?
I think it's a nervous twitch.
It's a nervous spin.
I've looked 3 times to see who's standing. All right, so, so
Well, he's just rotating in his little swivel chair.
stay right in here. Stay right in
Yeah,
here.
stay right there.
You got to stand in front.
Well,
of
we're training, man.
Yeah,
You're
that's
learning.
part of it. Where you learning, right?
Intern Cottonmouth.
You're not going to make it far in this industry if you keep looking away.
Yeah.
You got to stand right up
Duke
in
and Wahoo.
That's right.
Calm down.
Yes.
Intern Twitch.
Please don't think that there's going to be multiple shows that have made it doing everything wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
Intern,
We
look,
already got that box checked.
intern, look to the left.
that's right. Well, I had a good one, but I'm on the go.
He's a go-getter. I do like his effort around here. I mean,
good
you're
work
working,
ethic.
You're working hard.
Probably one of the best. Probably one of the best early breakfast getters we've ever had.
Yeah, well, get on it quick. That's the key.
You got that dialed in.
Well, Helms has shown the interns that it can be done.
Right. It's just
we had some that I think they got lost. Speaking of Tuscaloosa, I think they went through there trying to find it.
Right. It's almost like my sons gave him a ride down to Bowling.
Yeah.
It's on that GPS. Six minutes now past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. America's favorite radio show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Blazing Silverman. He's taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG, banging out a degree in common sense, which is now, of course, a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here and glad to see the Elite Eight in here today.
The old Elite.
And they're just glad to be in out of the cold.
Yeah, the Elite Grade 8 are in here.
It's chilly out there.
They're settled in. They brought goodies, and for some reason, big ears. But
love my big ears.
rubber ears. Yeah,
is the heater working in the hall out there? Yeah, it was on one day when it wasn't that cold, and then I wondered if it was on.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what else I've noticed? I meant to ask y'all this. Well, never mind. I better not.
I know where you're bringing it up.
You look like a
What's going on there?
I don't know.
I'll let's talk about it in the break. I'm probably not supposed to talk about it.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Please look at Speedy.
It's hard to take you seriously.
What are you talking about?
Rick, Speedy, that's really good.
You're like a mouse.
That is really good.
I don't know why we have big ears, but one of the listeners brought big ears in today. Yep. Thank you.
Adler, I think he looks like a Ferengi from Star Trek.
Yes.
What is that? He looks kind of like a mouse. Yeah. You know, like a little mouse.
They remember us talking
fun of
about
somebody's
big
ears?
ears because we'll talk about big ears in a second.
Yeah.
So
That's
they
great.
brought
Oh,
big
it's
ears
probably
in.
that sports guy. You know the guy we talk about on the NFL?
On the NFL channel. Goodness. He's still
Those
there?
ears are bigger than the one Speedy's got.
Is he still there?
Craig.
I think he is.
Oh, by the way, speaking of big ears.
Big ears or big nose?
Since big ears is a big topic today, and we have fake big ears.
Big ears. I can hide them.
I had not noticed this. You know how sometimes you don't notice this attribute on somebody or something, and somebody will draw your attention to it? You know, we'll even say here, would you rather me not bring this up? Because once I bring it up, it's all you're going to hear or see.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're sitting there watching the news maybe a week ago, and less than a week, and Sherry's sitting there with me. You know how the person will notice something like it's no big deal to them, and also you're like, oh, I've never noticed that. Sherry's like, wow, Marco Rubio's got big ears. And I went, he didn't have
Marco Rubio.
And then all of a sudden I looked. I said, he didn't have. And then all of a sudden I looked up. I was go, oh my gosh, his ears his ears are massive.
He does have really big
I've
ears.
never noticed that Marco Rubio has huge ears, but he does. Now this guy on the NFL channel, his jet out.
Oh, he looks like an elf.
Rubio's is up against his body, but they.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you who else.
That's not the shot.
Rick, I'm gonna tell you who else has got some ears that'll scare you.
I think something's happened to his ears.
He's got Spock ears. It's Tony Dungy.
Tony
Dungy.
Oh, I've never
he
noticed
does.
that.
He looks a little bit like the vampire on Salem's Lot.
I just don't pay that much attention to ears.
I don't either.
Oh, wow.
I try to
There they are. It looks like he had them pinned back.
Have you ever felt
Well,
your ears?
that is the good news. If you have ears like that, they pin them back.
Yeah.
How big are y'all's lobes? Let me check it
I
out.
got pretty good
That's
lobe,
more
bigger
what I'm
than I
talking about.
wanted to
Yeah, you can see in that angle. You can really tell.
Yeah.
I guess that
What are you
other angle is
talking
what I
about?
normally saw.
Tell him to get Tony Dungy up here and get a look at that.
What are you talking about?
It'll scare you.
What do you mean?
Your lobes? Did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know
Yeah.
what
Let me
you
see. Let me
said.
see yours. Let me check them out. How big are they?
Bubba doesn't have
Oh,
big
you got
ears.
standard.
No, mine nose.
Greg,
I got a
you
big
got some
nose.
big ones.
Yeah, a little
How's
pork chop.
mine look,
Yours
Speedy?
is standard.
Standard.
Yeah. Let me see your Burgess. Yeah, you Burgesses have big lobes.
I got a big nose.
I didn't know Marco Rubio had big
wide.
ears and small hands. That's news to me.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
yeah.
remember that.
All right.
I thought it was proven in a debate.
Fact.
Do y'all remember when that came up?
He
in
tried
the-
to. He tried to be
people
sharp, and everybody
holding up
turned
their
on him.
hand.
Oh my goodness.
That was embarrassing for the country.
It went. Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of embarrassing things for the country.
Yeah,
lately.
get in
You're
line.
right. That's a good point.
Get in line.
I do want to announce something involving Christmas cheer. So this goes on at the house, and we've had some new neighbors, and last year was for some of them the first year to ever see the illumination. But here's what happens: we put huge Christmas lights up on the house, and everybody always asks me what company does it. There's no way you're going to get them now. I mean, you have to book this stuff.
Yeah,
like a
you
year.
mentioned it. None of the rest of us could get lights.
By the way, it's been sold. It's been sold. So now I've got new people I'm dealing with.
Oh.
Have you ever got that point where you had the cell phone of the person that makes things happen? Now you have no cell phone. Now you just have to call the recording.
Go through the regular channel.
So anyway, when Bubba and I first moved to Birmingham from small town Alabama, one of the things that we were trying to find in the beginning, we realized that there was nobody that does landscaping that wasn't booked beyond repair. Okay, and remember, you and I were contacting some places, and I told you all of a sudden one day I went home and like the landscaping had been done and an invoice was left and I'd never even committed to them.
Right.
It's almost like, whenever we get a window, we'll come work on your house and you don't have no say in it. Well, this is very similar. They send you a thing every year, and as me as a longtime client, and all they want to know is you want before Thanksgiving or after. Okay, and so you have to try to play that calendar game on whenever they're available. So I do what most people who run their house. I'm head of the household. I ask Sherry what she wants to do. So anyway,
you want these before or after Thanksgiving?
Well, we delegate things.
Yeah.
And I walked in and I said, "So what do you want?" But you want everybody to see the lights. And like you, Bubba, over time our Thanksgiving is getting smaller. It's not as big as it was in the past. People get to where they can't travel like they once could. People have passed on.
I wish ours was a little big.
Yeah, and so ours is not overly big this year. And so I said, because there's always I want everybody that comes to Thanksgiving, if you're hosting, to see the lights.
Right.
Even though I bring up it's not Christmas, it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Well, they're Thanksgiving lights.
Yeah, but anyway, so she says, I'm really fired up about Christmas this year, and I'd like to go pre-Thanksgiving. But you never know. All you do is check pre-Thanksgiving. Mm-hmm. So they might come extremely early.
You may have Halloween lights.
Yeah, or they may come, and so all of a sudden you never know. And I drove home, and there they were. They were people everywhere. And I said, the lights are going up. And so I started getting excited. Well, as you can see, because of the way they're set up,
it's a nice picture.
They have to come on in phases. They can't all come on at the same time.
Yeah. Well, the neighborhood would go dark.
So then here comes the next.
Low.
Greg, then the next.
You need a sequencer on that, Rick.
Then the next decision is what? When do I say they start?
Right.
How long does it take? Because I want them to be on when it gets dark, but I don't want them on too early. But I certainly don't want them coming on the stages after the sun's go down, because now it looks terrible. Right. Half the house is lit, half of it's not, and then eventually it lights. Sure. And so
things you got to come up with, Rick.
Yeah, and so and
Clark Griswold,
and it's hard to figure, how long it takes for each one to come on. So
I love lights in the trees.
Oh,
like
Bubba, what's better than that?
I wish I had that all the time at the house.
So
some people do.
So anyway, this went on for a few days. But remember, there's never a point where you're being contacted. You're just waiting for the light people
it's
to
like
say.
The soup Nazi.
Let me. Yeah, very much. Hey, look, I want to show you something. I'm gonna get up.
Yep,
yeah.
Get it.
Yeah.
When you see guys standing up here,
that's pretty impressive.
Dangerous work.
That's impressive.
And Sherry was like,
like a billy goat.
She goes, are they in a harness? Mm-hmm. And the guy said, well, they're harnessed to each other. And I'm like, well, then they just drag the other one off the roof with them.
No, Rick, they're tied down.
Rick, I think everybody has to be tied off when they're doing that.
Certainly
due to OSHA rules. And
the answer is they had a harness. They had a harness. So anyway, so we get home and we're sitting, and then we didn't know because they said, oh, we're missing some this year. We got to go replace some. So you just don't know. And so we're sitting eating dinner last night, and I look outside and I see these lights. See the ones in the yard?
Yeah, I like those.
I said, baby, the lights are on. And so she goes, okay, let's go outside. We got to go officially look at the lights, and we got to sing. And Sherry's starting.
Sing.
Yeah, we have to sing.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
And so we walk out there, and then you have the yard lights are on, but the house isn't lit.
Oh no!
And then I said, well, Sherry, this isn't the production. This isn't the whole
Can't have
thing.
nothing.
So then we would go in, and then she would go. She was preparing for something. I was trying to get something done, and you would hear this. Some more came on, and then
Griswold standing in the front yard,
again.
Right?
Half the house,
and then we would run out and go, well, the back of the house is not lit, and then we'd go back in, and so I go all the way
range of emotions,
and then we both make the decision. Whatever time that it's starting, it's too late. We're gonna have to adjust that time.
Okay. You don't know, but somebody's turning off and
you
on the
adjust
garage
it,
light.
or do they adjust it?
They adjust it. I don't even know where those.
So you
things
just
are.
call them or text them and go, we need to adjust it to this.
I had to leave a voicemail now because I don't have the cell anymore. But anyway, so she gets into her project upstairs, something she's working on. I'm all the way downstairs now. It's like I've given up on it. I'm like, okay, we'll just do it. We'll get this figured out. All of a sudden, I hear from upstairs, the lights are on. They're all on. And then I just go, okay. And then I go back because now I'm settled. I don't
You'll
want
see him tomorrow night.
I don't want to come upstairs. I don't want to go outside anymore. Oh, we have to go out and look at the lights. And I'm like, I don't want to see the lights. Send me a picture. We always go out and see the lights. And I'm like, get up, Rick. And so then here I come up in the steps.
Right.
Because I'm getting too old to
And
go
you walk
down
up
the
to her and she goes,
Yeah, right. Yeah. Then I get to the top of the stairs and I'm looking for Sherry. Where are you? I walk outside. And I'm like, maybe you called me. What am I? You think I'm the abominable snowman from Rudolph? And so we go out and we stand up at the top of the driveway and we have to look at it on one side, then we have to walk through and go the other side and stand on these two peaks and look. So that's where these pictures came from. So we're officially illuminated. We're ready.
So I guess
got to adjust my come on time.
Each section is on its own timer. Mm-hmm. You're not on a sequencer then to come in.
I think it may be a sequencer, and it's when you start that you got to adjust.
Well, I mean, you could set them to come on quicker, I would think.
It felt to me last night, based on, remember, the company's been sold to new people. I mean,
just
I got new people
5
now.
or 10 seconds in between each section.
See, when I had the old condensate lights, is that the right word?
Yes.
It was a different animal. Now that I went LED, it got real simple. It felt like the delay between each station this year was much longer than it was in the past.
Sure, like can be adjusted.
Yeah, so we got to make some adjustments on how they're coming on, but they're on.
They look great. Nice. Yeah, when they're all on, they look good.
Merry Christmas.
And the guy was definitely tied off. It was at the top.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
How about
I want to reiterate that.
You just didn't see it.
Yeah.
They had harnesses on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Guy across the street, he can't believe I went pre-Thanksgiving this year.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh my gosh.
You think they were arguing? You think they were arguing among themselves?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't have said any more clear. Just look at the directions.
My kids make fun of me because I'll say I'm going to use GPS, but I still go to MapQuest to look at it one time.
Yeah.
Because I want to look at it and
Yeah.
know kind of where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
They think that's hilarious. Well, that's exactly a great example right there. Why?
How about Intern at MapQuest? See him looking around? Getting directions.
Intern North Star.
So you like to fish, love blue water fishing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's that Crestview, Florida coming out of it.
So we've got the last name Duke, which we can do a lot with.
Dukes.
But you can say Duke.
Yeah.
Dukinator.
Or Dookie.
We've got that he's 6'4"
Dukey's
plays the
my
trumpet.
brother.
6'4" plays the
Louis
trumpet.
Armstrong.
Was in the marching band. Louis Armstrong's good, Greg. But you don't even like.
I don't like when we do people's
You
names.
just did
I
something
can't
you
believe
don't
I
like.
said that.
Greg, what's wrong with you? So I've got Gabriel Dukinator, Uncle Dukinator. So we just go Uncle Dukinator, I guess. Dukes of Tuscaloosa, Wahoo, and MapQuest.
We must drop Uncle Duke because we already had an intern name that.
It's Dukinator. It's not Uncle.
Yeah, but the first time you said Uncle Dukinator.
Wait,
I want Uncle out.
Uncle's out completely.
Just Dukinator.
Just Dukinator.
Mm-hmm. Duke.
I like it.
Dukinator, Dukinator.
Watch out, Bubs.
All right, so that's it. All right, so we can run with anything else we need to know, Kevin, that may help us.
I used to go mudding a lot until I blew up my four-wheeler.
Oh, really?
I like mud.
I do too.
Bubba went mudding this weekend.
Duke
Yeah,
of
so
mud,
did I. I love
mud,
it.
mud, Duke of mud, mud.
Duke of Mud.
Greg, country music fans, Intern, Poncho, and Lefty.
How about that?
Okay. You like that song, Greg?
No.
Thank you, Greg, for cutting right
Duke
to
of
it.
mud.
You know I don't
mud,
like that.
Mud.
Okay. Okay, audience, you got to do better than this now.
They're coming in.
Intern
Good
nuclear bomb. Oh, nuclear bomb. That's funny. That's funny right there. Salt Life because of those shirts from from if you're out down there in the blue water. Salt Life. How you like that? I've seen those shirts.
Rick, I like Duke of mud, mud.
Duke of mud. That's pretty good. I like that too. Duke of mud. That's good.
I like Duke of anything we can sing
Yeah.
to.
All right, we'll come back. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Moby Duke.
Thank you, buddy. Your vote, please. Rick and Bubba Show. Hello. Rick and Bubba Show. You're on. Your vote, please.
Intern Dirty Duke.
Well, hey, we missed that. I'll be honest.
I've heard that one before.
There's two we've missed.
Oh,
that I'm mad about.
Greg, you know what? I'd have gone with Dirty Duke Slater.
Oh, man. That's good.
You're like, well, y'all just do stuff. All right, hi, Rick. Yeah, where we get Duke? Boy, I was pulling Duke out of nowhere. It's crazy. You got one nickname, you're sticking with it.
Bunch of Star Wars people.
Rick and Bubba Show, go ahead. Your vote, please.
Dukeinator, so you
Rick and Bubba Show, hello. Your vote, please.
Salty Duke.
Thank you. There's one of Greg's minions. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Dookie.
No. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Harambe Duke.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
Salty Duke.
All right, it looks like that's what it's going to be.
That's it.
Salty Duke. All right,
Drop the hammer.
New intern, Salty Duke. Salty Duke. Salty Duke. There he is, Salty Duke.
Boy, they just keep coming into my email. How about dropping the Duke?
All right, Salty Duke earns his way into Rick and Bubba University. He has been accepted. He is now a student, and let his classes begin.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So as we come back, Tiger Woods is now playing at golf, and someone shouts during his putt.
Rick, there's a video clip of him trying to putt, and the guy gets a little ahead of himself and yells while he's trying to putt, and Tiger misses it, and he is so Tiger unhappy.
Well, so it's a mad Tiger.
Mm-hmm. It's worse than that.
A blade of grass outside the right edge. He can keep the pace on this. It's going up the hill.
Oh, that was right in the middle of the stride. That was awful.
Listen, people start hollering, throw him out.
Enthusiasm a little premature with that one. Wow.
Watch Tiger. He's getting madder.
Oh, he's really starting to bother him now.
He wants to slap a stripper.
Greg.
We may be identifying who that culprit was here momentarily.
Look. So
Once
mad.
again, listen here.
Here it is again.
Guys, that's crazy.
22 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big. Still to come, we'll run down the college football matchups for the weekend. We'll warn two fan bases that you have been given Beth Mowens. And I know now you can hear the show in all kinds of ways, no matter where you are. But as far as us having, larger footprints from terrestrial radio and having a history there, I must tell you, Beth Mowens is going to be all in Rick and Bubba land. No, it does not look good. It's not a good one. So we got that for
Speedy,
you too.
we need to book her for a podcast.
Yes.
And we'll let her talk and then Rick talk, like we do when Gary's on.
Oh, that's good.
See,
That'd be great.
I bet she'd agree to that.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll line
You think
right
she
up.
knows?
Oh, she'd love
You think somebody told her that some jerk makes fun?
I'd love to be there for Rick and Bubba University.
But seriously,
we had Brandon
have a lot
Cox
of
on. He liked it, didn't he, Rick?
We have a
He
lot.
thought it was funny.
Yeah. We have a lot of connections in this audience. Somebody knows her. Have they told her?
I don't know.
Speedy's trying to kill you. It's official.
I know.
All right, so the elite grade 8 have been kind enough to bring some delicious food today.
Yes, they have.
He
Rick, we got all kinds of stuff.
By the way, did you meet the woman from Maryland?
I
that
sure
brought,
we
that
got
brought the seafood dip?
Maryland crab dip.
Yeah.
Had
Maryland
some.
shrimp.
Yeah, come on.
All kinds of Maryland stuff.
Up far left over here. Right
here.
there.
Oh. Right here.
Bubba, she brought the kind of shrimp you like.
Oh, yeah. She resides now in Bama, but she's from Maryland.
So we got
It's a banner day, buddy.
The taste of Maryland.
Also, I walk real slow when you go past these two from Harpersville because it's a speed trap right there.
Even like that.
I'll get you for going over 10.
But he didn't deny it. He said absolutely.
Have they got y'all before?
Yeah.
Yeah,
a long time. You learned, didn't you,
They've got
buddy?
me.
Greg, they got you coming back from hunting one time.
Yeah. They got Taylor not too long ago.
Well, we need to go to speed limit. That's what they're teaching us.
Yeah.
So, Bubba,
correct.
one of them was a
Childersburg got me.
One was a chocolate. So we have some chocolate cake today with.
Boy, do
is that Reese cups on the top of it?
It appears, Rick. Yes, it appears.
And it seems like Speedy has cut a piece for Bubba in hopes that he'll die.
It's no, he wanted a piece. It's a chocolate peanut butter cake.
That looks like a set of chalks at your chocolate truck.
I told him, I said, what am I supposed to stop the trailer with this?
Right.
Yeah, get them chalk blocks out.
It won't roll back.
Yeah, that's good, Greg. I told him, I said, look, you don't have to eat it all. but I didn't want to give you a small one, and then you'd be like, man, where is it?
I know it's a bit with you, but I always eat it off.
Well, you don't have to.
You know, I was taught to clean my plate as a kid.
Right.
Carry that with
Bubba,
me.
I honestly don't know that you can clean that one. That might be impossible.
Yeah, look, just eat that.
And if
I'm
you-
not going to do it to show y'all I can do it because I'm trying to do a little better, but I could do it.
If you were to consume that big a piece of chocolate cake with all the different sweets that are tied to that cake, the shock to your system is concerning to me.
Anything with a Reese cup
Rick,
on it.
I could sleep it off.
Yeah.
Well, this won't be my fault. He asked me to cut him.
And it's a big cake.
No, Speedy, no, that's like going up to Rick James and saying, "Don't do all of this cocaine."
Well,
It's exactly like it.
Well, we went with Rick James. is all
So
I-
good.
Thanks for that, Rick.
Just do part of it.
It's a really tall cake, so even if you just cut
It
a little
is.
section, it still looks like a big
But
piece.
I
mean, that's
don't
a
be
cake.
like this.
Well, he didn't have to eat it. He's grown.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I go
This
back
is
to
the thing you
Adler's
do,
point
embrace
again.
it.
I go
Okay.
back to Adler's point
It's
again.
the only way I can justify giving him a piece. Let me play it out.
You remember that time I took that guy out to a country restaurant for a meat and three and didn't know that he once weighed 400 pounds?
Well,
Yeah.
that was a bad day.
And I didn't know that. And then when
Took
he
him
went,
weeks to
buddy,
get over that.
He went off the wagon bad.
Have you had a bite, Bubba?
Well, the good news, Greg,
Break.
Greg, the good news is he might need a little bigger piece of cake because he hadn't had breakfast yet. Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a minute, he has.
Wait a minute.
Oh, you getting a little Reese's cup off there embedded into
Of
the
course
chocolate?
he did.
I ain't got time for lunch today, so I'll just, I'll front load.
Here we go.
Not the famous front load.
Bubba, if you start eating at
We
5
front load
a.m.
every day.
and stop at 10, you don't need lunch.
That's okay, Bubba. Just
A lot of
look.
days I don't eat lunch.
Know that I love you. I'm not sure about Speedy.
I know.
Okay.
I do. I do love him. That's why I cut him a piece.
So you take alcoholic to a bar. That's how you love him.
He asked me to cut him a piece, and so I cut him a piece of cake. That's it.
We just want Bubba to be happy.
Right.
That's
That's
right.
right.
Well, you
does
know
Bubba.
what? His running buddy ought to have. I'm going to get Greg a piece.
Do you realize how hard it is to be happy if you're not alive?
I know.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But spiritually, you would be.
Yeah, that's a good
in,
point,
in
though.
eternity and perfection if you've
Even
been
better.
If you've been redeemed. Now, if you haven't, it's going to be a tough ride. But the
Sure is good, by the way.
oh, I know. it
running
is.
buddy.
Now he's bringing me in.
Hey, let me have
Well,
it.
Greg, there's plenty for you over there on that.
Bubba,
side.
I'm
won't
gonna
you?
work my way out.
Bubba, won't you let me have that piece? I'll put it up and let's cut you a regular piece.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll just eat part of that.
Rick, he's front loading. He ain't gonna
Dun, 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 dun,
time for
dun,
lunch.
dun, dun, dun.
It's a very tasty cake.
The kind was made by your mother.
It is a chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
look, we got two.
Look what kind of piece he gave
Now he's gonna be a smart aleck. Look, running buddy got him a little piece. Running buddy got him just a tiny little piece.
That's perfect, Speedy. Thank you.
You are unbelievable.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
very much.
Yeah,
It is really
thanks, I love
good.
you, Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
Did you
I
not
tell you
want
what,
a
if
piece?
you ought to eat some crab dip and then eat, it's really good.
Oh,
yeah.
he'll get into that because he's not going to have lunch today. He's got a front load.
Front
I may
load.
not eat for 2 or 3 days.
Front load. You know you can
It's all a numbers
You know
game.
when you're front loading, you can have too much weight.
Yeah. You want me to take it from you now? Since you,
No.
Yeah.
Just leave it right there.
That'd be new.
Be leave her alone.
Look, it's whatever. I just don't like Speedy doing that. I think if you want to go get another piece, it needs to start out with a regular piece.
We're good.
but
You
he
know-
can eat half of it. He's not a child.
I know, but that's
Did y'all
pretty-
see Nancy Pelosi's not running for re-election to leadership for the demos?
Right.
Yeah.
Just-
Her and Steny Hoyer.
See, she finally broke her addiction of being in charge.
Well, by force.
Yeah. She wasn't gonna go away if she wasn't forced
No.
out. That's why you got to force them out.
How's it, Greg?
Excellent.
See, at least I just nibbled. I didn't dig in.
chocolate cake. Chocolate cake. It's super chocolate.
You got chocolate teeth now.
Bottom of the hour. Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big. We also have other stories to cover today. We'll jump through all of them as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What did he say?
Get in the hole.
Get in the hole.
And you can see the spectators behind Tiger.
That's it.
He was wanting to be the first one.
The OJs. The people all over the world.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, we have much to discuss, as I mentioned, and we will get into the State of the Union. I will tell y'all, Bubba made it even longer than I did. I knew I was in trouble because, it's a little late for us, and of course, I can't imagine how late that would have been one day for Florida. But we were sitting there, and I knew that it was coming up. I wanted to watch it, needed to watch it, for the show and all that. I had a very, very long day. Ended practice, coaching, got home, got something to eat. This has messed up my trying to do better schedule tremendously now that we're in season. So I said, well, I'm going to go do better now. So now I'm doing better late. And so I go do my little exercise deal. And I knew when I was done with that, no way I make it. Because after you do that, you sleep hard. You know what I mean? And I thought, so I sat down, and I guess I got through maybe 3 or 4 special guests and the money pouring back into the country because of the corporate tax rate, then I was gone. Nothing else I remember after that.
Same thing.
Yeah.
I was going to fight through it. I can't handle the stand up and clap. That drives me nuts.
I was telling Sherry
I got a few of those.
I told Sherry the whole time.
It was horrible. Mm-hmm. And then also I nodded off, and I woke up. I said, I'm just going to bed because every time I look up, and when I would wake up for a second, they would just be standing clapping.
It's part of it, Greg.
Well,
it's
just ridiculous.
It's just part of the way it's going to be done.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, it's kind of like how you start ball games with the national anthem.
No, they do it
just
the
something
whole
you're gonna have to
time.
do.
They do it the entire time.
You would like to be able to get a couple of lines in with that one. Here's the one I think, because I was looking for ways to trim it to make it shorter.
I get it when he walks out. I get that.
No, well, let me tell you, there's
or
one.
when you introduce guests.
We need to adjust that one. To me, we introduced him twice. The sergeant at arms introduced
I saw
it,
that.
and then they clap for a long time, and then the Speaker of the House introduces him again. So let's just have one introduction of the president.
Okay, I'll give you that.
And that's one standing O, if you like him.
This goes back to our British roots.
Oh yeah,
pomp and circumstance.
Yeah.
You're gonna have some of that.
Sure.
We got rid of the powdered wigs.
Right.
Okay,
2 introductions. I don't think it's necessary. One is enough.
Or once I start the address, then shut up until I'm done. You don't have to clap at every point that you like.
And then erupt.
And then at the end, you can either boo me or clap for me.
Yeah, it was weird.
Well,
watching. It was weird watching the reaction. I mean, some of the things the Democrats did last night just was strange.
Oh, and the celebrities too. Good night.
I understand that Trump's not their guy, not their party,
but the way they're acting.
But when he's
weird,
when he's obviously trying to give a conciliatory mood to the whole thing and bring them together, and he's saying he wants to pass things that they have hung their hat on.
I know.
And he even looks and gives them a hand. That's something you want.
Right.
And they're still sitting there like they're dead in the water. When you don't clap for veterans, to me, veterans is not a political issue.
No, right. Well, did you see the picture that they sent
God's
out?
a big one, too.
While he was talking about that, they were checking their phones and ignoring everything he was saying when they were talking about
the weirdest one of all. The weirdest one of all was when is that the Black Caucus that has the that wears the African stuff across their jacket? I don't know what that was, but what is that? What that is? What I don't understand.
They did that because of what he said about the blank holes.
Right. Back when Cowboy
said he didn't say it.
But what I'm saying is this: when you say that right now African Americans' unemployment rate is the lowest it's ever been, and the Black Caucus just sits there like they're mad about that. I mean, even if
he's saying it, that's the point. It doesn't matter what he could say. We're giving everybody in America $50,000, everybody, and we're going to even let the dreamer stay. But because he says it, they're going to sit there and do this. It doesn't matter what he says.
I know and it came off as silly. If the points that you say, I politically in my worldview, I oppose this part of his platform. You can sit down during that. But when he says something that is pretty much across party lines or things you claim to want. That's when it got weird.
Yeah,
and then it got back to what you're saying. It is 35 minutes now past the hour. All right, phone troll time. All 10 lines are available at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your comments, your questions, bringing information to the table, and it'll be your opportunity. 30 seconds will be the king. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program will come to a close. We'll move to the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs. Ask yourself this uncomfortable question, but I know we as human beings can do it, is to get back the ability. One time it was taught for generations. and that's the ability to cull yourself. Am I acting appropriately? Is what I'm saying, is it informing? Is it entertaining? Would I have to be honest? If I was listening to myself, it would sound a bit self-indulgent, and I would find myself annoyed. And we can do that. There was a time we all knew how to be appropriate. And I think we can get back to that again. The lines are available. There's plenty of them. So even if you're in line, the buzzer will move that line quickly. HelloFresh.com/ listen to me changing the code here, Bubba70. Now, why are we now going to HelloFresh.com/Bubba70? Because we want to get you 70% off. Wow, 70% off with HelloFresh.com/Bubba70 and free shipping. The link also at rickandbubba.com under sponsors should reflect that as well. HelloFresh is a meal planning service that doesn't just help you plan what you need to get. It actually sends you what you need to prepare the meals as well. Now, you do prepare them. Some of them, the 20-minute meals are, you get them on the table 20 minutes. They're delicious. Their chefs throw out about 35 different recipes a week. You can pick snacks. You can breakfast on the go, sit down, all kinds of, right now during this time of year, some holiday recipes that are unique to this time of year. So put them to work for you. Also, you're going to save money on your grocery bill, about 20%. Less when you're using HelloFresh.com, and it's about 30% less than trying to eat out through drive-thrus and things like that. HelloFresh.com/Bubba70 for 70% off and free shipping. So if you were ever going to try it, this is the time to do it. Let's go to Gary out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Gary, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, first off, Roll Tide. Secondly, we need Trump in there.
Road Trump. Trump.
Trump is a Rottweiler. Pence is a collie.
You don't
make America great again should be his next motto.
I think it is.
Wayne Mizell is a great air conditioning person.
What? What was that last
I think he tried to give a shameless plug.
That must be one of the buzzer guys.
I think Mike Pence was a great air conditioning service.
Said something about a collie and air conditioner.
Right.
Did he slam Lassie in that somehow?
Yeah, are we acting like Lassie?
Lassie rescued a lot of people.
Yeah, I got news for you. A Rottweiler's just going to kill you. Lassie will come get you.
She'll go tell everybody, barking at them.
Go tell it to Lassie. Jonathan in Huntsville, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all guys make it tough, but EVs are great commuter cars. They're great for high-dense areas like Los Angeles, Dallas, Washington, D.C., get the smog out of the place. And they also, if they're hooked up correctly, they'll support the grid and keep it from blacking out initially before they, of course, overload it. And, of course, you can charge them at night. Of course, they're great for commuters, people with garages, or bad for people with apartments. And I love gas cars, so I don't have...
Well, I think they all have their place. I think, like you're saying, if you're a commuter and you don't have a long, long way to drive and can get back and forth. I mean, like for me, I live fairly close to the studio now. I could drive 2 weeks without charging it probably. So it has its place. It has its place.
Yeah, I know that I don't want to come across, and I know it seems to be more and more of a problem now. That wasn't the point of what we showed you in that documentary, a piece.
No,
it was not a pro-anti. It was telling you that when you're going down a road trying to move to alternative energies and alternative modes of transportation and away from fossil fuels, there are things you're going to have to do that, and it's going to require mining. And when you're demonizing mining or you're forbidding mining for the very minerals you're going to need in order to do that, it's going to make this process very tough, and the impact that we've had so far because of all this is about 2%. We're still...
And the money we've spent so far.
It has nothing to do with whether an electric car works well. It's great. We all agree on that. And it's not even saying we won't one day get there. Go back maybe and watch it yourself. The point is they're setting up this fake world that you think we're further along than we are. And to get where we need to get, they're saying they want to allow the very things we would need, and we're either going to be completely dependent on China to do it, or we're going to have to do it ourselves, but it has to be done.
Yeah.
That was the point. And also the point was we're nowhere near as far along as they're making you pretend we are.
Can we put that on the webpage to be sure?
What we saw this morning?
Yeah,
it's there.
Okay, it's there.
Great.
So go to Rick and Bubba.
You had
It's Prager University. Go to rickandbubba.com. It's right there in the links. and understand the point of that. And it wasn't that whether electric cars run good or not, or are efficient, and it has nothing to do with that. We continue.
They're fun to drive, I tell you that.
Let's go to Tyler and Prattville.
They will haul, by the way.
Tyler, I-92, WLWI.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, go ahead.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're on.
We got it.
Okay. My name's Fowler, actually. So I was calling about a original fishing lure that y'all made with my father, Mark Prater.
Yeah, the HBT. Wasn't that
That's
the name
right.
of it?
HBT. The how about that?
Yes, sir. I ran across it last night. Made out of titanium from y'all.
All right. Oh, that's great, man. Good to hear from you. That was a big promotion on the show. Sure was. And,
Good to hear from you.
Yeah. Can't believe you're like all grown up now.
I know.
So weird.
Deep voice and everything.
Let's go to Craig in Mississippi. Craig, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Hey, good morning. How are y'all?
Yeah, hey.
Three things. One thing I learned really quickly this week, I don't know if y'all know this or not, but Cousin Eddie on Christmas vacation, his last name is actually Johnson.
Is it?
So if you say Eddie Johnson, that totally doesn't make any sense. But anyway, that's that. Also, a quote for Bubba, maybe a little encouragement, something I use every day. Eat right, exercise daily, die anyway. So why go through the trouble, you know?
Yes,
That way to be motivated.
Not exactly the motivator we're looking for.
Did Eddie hear my witness?
Guys, can we talk about Eddie Johnson? What was the point there?
I don't know.
First of all, is that really his last name on the show? Because I've never heard
That's
it.
your area.
I know. I would know that.
I don't know
that. I know I love Cousin Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
But now in real life, he's crazy. You know.
Yeah, he lost his mind.
Yeah, he has completely. Yeah.
I don't know.
Is he still in Canada? Is he still in Canada hiding?
I'm not sure.
Was that an interesting point? Maybe
I don't know.
Interesting fact. Here's a little interesting
Not
fact.
even looking for something the next time I watch the movie.
Yeah.
I feel like the referee on pass interference was uncatchable.
It was
I don't know what happened there.
All right, so Cousin Eddie is Cousin Eddie Johnson. It's the Johnson family.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Did they ever reference that though in the movie?
I don't know.
Is what I'm wanting to know.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I got something to look forward to.
Yeah. Let's go to Craig. A lot of Craigs in Gardendale, 104.7 WZZK. Craig, go ahead.
A couple of points. First of all, going back to the Tesla, they got to understand from a firefighting thing, it's harder to put an electric car out than it is a regular car. Watch another Tesla burn to the ground. Took 1,200 gallons to put it out versus 500 gallons of water.
Yeah.
You don't have hydrants on the interstate, so they're gone.
Right.
Second, with all the knife violence going on, shouldn't we be saying knife violence instead of, there's gun violence, now there's knife violence, so we need to demonize them.
Mm-hmm. And what we're running into with these batteries in the cars, what he's referring to is a lithium battery.
Look at that.
If a lithium battery shorts out and begins to burn, it burns hotter than other batteries, and that's why they're hard to put out, and that's why they create such a fireball so quick. But here's the thing, and I've been reading on this a lot lately. Tesla is one of the leading technologies as far as batteries in the world, obviously, because they're going to depend on them. But they have come up with a battery that's a sodium oxide battery. It doesn't have quite the punch that the lithium does, but it's going to be very much cheaper to buy, and it will not burn at that hot temperature. And it's made out of salt. And we got lots of salt, y'all. I mean, that's one thing we ain't going to run out of. So lithium oxide is going to eventually replace lithium. I'm sorry, sodium oxide is going to replace lithium, and it's going to cure some of these problems we're having.
Matthew,
but you are correct, sir. They'll burn hot.
Matthew in Florence, WLAY. Go ahead.
Hey, that's kind of off subject from what y'all been talking about, but I just wanted to tell y'all how much respect I have for y'all and how much I like listening to y'all's show.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like a piece of cake?
Thank you, Matthew.
Yeah, it's really good.
Y'all have a good one, bud.
Thank you. You were much more encouraging than eat, die anyway. So
and I thought
you.
there was going to be a but. You know how you love the show, but
you're right.
I was waiting on the but. It never happened.
Got to tell you, got a lot of respect for y'all normally.
Right.
But today,
and Rick, speaking of this cake and how good it is, we got a great story. If you're diabetic out there, top one, big news on that today.
15 minutes,
and not a moment too soon, I might add.
15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're just saying it because he can't say that. If Obama said the same thing, I'd be erupting.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
It has nothing to do with what he's saying. It's who's saying it.
And we've talked about this before. You guys have made a big point about the left. If they don't get everything they want, if you don't bow to exactly their demands, then you're evil, you're racist, you're white nationals, because they don't understand. He said last night, we got to meet down the middle. You're going to get some things you want. The other side's going to get some things they want, but not everybody's going to get everything they want. We got to get it done.
And you know what the commentator said after it, and the celebrities? What a divisive message. I tell you what he didn't do. He didn't bring anybody to go.
Yeah. What's funny, in the overnight surveys.
We're going to work this out, boy, you divisive.
He basically called immigrants murderers. Yeah. Come on, guys. Are we back to that again?
In the overnight survey, 75% of the people who watched it approved of the message. Overwhelmingly. And I think if you've been critical of Trump being not presidential, I think he hit it out of the park for you last night.
I tell you what was funny, too. I heard, when they were warm, I was watching Fox, their coverage of it, and watching the correction. I forget the guy's name. He's a great commentator. He's not very emotional. He's straightforward. That guy, I forget his name. But Juan Williams said that he had a 35% approval rating. Also, he goes, it's more like 45%. But okay, listen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. You can be part of the program, and we'll break down the State of the Union. Like I said, I slept through about 60% of it, but caught the first 40%. But we've got it all captured here, and we see, and as expected, when it was over, people who support Trump said it was great. And I'm talking commentators, not the American people. Bubba gave you that number. I bet 75% said it was a great speech, and they liked what they heard. 8 out of 10, Bubba said, called it a unifying speech. Of course, all the left commentators said it was divisive. He brought no unity, and he basically said all immigrants are murderers. Yeah. But anyway, before we move into that, we do have this super blue blood moon.
Super blue blood moon that most of the country is seeing right now, or has had a chance to see in the last few hours, and that's about to go away. About the time it gets at its best part for us where we live, I think the moon sets in another 21 minutes.
If you're listening live, and if you're listening right now in Knoxville in the afternoon, none of this makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Or any station that carries us at another time.
Right. But it is kind of cool. You go out there and look at it. It looks like the moon, and where we live, it's got a little cap on. So,
well, I will tell you this, and I think Helmsley will agree since he was talking about it yesterday. As far as where we live on the way in, I actually like yesterday's moon better.
I did too.
Yesterday's moon was something.
And it was a little bit of, I guess it was cloudy. I was going to say fog, but I think it was just cloudy this morning, which prevented us from actually seeing a little bit of it.
Yesterday's moon looked like
crystal clear.
It was big and gigantic
Absolutely.
looking because of that thing where you were saying we were closer and all that.
So. Yeah, we'll have it again tomorrow too. For the most
so there you go. So that's there. So let's
take a peek outside before it gets away.
That's why I was frustrated that I didn't get a picture yesterday.
Yeah,
I was beating myself up, and people were saying, "But you can take a picture tomorrow, Helms. It's going to be there."
But this is not.
It wasn't the same. I took a picture. Wasn't the same. Just wasn't the same.
Well, if it's clear, you'll have it again for another day or two.
But it's just so enormous yesterday. It looked enormous. And when you were saying it on the air, if I could have done it safely, I had to dog myself because I heard you on the kickoff hour because I always listen to the Ring Bubba kickoff hour like everyone should. And I thought I'm going to take a picture. I'm not going to be a Helms. But I was coming off the ramp off the highway, and I was like, well, this is not safe. No, and I had to dog myself and say, you're right, that's out of line.
Right.
It is hard to get a picture of the moon when you're moving too.
And if I was in traffic, what would I be saying? Hey, Gate, trying to get a picture of the moon? Let's drive.
Mm-hmm. I pulled over this morning, and look, I've explained this. There's a church over here, a Methodist church right across the street, and they have this lit up cross, and it's awesome to drive by in the morning. And there's a nice tree beside it. And so yesterday you had the cross, this nice tree, and right in the center of it was the moon. And it was picturesque. Well, you should have pulled over and took that picture.
You should have seen that big old salty dog coming off the interstate, sitting there right over downtown Birmingham, looking big and large. It was good.
Come on.
Of course, you can't take a picture of it and drive safely.
No,
it's not to get the picture you need.
No, you need to stay focused 100%.
Right. 10 and 2, Bubba.
10 and 2.
All right, so let's talk last night. Again, can we just can we sit here as America and talk about it, and let's just push all the the angles and the agendas. Can we push all that away?
Well, can I just read this and then we'll move back.
Oh, is that the thing
all
the
that.
Democrats sent you?
Like I said, polls out, 75% of the people who watched said they approved the message. 8 in 10 Americans who took the poll said they felt the message was unifying. And I don't know the exact skew here of Republicans and Democrats on this. I did get an email, and I always appreciate the people who sign us up for all the demo
Thank y'all
stuff.
for that. Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We be big. All right, so we make our way back. Bubba, you said that good news in a medical breakthrough for type 1 or type 2?
Top one. This is
diabetics. Wow.
It's the one you can't do nothing about.
Oh, yeah.
Seismic shift in the race to beat type 1 diabetes. U.S. approves the first they approved the first drug which delays condition by up to 3 years, and now putting pressure on the U.K. to do the same thing. So even by delaying it 3 years, that's a big breakthrough. So they're on top of what's happening, and they're learning how to control it. So, I think type 2 is you can control with diet. That's just, you cut back, you can beat that, or at least control it better.
Right.
Type 1, you don't have any choice. So it's all about the pancreas and its ability to make insulin and all that.
Sure. How about that? That's good news, and that's one of those areas we're starting to make a lot of progress. And I mean the way people live with diabetes now versus the old days. It's night and day. Yeah.
Well, and apparently in most situations, according to this story, this is when your immune system turns and attacks insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. And this drug tells the immune system not to attack them.
That's good.
So they can delay it, and if they can delay it, they can delay it more, and I'm sure they'll go a long way. So that's good news.
That is great. That's great news. That's great news.
Yeah.
Adler,
I can't say the name of the drug. There's no way to say it.
No, don't even try.
Well, it's let me tell you how it's spelled.
Oh, you're gonna try it,
and you tell me, Rick, how you'd say it. T, capital T. Write this down.
Capital.
Then ZIELD, and this is an abbreviation of the bigger.
Yep. I would say T-Zilled, T-Zilled, or just Zilled.
I think it'd be Zilled.
Zilled.
Mm-hmm. Because yield, if I put a Y there, it'd be yield.
Right.
So either T-Zilled or Zilled.
And what is exciting about this is part of these new class of drugs called immunotherapy.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something that we had talked about with our doctor, with our situation. And this is, they're really making progress on this immunotherapy where they're going in and able to attack these things at the very, very beginning. So that's exciting news.
Amen.
What's it called?
Zilled.
Zilled.
Why don't they just name it
Or
diabetic shot?
T-Zelled.
Why don't they just name it diabetic shot number 1? Wouldn't that be a lot simpler?
It would. It would. But no one's name would be out there or whatever.
I mean, because all medicines have weird names.
Yeah, they do.
So
it's all that copyright stuff.
Adler, video 1B. This was shown to me yesterday. The guys, I don't know who sent it to us. A listener sent us this.
Oh, this is awesome.
And, Bubba, a lot of things we've been finding out. We didn't know that you rode motocross.
Right.
We did not know that.
Right.
And
that was great.
And someone said that they did not know you were a world-class diver.
Well,
Secret's out now.
Really?
Yeah.
No, wait a minute.
Wow, man, that right there. That is a splash.
Got a good tan too.
That son of a gun. That son of a gun. He's got control of his
There's
body.
nothing better
he's got
than
the
a
whole-
large person.
Hey, yeah.
He's got all the dives.
He does. He has incredible control of his body.
I know
It
it.
really
Very
is amazing.
athletic.
Who was that, Refrigerator Perry?
That's so good.
Guys,
Oh, look, Coach Pearl's on the small one. Look.
Look at that diving board, how it's bendy.
Well, yeah,
Please
a
look.
diving
What do you
board's
think
got
he
all
goes?
it can stand.
What do you think he goes?
I think he's probably.
That
I wish
is
I knew how tall he
crazy.
was. If I knew how tall he was, but I bet he probably goes 330.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, he ain't just a little chunky.
That's 350.
I'm saying
Rick,
410.
any day.
No, I don't think he's that. Well, I need to know how tall he is. Yeah.
Look at the
Yeah.
splash.
No.
It's like a cow fell in
Man,
the water.
he's good.
All that's impressive, but I'd like to see him do one cannonball.
Just one.
Yeah,
I bet he could knock water off.
How about? I mean, his form is unbelievable.
It really
well.
is fantastic. Athletic he is.
That is
good
fantastic.
stuff.
Was this like an Olympic diver that just like went nuts, like lost in a close decision, and then just went crazy?
Yeah, started with a chocolate cake.
Yes, it started with a chocolate cake on a radio show.
Well, I'll tell you.
That is unbelievable.
Well, I will tell you what happens, and I'm not saying that's what happened. He may have been like this his whole life. But in the scenario you're presenting, it's somebody who at one time had this incredible regiment because they were an athlete and they could eat anything they wanted. They were constantly looking for calories, and then they stopped doing the athletic event or sport that they were part
Boy,
of.
did they.
And they kept eating the way they ate back when they were training for it. I mean, that can happen. That can happen.
I ain't been that impressed that Shamu rung that bell.
That's what it looks like.
Is that your favorite Shamu trick?
Oh yeah. You
I think
talking about
where
the finale?
I think where he comes up and opens his
It's
mouth
over
and
now.
lets him brush his teeth with that giant toothbrush. Is pretty good.
And I like when he gets to hit them laps around that poo, pick his speed up.
Yeah.
You talking about something we'll never see again?
Oh yeah. Yeah. You talking about stuff we used to get to watch?
Now the only way to see a Shamu do something like that, you got to go to some rogue, water show somewhere.
Blackfish ended that.
I like when he ragdolls the trainers. That's great.
Oh, that's not very.
It's a good trick. You can only do it once. But
That's
it's a good
not
trick.
very whatever.
Sorry.
All right. Also, what's happening?
Ragdolls.
What's happening? And I know, Bubba, this probably has affected you. You were probably trying to get tickets to Taylor Swift's Eras tour.
Oh, of course he was.
And people are furious, claiming that Ticketmaster and whatever they call her followers that are really into it, they're demanding.
What do they call Swifters?
Is that it? Or
I don't know.
Swifties.
Swifties, I think.
You should know. You've been to what? How many?
I've been to one. Greg.
You were
That's
been.
not-
Oh, you went to one and couldn't get in. I forgot
I
about
went to
it.
one. I got shut out at the front door because I put my name on a list and then took my name off the list and then went back and so we drove to Atlanta for no reason. But I've
Yeah.
been to one concert.
Okay.
And
So you're a Swiftie.
If you think I'm not hearing about this craziness going on with her tickets in my house, you're wrong because I was on a list. I didn't put myself on this list, but I was on a list waiting for tickets. My wife's email was waiting for tickets. And we didn't get a code. Did y'all get a code?
No.
No.
Okay.
There's no way that I could be drugged to this. But let me ask you this.
I'm not getting one till NSYNC comes around again.
That's right.
Taylor Swift would have to. I wouldn't even. The worst thing would be for me to know about it. I would have to not know she had set up in my backyard. I didn't have any idea.
What? Taylor Swift's here.
And I walked up. I'm like, who is this? And they're like, Taylor Swift's about to do a concert
She
in
loved
your
your
backyard.
lights.
I'm like, well, my goodness. And then at that point, I'd try to back out if I wasn't blocked in.
Right.
But listen. So,
I got to run to the store.
So what I'm saying, see if I have this right. But I do understand she's incredibly popular and has done really well for herself. But do I have it right that hey, we're in some kind of club, we get the first shot at the tickets because of our standing with the devotion to Taylor Swift, and that didn't happen? Ticketmaster has come back and said, look, the demand for these tickets are so overwhelming.
It crashed their server.
We're not doing that, so everybody's going to have to go after them at the same time. Is that what happened?
Close, but not exactly. But I mean, it doesn't matter. So yes, that's what happened. It doesn't matter.
Can anybody get them now?
I mean, there are reselling tickets that are being resold right now. Between I think they start at like $600 and they go up to tens of thousands of dollars.
But what's everybody mad at? What's everybody mad about?
The pre-sale in which you were supposed to get a code.
That's what I'm talking about.
A lot of those people didn't get them. I think it was only like 10% of the people that registered for a pre-sale code got actually tickets. They had over 2 million tickets sold just in the pre-sale. It's the largest number of requests that Ticketmaster has ever seen ever.
Right, and they just said, no, we do this. So many of y'all wanted them. We couldn't meet the demand, so we just didn't do it at all. Or we didn't do much of it.
And now the general sale has been canceled, is what I understand.
Well, so
and then
what?
there's a bunch of people complaining about the monopoly situation with Ticketmaster too.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I know I saw where fans like you want her to address it.
Don't say fans like you, Rick.
Fans like you.
No, I'm not.
Are you on the list or not?
I'm not the
Are
fan.
you a Swiftie? Are you on the list?
I'm not a Swiftie. I'm a believer.
Adler
I'm a
is a
believer,
Swiftie.
Greg. I'm a believer, Greg.
Top of the hour. So people are mad about it. I'm going to tell you that. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's awesome.
This is waiting on me this morning from the chairman. Says, let me be very clear about something, Bill.
We can stop the terrible, divisive agenda that Trump laid out tonight in the State of the Union, but only if we take Congress back this year. Okay. Chip in right now with the $3, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess I'm in another world. I didn't see it. I thought it was one of his better moments.
Well, I did too, and like I say, I'm definitely have not been in the Trump trance. I just I try to take on what he says and what he's doing and say, yeah, I agree with that, or no, I don't. You know, that's really, I know that's a bizarre concept, but that's really kind of where I am. And I really thought, now remember, I know I fell asleep, so there's some I missed at the end, but I just didn't know that there would be anything political about businesses returning to America. The stock market is doing great. Unemployment is minuscule. People's wages are up, and people are getting bonuses.
Yeah, why?
Now, is that are there any of those political statements?
Of those issues, why are you against any of those? Why would anybody be against those?
And I would like to say, before the Trump administration, what nimrods thought having the highest corporate tax rate in the world would be good for American business?
Well, Rick, they wasn't.
That's not political either.
In their mind, there's plenty out there. They're ripping everybody off. They're stealing, so we're just going to steal some of it back. That's how they look at it, which is totally wrong.
But this is that very flawed far left progressive theology. It's flawed that you can just come up with any number to tax people and they'll just take it.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a point of diminishing
that's a
return.
Flawed theology.
Yeah, if you've ever
people just leave.
If you've ever cranked a lawnmower and had to mix oil and gas together, you know there's a point of diminishing return. You
Right.
can have it too lean or too rich; it won't run right. But you know, it's just amazing to me. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to have more money in their pocket, and that's good for everybody. The only thing I wish that Trump would address in this is the national debt. And I think he could do that by saying, look, we're going to take last year's total of what came into the Treasury and everything this year that comes in above that, because it will, because there's more money out there in the economy, we're going to earmark 50% of that and carry it right to the national debt immediately. And then the other 50% we can grow our programs we have going already. So I wish he would make some commitment to that. But you know, we'll see how it plays out.
I've looked at some of the things last night, you know, from even the things I missed. Look, Democrats, Trump's not a bad Democrat. I mean, he's trying to give y'all some of your things that I don't think some of the Republicans of the past would ever give you.
Look, I understand there's fundamental differences in the way that a lot of people look at things, and it appears to get further and further at times. But look, when we talk about lowering prescription drug prices, who is out there going, let's keep them jacked up? Let's keep it jacked up. Nobody.
No. I mean, he's talking path to citizenship.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what you wanted.
He's doing more for the dreamers than the administration before did, and offering that
for more of them too.
And all you're saying is they're important to us, but they're not important enough to give you that wall you want.
Which I don't even know why it's tied to it. We ought to build the wall to begin with.
Right. I think as far as, you know, your opposition party, this president, because of his business background and his give and take attitude, is ready to sit down and cut deals.
You better take them, because Pence won't make you some of those deals.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay, so we've been following inside the show. You know, anytime we get storylines going, we love to see where they're headed. Eddie Van Adler, TV producer. Also, phone call standing by. We haven't talked about this yet, but Matthew's got the topic for us. Matthew, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead, buddy.
Morning, gentlemen. Bubba, I'm sorry this may count as a Your America, but apparently, according to Max Kellerman of ESPN, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish mascot is racist.
Shocked because I read the story already and we had it down here to talk about, but He came out and basically said that Notre Dame should follow the lead of the Cleveland Indians and do away with their racist mascot, the Fighting Irish.
Now, when was it deemed racist and inappropriate? When? Like
I didn't know there was any objection to the Fighting Irish. I mean, I didn't.
Why would you not want to be?
I mean, all the Indian mascots we know, we've heard that, and some of it maybe justified a little bit, a lot of it foolish. But I'd never heard anybody say anything about Notre Dame. Had y'all?
No. If you don't mind, I think it might help if we.
Am I going to have to hear this idiot say this?
If we play,
let's
where'd
hear
it
his
go?
part.
Where'd it
It's
go?
tough,
Where'd it go?
Rick.
Where'd it go?
By the way,
He's
can I
passionate about it.
Can I tell you a little something about
hear
him?
it in first person.
He doesn't mean any of this.
Right.
He thinks this makes him sharp to say these kind of things. I hate to keep digging. When Greg developed the watch people who think they're sharp, that background, now I fully understand it. People do certain things just because they think it makes them look edgy or good. There's no sincerity to it whatsoever.
Right. So they're debating Chief Wahoo on First Take. And so, and here's part of his debate.
Tell you from my personal experience, anecdotally, when I go to Native American.
Six minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here this hour. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba intern today, earning his degree in common sense from Rick and Bubba University, and taking your phone calls, and we'll chat with you again before the hour is up. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do. All we ask is for 5 hours each and every day.
Great response so far to the brand new Rick and Bubba CD. It's out. If you love to get hard copies of the CDs every year, I guess there's somewhere around 27 of them now. And this is the latest one. The title this year, Where's the Bathroom? It's some of the more memorable moments, the ones that you emailed us a lot about, saying, hey, that needs to be on the next best of. Grab it at rickandbubba.com until the hard copies are gone. You can also wait. It is in the process of being published in the digital domain for like iTunes or wherever you get your stuff, Google, wherever. And it should be there, but I don't know when. But it will eventually get there. But if you want a hard copy, and that's your Christmas tradition, and for many of you it is, go grab those now and enjoy those and let us know how you like it. All right, so that's kind of a happy thought. Speedy, if you remember, was he'd been telling us that he had this customer service, which is on, by the way, it's on the new CD.
Yeah.
Not this particular topic, but just customer service in general. Cut 3, CD2, Surviving Customer Service. And we use that term loosely these days. Speedy's been kind of in a weird place with OnStar. He was trying to it's not going well, is it? And,
No.
And so I understand yesterday your wife told you not to elevate, and unfortunately she was not successful.
No, she wasn't, and I won't spend too long
Showed
setting it up.
himself.
But basically, you get a truck. That's what I did. It comes with some like 6-month promotion or something, and then after that, that's when the plan kicks in if you want to continue their service. Well, so I spoke with him and I said I just want the $15 remote access diagnostic report. I've locked my keys. I can remote start it, or you unlock the car for me. That's really all I need. Okay, sir, got it. Within the first bill that came in, it was for $40-something. I got the full data plan and all this, which is not what I ordered. So I told y'all I was lazy, and Terry was on me. Hey, you need to cancel this and adjust it. So finally, after a couple of months, I did, and this was recently on November the 1st. So I call them, speak to someone, and I tried to do their, it was tough for me to hear. And she said, hey, that's on us. And they were very kind. They said, we'll reimburse you. That's on us. So now you've got the plan that you want. And then I went out to the truck, and it said, I don't have OnStar anymore after that call.
And that's where we left it.
And that's where we left it, right. Well, so then every time I crank the car, it says OnStar not connected. And it's kind of a bip to me. It's constantly there. And so I have to click OK and then move past it.
Teach you to complain.
So Terry and I were in the truck yesterday, and I said, I think now's the time. We got a 20-minute drive. Stupidly, I thought that's all it would take. And I said, let's go for it now. So I hit the little blue button, welcome to OnStar, and then
how's it sound?
Well, welcome to OnStar.
You must have a weird one.
Yeah.
And so then it's beep, beep, beep. It's trying to connect. It just goes on forever. Sorry, you can't connect to OnStar. I'm like, well, that's weird. Try it again. Same thing. Try it again. Same thing. We're almost to where we need to
And
go.
how does it say welcome to OnStar?
It said, welcome to OnStar.
Okay, I got it.
And,
Well, it
and
sounds
so,
broke then.
right. And so finally I'm looking up their number and calling them. So I call them, and this lady
God
answered.
bless you.
She's like, welcome to OnStar.
Just like that?
About that loud.
You
Okay.
can't
And
get
I
a good
said, I'm
voice.
sorry, ma'am. Hey,
Hello.
what's your name? And I said, it's Calvin.
I didn't realize it was one of the puppets from Mr.
It's
Rogers.
like it's John Wilburn.
Right.
Do you have another name? I'm like, another name? Well, my middle name's Calvin. That's it. Okay. And so we go through this very uncomfortable, socially awkward 2 to 3 minutes. Now we're getting off the exit ramp of where we're going. And she's like, hit the blue button. And I said, excuse me? Hit the blue button, she said, twice. Hit it twice. Okay, I've been hitting it once. Hit the blue button, she hangs up. I'm like, gosh almighty. I'm like, that's it. So then finally she calls back. Hey, we and I'm not going to do the voice. We disconnected. Well, that's because I hit the blue button.
Do you mind continuing the voice?
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it puts
Don't
me
you come
there.
out of it.
It puts me there,
Yeah.
Speedy.
Right.
And I'm like,
got to
and
make
you
it
gotta,
legible.
you got to understand that's what it sounded like, Greg. It was so distant.
It's Coach Johnson's wife.
It is, right.
So I
That's
said,
good.
okay, I got to turn off Bluetooth because when I hit your own Bluetooth, when I hit the OnStar, it's knocking you off. Yeah, I'll do that. And I'm like, okay. So I do that. And so then I hit the blue button and it just rings. Beep, boop. Have they answered? No, ma'am, they have not answered. Terry, keep your calm. Don't get upset with him.
Nice.
I'm trying not to,
Waste of
honey.
time.
So, well, sir, you need technical support. I said, technical support? Well, now we're here. I don't have time for that. How long will it take? I said 5 minutes. And in my mind,
lines us in.
and in my mind, I'm thinking if I could talk to anybody but you, because I can't understand you, that'd be great.
That'd be
So I'm
awesome.
like, well, let's just go forward. I don't feel like going through it again. Hold, please. So I hold, right? I'm holding. Keep hitting the blue button, she says. Beep, beep, nothing.
I bet you wore
So
that
finally,
blue
a guy
button out.
comes on. He goes, "Little welcome down to there," and I'm like, "Hey,
Draco's dancer?
Well, you got the worst.
And this is awful.
It'd be dry.
And I said, she said, and he said,
No, that one's Draco.
Is this Calvin Rubin? And I'm like, yes, it is Calvin Rubin. Is kind of what it sounded like. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah. So we go through this weird thing. He goes, "Do you see a green light?" And I'm like, "A green light? No, there is no green light." And I'm looking up at the blue little logo, and no, it's not green. Oh, it's green when I hit it. It's flashing green. Uh-oh. And I'm like,
uh-oh. He said, uh-oh?
Yes.
He literally said, uh-oh?
He said, uh-oh. And I said, uh-oh.
You don't want to hear that from this guy, your dentist, or your doctor.
No.
You have a bad module. What? And I mean, it's awful. He's like, you have a bad module. The hardware is going bad. Whatever. And I'm like, what? Why? How's that happen? And he's like, you got to take it to a dealership.
Oh.
And I'm like, no. Whoa.
You go to that world. You'll never get out.
And I'm like, no. So now I'm losing it. Now I'm elevating.
Yeah,
and Terry keeps tapping me on the leg. Calm down. Stay calm.
Right.
And so I'm like, okay, I'm trying to stay calm. And I said, well, is this covered? It's out of pocket. And I'm like, it's out of pocket? What do you mean? I said, wait a minute. You mean to tell me I parked the truck at work. Everything's fine. I walk into work. I cancel what I had because y'all signed me up on the wrong plan. And I just want to go to the $15 plan. Y'all go through that process and you say that's done. I get back in the truck and it says OnStar doesn't work. You mean to tell me my bad module happened while I was in the... It seems like the call is what caused this. When y'all adjusted my plan or something.
And then what he said,
I'm sorry you feel that way. I said, well, see, that's not the way I feel. That's what happened.
Right. Yeah.
So this is, I tried your word. This is unacceptable.
You try it?
I did.
Unreasonable.
Unreasonable. That's the wrong word.
Yeah, it's not unacceptable.
That's why you didn't get it fixed. Wrong word.
He said,
unacceptable elevates, unreasonable takes down.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry you feel this way and you're having a tough time with it. And I'm like, well, yeah, I am too,
Keep
sir.
me on it.
So you mean to tell me that it's just a coincidence that I was in the office, I canceled,
what happens when you get
adjust
hard to believe.
plans,
It is hard to
adjust plans, get back in the truck, I get a message saying it doesn't work, and now my little green light's it's not lit.
You shouldn't have been so cheap.
Well, no.
You should have stuck to the other plan. If you had paid us the $50, it wouldn't have happened.
Alligator
arms.
We
hate the $15 plan.
I said, he said, I'm sorry,
We don't
but I
offer
cannot do anything else for you to do. And I'm like, you
So
can't.
Healy Boy got involved.
I'm like, you can't do anything else for me today. This is it.
Right.
This is
It's
it.
so bad.
This is unbelievable.
I can't believe that no one cares.
And
more.
to that, now Terry's getting out of the car. We're parked. She's like, I can't get in. I can't be in here because she's elevating. I'm elevating.
terrible.
And I said, I've never in my life tried so hard for somebody to take my money and they won't do it. I'm like, I'm done. Well, you stuck a little dealership. Do you want me to connect you now? And I'm like, no, hell no. You know, I'm like, no, I'm out. I've said out, and so I disconnected the app from the
done.
car. I'm done.
They're gonna keep charging you though.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Well, no, because now it says that I don't even exist. They don't even. It's like my truck
Speedy,
isn't even part of. It's all part of the equation.
It'll be an automatic charge. Just
Well, apparently it's not connecting because I got a bad module.
Yeah, but I can get your credit card.
The $15 plan is a bad module.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Reservations
Here we
around
go.
the country to call fights. I am approached. I've received feathers in honor and letters saying thank you for your stance publicly. This is the way many of us feel. So the Washington Post, do I believe that's a representative survey of the way Native Americans actually feel about this? No, I do not. But how hard is it for you?
And pause. They did a survey that most of them don't care about it. He's saying no, that's not true.
First of all, he's gotten one feather.
Right. And
Was he touring reservations?
Yeah,
What was he
yeah,
talking
what-
about?
what he's
talking
calls
about,
fights.
he's
It's
been
on
to-
reservations?
apparently.
No,
At the casino?
He's been
Yeah.
to a casino auditorium,
And he
is
calls
what
them
it is.
reservations.
and he
Yeah.
called it a reservation.
Yeah.
or anyone to empathize. Simply empathize with a group who is defended, even if it is a minority of the group that is offended. And as to the argument, kind of when is enough or when does it end, my friend Brian Kenny, Stephen A., our colleague and good friend from ESPN, now on MLB Network, was tweeting about this last night, and someone asked him about, what about the Fighting Irish? Brian is Irish-American. His father, Charlie Kenny, the late, great Charlie Kenny, bog farmer from Ireland. That's where his people are from. Walked the beat in Queens as a cop once he got to this country. Was asked about the Fighting Irish and the leprechaun logo. And many Irish-Americans are not offended, but many are. And should that also change?
You answer
the
that.
The answer is yes. Unequivocally yes. Pernicious, negative stereotypes of marginalized people that offend, even some among them, should be changed. It's not that hard.
Wow. I just threw up in my mouth.
I don't know where am I?
Goodness
I know.
gracious.
Fighting Irish, Rick. Out. There you go, Adler. There
Rick,
goes your
of all
side job.
stereotypes, don't we all admit that one's kind of on?
Well, and what's so negative about that? I mean, I don't. It doesn't mean you're less people, or just the same thing with the Braves. I mean, how's that negative? I don't.
Well, he's implying that if anybody's ever offended, you need to change the name of teams and stuff. There's people going to be offended by the team, the Patriots. Anybody of English descent may be offended by that. I mean, you can just carry it out to such ridiculous ends to the point you don't have anything you can do. And that's kind of the point. I don't think they're really trying to create a better world. I think they're just trying to tear down what's there and create H&D, hate and discontent, when it doesn't even need to be there.
Well, I mean,
that is the first time I've ever heard anybody say the Fighting Irish was offensive.
What if the Catholic Church or any Christian denomination started saying they're offended that a football team is called the Saints, and they're saying, well, the way that's not a good representation of what we would call our saints. I mean, right?
Some people may be offended by the Vikings. I personally are offended at the end of each year.
I'm gonna tell you what, if you ever one of the places where they came in and raped and pillaged, you wouldn't care for them. You know it.
The Bears, they maul people.
I mean, it really is. This
the
all,
Lions.
Well, listen, this sounds.
Rick, the Packers. Good gosh, you can take that 6 ways to Sunday.
Well, you really could.
Who knows what that's all about?
And weren't they packing meat? And that was
the vegetarians won't like that.
Right, and just the name. So, where does it end? That's what I would say to Big Max. Where does it end? I mean, he's saying, I don't care where it ends. Anybody's offended, you should stop. If one person's offended, it shouldn't be out there. He wants to live in a utopia that he's created in his Max little mind, that somewhere there's a utopia where people will never be offended. And it really goes back to, and all of the Maxes of the world are crazy and consistent because it's all based on emotion. And I keep talking about this video, and I apologize, but it was a great example. When this, I guess he was a psychologist, and PragerU put it out on all their social media.
Well, they did good stuff.
Yeah, but this was this Canadian controversial guy who'd written a book about, and then how dare him that men and women are equal, but they're not same. I'm summarizing, but bottom line is he says, no, there is something to the genders. The genders are unique. And, of course, he's in all sorts of trouble for that.
There's a chromosome difference, right? Remember?
And he's not even speaking from a biblical worldview. He's simply talking about common sense and science. And the woman said, well, but you've offended some people, with some of the things you said about some of the transgender stuff. And he said, well, yeah, but I'm trying to get to the truth. I'm just trying to research the truth. Mm-hmm. And she says, well, don't they have a right not to be offended? And he said, no. And he said, I noticed during this interview, you really don't care about whether I'm offended or not. And you've offended me several times. And good for you. You're just doing your job. You know what you're doing? You're trying to ask me hard questions to figure out who I am and what I really believe and what the research says. So you're doing your job, but throughout this process, you've called me a pretty bad, some of
You've implied I'm a bad person.
You've implied I'm a bad, and you didn't care about offending me. Back 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, wherever you get podcasts. Again this weekend, Dayton Moore is our guest. He served as a general manager and later the president of baseball operations with the Kansas City Royals. He was there as he navigated that small market to 2 appearances in the World Series and winning it in 2015. And, of course, he spent 14 years. He was with the Braves. I don't know if it was the entire time during their run of 14 straight divisional titles. We have a great conversation with him this weekend, and I think you'll love it. Helms is already all over it as soon as he's done watching the Santa documentary. So we, by the way, he is. I think Helmsy may have found us some more gold. The gold. We may discuss this.
One of our mutual friends sent me a text this morning. He sent me a Marco Polo, and I hadn't checked it yet. And he said, "Hey, I can't wait on this. You need to introduce this to the guys." So during the commercial break, I went in there away from y'all, and I watched it. And I just think this is something that we need to talk about and probably watch as a team.
Okay.
And it's called Santa Camp, and it's an HBO original.
And this is people who are learning how to be.
They want to be Santa, and they're going to a Santa camp.
Okay.
They want to help Santa out.
You won't believe it.
College football this weekend, a little dry. Do you remember when we thought the Georgia-Kentucky game might be a key game? It doesn't feel that way now.
Not anymore.
Kentucky's kind of fallen off. They've got the 2:30 CBS game. Miami, Clemson. That we thought that was going to be a bigger game. Miami hasn't lived up to that. Texas, Kansas. Kansas was a cute story for a while. Texas is improving, but I'm trying to look for anything. Tennessee, South Carolina.
It's possible. Yeah. I mean, where are they playing in Columbia?
That is correct.
Yeah,
Do you know
on the road's tough?
Rick, one that I think has upset potential is Illinois and Michigan. Bielema has them playing pretty hard.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Just pay attention.
Anybody interested in USC, UCLA?
Yes.
That's always
for
a
sure.
good game.
Mm-hmm.
Always like watching
Ball show.
Mm-hmm. UAB at LSU.
Watch it.
Blazers.
That's your really late. It's like an 8 p.m. start kick.
Late,
I think.
Yeah. So I mean, this is usually not all conferences, but the conference a lot of times. A little bit different because we see some. This is usually everybody trying to find a cupcake until they get ready for their big rival next week.
Right.
But there were some matchups that at one time they were going to be pretty good matchups, but they don't feel as strong this time. But you brought up Illinois, Michigan. I mean, Illinois is 21. They're playing hard. So that may be
because
something.
Michigan's got Ohio State next weekend. To your point,
playoff implications there. Playoff implications at TCU Baylor.
Mm-hmm.
Playoff implications there. Georgia Kentucky playoff implications, but I don't know why there's this sense that Kentucky has gone away. But if they were to turn around on this one, that'd bring them back into.
Mm-hmm.
But Miss Arkansas, that doesn't have any. USC, playoff implications there possibly if they stumble against UCLA, and they could. UCLA's good. So there they are. I mean, there's plenty of other games, but we just kind of highlighted some that we thought, might be.
Here we go.
Oh, no. It's not good either. What game does Beth Mowens have?
That's an annoying sound.
Yeah, it is. 4:30 Central Time on ESPN2.
Be headed up to the home of the Tar Heels. Beth Mowens, North Carolina. Tar Heels hosting Georgia Tech and the Yeller Jackets.
The Ramblin' Wreck.
Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech. And Beth Mowens will be overseeing that ball game. North Carolina, number 15 in the nation.
In the where?
In the nation. I'll be with Kirk Morrison and Stormy Boutniaya on the sideline bringing you all the action. Beth Mowens, all the yards from the Tar Heels, yards. Got a pretty good quarterback there in Tar Heel country.
Yeah, they do.
Georgia Tech on the rise.
On the what?
On the rise. Not there yet. Not where they want to be. Rising. Tar Heels.
Right.
15 in the nation. Kirk Morrison doing color commentary.
Mm-hmm.
Mama will be there. 4:30 kick.
And where are they playing again?
They'll be up there in Tar Heel country, North Carolina.
Give me some Chapel Hill.
You know what I love, Helmsley? I love that Carolina blue.
Oh.
Mama likes Carolina blue. Look good in it. Sets off my colors. I'll be there. Bubba, you been following Gus Malzahn? How he's doing down there in Central Florida?
Central Florida's doing good.
You know who's assistant coach down there?
Who?
It'll be Chandler Cox.
I knew he'd get worked into this somehow.
Yeah.
That's right. Mama likes Chandler Cox. Miss him.
What?
I liked watching him run the ball. And they'll go to Chandler Cox. I'll be with the Tar Heels as they take on Georgia Tech. How you like that one, Bubba?
I don't know a lot about Georgia Tech.
On the rise.
They're on the rise?
On the rise.
Now the Tar Heels.
Settled in.
What is it?
Georgia Tech's 4-6.
4-6. A good 4-6 team, Helmsley.
They are.
Didn't
I'll
they fire
take the Tar
their coach
Heels
at the beginning of the year?
I think so.
You like the Tar Heels? You like that quarterback throwing it around? Kirk loves it. Kirk Morrison.
What's their record?
Legendary coach.
They're at home, so that's got to be
Tar Heel country,
They're
Carolina.
winning. They don't play a lot of defense, but they win.
Which is strange. One time had a great defense, Gregory.
They're 9-1.
Yeah.
You fired up tonight about the Warriors.
Yeah, he's already there.
Oh, sure.
Coach Burgess and the Warriors. That's your son down there coaching like his granddaddy.
Rick, Beth, it's going to be cold, too.
A little chilly. Little chilly for Greg.
Area.
Little chilly. Hope he's got a boggin.
After the show today, we'll have to hear Greg pour mouth, for a little while.
Not a lot of offense coming from the Warriors this year. Not a lot of offense. Mama needs to be there to have a look-see. Not good. No offense. Defense, quality.
So you like high school football, Beth?
I like high school football. I like to see a little tackler.
A what?
A tackler.
Okay.
On defense.
Tackler.
Defensive gridlock battle.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much where I'll be. Tar Heels, Georgia Tech offense everywhere.
Yeah.
One on the rise. One disappointing, but not bad. Mama can call them just like the guys can. I know a lot about football.
Right.
Contact, holding, hammy, yards,
Touch.
I love the hammy section.
Oh, I could pull a hammy. Oh, he's limping. I think it's a hammy. Kirk thinks it's a quad.
Yeah.
I think it's a hammy.
Are you looking forward to bowl season? I know that you'll probably have one.
Looking for my assignment. Hope I get that Birmingham Bowl.
Do you really?
Oh, yeah.
I'll go down there and call a subpar SEC school. Taking on a quality opponent. I'll be there. Protective. The home of Calvin Wilbur.
Okay.
You gonna get to that stadium gig? I'd like to see you down there taking a check. Whipping everybody into a mama frenzy. Let's send it, Kirk. Let's send it to Stormy Boutnier. She's talking to Speedy. Working him into a frenzy. See you, Tar Heels.
Rick and Bubba.
But you had to in order to get to the truth. So, no, I don't have the right to say you can't ask me that question because it offends me. I noticed you didn't care about that. And she sits there and freezes, and she's just like, I'm just trying to process what you just said. He goes, hey, I got you. He goes, and I'm not mad at what you're doing, but you can't keep me from doing exactly what you're doing. Mm-hmm. Like, does Max care about him offending anyone when he says some things on his sports show? Should we call Max every time he says something that bothers us and say, you offended me today? And Max go, well, I got to take that out of my presentation.
Rick, there is no right not to be offended.
No, there isn't.
But we do have the right to free speech. And if you think about it, if you have free speech, you're going to have people offended. But that's where it all works out in the marketplace. If you have enough people offended, the pressure will be applied, and the people saying it won't say it anymore. That's the way it works.
If the Redskins ever have an empty stadium and they can tie it back to their mascot, they'll work on changing it.
That's right.
If the Fighting Irish run onto the field this year and Irish people, which I've never heard anybody really be offended by it, let's say they were, if enough of them were offended by it and it affected how the Irish carried on their football and athletic program, they'd probably change it.
Are they offended by the luck of the Irish?
Bubba, we got a little guest here this hour. He's back.
Former standout for the University of Alabama and the Kansas City Chiefs. It'd be one Brody Kroll.
Brody Kroll. And now I know at Big Oak Ranch, and we talked about that last time you were here, and we'll put that in show notes today too, and all the information about the event you and I are going to be talking about. But so are you now are you the guy at Big Oak now?
Am I the guy?
Yeah, like your dad was the guy, and he's kind of sort of emeritus now. And from what I gathered,
that's Spanish for at the river.
Yeah, having lunch with him, he basically just goes around and has breakfast with the kids all the time.
He does.
Yeah.
He goes around, has breakfast with the kids, comes has lunch with you. Wraps it up with supper with mom, and it's just a big day. He might even make a basketball game. Who knows what he'll have time for over the course of a day.
So we'll talk about that. But coming up, and we've got it in upcoming events already, but we'll put some stuff in show notes today too. You and I don't know if you've seen this lineup. I don't know what we're doing in this. I mean, the main event, this is Lifeway's conference for men. This one will be called Act Like Men. From the 1 Corinthians 16, 13, and 14 verse, which is incredible. The Apostle Paul actually says the phrase, act like a man. And it has some other things in there. And that's going to be coming up February 23rd and 24th. And I have the lineup exactly how it's going to go, and I'm excited and trying to see if I can't get down there the night before when you'll be speaking on Friday. If you need,
I'm sure it's to come see me.
Yeah, if you need a ride. Session 1, James McDonald. I don't know if you've ever heard James McDonald speak before. Hey, now. I mean, you talk about somebody who brings it. Mm-hmm. And if you've ever read his book, Act Like Men, it's really, really good. So James McDonald will start the evening on Friday the 23rd. Then a testimony from Darryl Strawberry, and you and I both had a chance to speak with him up in, where was that, South Carolina? Yeah, we were in South Carolina.
It was South Carolina. It was 6.5 hours away if you drove it.
Yeah. better known as what we call.
Not that I'm bitter, I promise.
Better known as what we call the incident.
That's right.
But anyway, and then Brody Kroll will speak on that Friday night. We're breaking down this verse. Now, Strawberry's just going to do a testimony, but James is going to come out and he's going to have the verse and lay it down, kind of give you the hub of the weekend, Act Like Men. Then Brody Kroll, because one of the things it says in that verse is to be watchful. You'll take that on concerning family. You may not have known that, but you are. Then Brian Carter will follow you, also a great speaker. He'll do Be Watchful, talking about traps that men fall into. And that'll wrap up Friday. And then on Saturday, I'll get things started by taking on the part of the verse called Be Strong. And I'll take on that part, and we'll discuss that a little bit. Stephen Graves will talk about what it says at the end, let all this be done in love. And he'll talk about what this looks like living out the gospel at work. And then the great Ted Traylor, our fiery redhead, will wrap up the weekend with the final session, of course, from Mount Olive there in Pensacola. And he's been on the I've done some events with Ted, too, and just a really good lineup. If I can make it happen, and if you need a ride, let me know. I'm going to try to be there for the whole weekend. I hope I can, at least most of it. So
well, I would look forward to seeing you there on Friday, because that would mean that I am on a plane and I'm not driving my way on down there and driving my way back. So I would look forward to that trip. Get to spend time with you.
Yeah. There's a lot in the Bible about forgiveness.
Yes.
Have you ever read it?
Yeah.
I mean about, you tell your brother, look, I was offended, I apologized, and then we move on. Right?
Oh, this is moved on.
5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Allform.com/Bubba. Man, I love this furniture we got from allform.com/Bubba. Going to check it out again today as we got some down for the farm. And, man, we love it. And it was customized just like we like it with the fabric that we wanted and sent right to the door. 100 days to be sure we loved it, which we did. If not, you would have got a full refund. So if you would like to have customized furniture, I mean, here come Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve and New Year's, and you're going to have people come into your house. You may be spending some time, more time in the house than you normally do. You got to be sure you get that furniture that you keep thinking about. Man, I wish we had to replace that chair or replace this couch or whatever it needs to be done. It could be something as small as a side table or a chair, or all the way up to an 8-piece sectional sofa and everything in between. We don't have any supply chain issues here, no labor worries. Handmade in beautiful North Carolina, speaking of North Carolina, and sent directly to your door, customized with the legs you want, the arms you want, the fabric you want. All the fabric, by the way, is child-resistant, pet-resistant, no stains, that kind of stuff. So get yours now by going to allform.com/Bubba and have your furniture arrive. The shipping's always free, fast in 3 to 4 days. 20% off anything you buy, and a forever warranty on the furniture that you customize with them by going to allform.com/Bubba. This is the way to do it. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Elon Musk in the news, every day.
Here comes the money.
Elon Musk update. Here we go. Say. Come on. Well, Musk and his little Twitter employees are having fun so far, aren't they?
Yeah, Twitter owner Elon Musk's latest attempt to streamline his new social media company has been met with yet more wailing and gnashing of teeth from disapproving liberals on Twitter. Early Wednesday morning, the world's richest man and newly installed Twitter CEO emailed the site's employees with an ultimatum, obligating them to commit to an extremely hardcore work ethic or leave the company. Now, this was part of it, Rick, was he cut back on their free lunches.
Correct.
He actually wants them to come to the office and work.
Not stay at home.
And let's see, what was the other demand there? Dinesh was having a little fun with it a minute ago on Twitter.
They have to be.
Oh, they can't.
They should be able to dog him and rip him to shreds publicly and have no consequences.
Right.
You ever dogged your boss publicly and nothing happened?
No.
He said in the email that he sent to everybody, he said, going forward to build a breakthrough Twitter 2.0 and succeed in an increasingly competitive world, we will need to be extremely hardcore. This will mean working long hours at high intensity. Only exceptional performance will constitute a passing grade. And, Rick, they lost their mind on that one. They are just losing their mind. So a lot of them, they were supposed to check a box if they were going to come back and go to work under these new conditions. And they're saying now maybe 75% of the company did not check that box. So Elon has locked the doors on the company so they can't get in and sabotage it.
There you go.
So that's the latest today.
So, yeah, maybe the reason that the lunch that the company was providing for you was done away with, it's because it was, what would you say the budget they've been given was $400?
That's what we read. There were several stories that they had
$400
$400 a meal.
For yeah, so
it's a lot of money.
And I know
that's crazy. It doesn't make
What's
sense.
wrong with a
does
good
it?
sandwich?
Yeah, I know. I always expect to, my company to serve me, lunch and everything. And I mean, your company can do that if it's doing really well.
Yeah.
But if you're losing money and
But
there's going to be
$400?
yeah,
How do you eat that much?
No,
I think it was actually when they looked back over the pandemic, what they were spending to feed their employees, and then the meals that were actually eaten.
Right.
It ended up being around $400 per meal that they already spent.
right. Yeah.
So he was like, oh, "We're done with that."
Yeah. I'm scrolling through Elon's Twitter feed here. I love this. Okay, and he's a guy that'll admit when he's wrong. He evidently fired 2 employees, and he thought he could live without them. And so he sent this out a couple of days ago. Said, important to admit when I'm wrong, and firing them was truly one of my biggest mistakes. And he's got a picture welcoming them back, and he's arm in arm with them, just hugs. So stuff like that, nobody does that.
No.
But that's are you talking about this picture, Helms?
Ligma and Johnson.
Well, you just said it.
Yeah. That those were the paid actors that came out.
Oh.
Yeah. They came out,
and I just said it too, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, sure did. Word for word.
Sure did.
Greg still hadn't got it, which is amazing.
They duped the media when they came out. They were acting like they were upset that they got fired. And
I just said it right now.
And so
have you seen this other employee?
What's going
Greg,
on?
don't add to it. Okay,
You made
that's
my
enough.
day, I know that.
I've said enough.
And you know your point. He's
And you know
going
what?
along with it.
Yeah.
He's going
Helms,
along with
you
it.
said it so clearly.
Yeah, very clear.
Didn't
A
stumble.
lot of people are wondering right now what it means. They
Nobody
don't know.
was talking.
I know.
I knew it was great.
They don't realize that it's.
It's got Rick down.
Hey, really listen, women and children right now. Don't be googling that.
No,
Okay?
that was heartwarming story.
Yeah. Hey, don't be
Very
Googling.
touching.
Don't
There
be
was.
Googling
Yeah,
that
most
later.
people won't do that.
Kids, y'all are in school. Security features will bounce right up there in front of you if you start Googling those names.
So these guys tricked a lot of networks.
They tricked me.
And they're walking along the sidewalk just with a box in their hands, and they get on interviews and they got on TV.
They weren't even real.
And so Elon is going along with it. To your point, Helms.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me tell you something.
What were their names?
It's wacky times
He
at
fell
Twitter.
for it. He fell for it as well.
Hey, it's
Here they are.
Okay.
Hey, it's
And
wacky
as Ham
times at
said,
Twitter.
it was very touching.
Yeah,
It was
very touching.
wacky times at Twitter.
Yeah.
Now, who was it?
Well, Greg, let's not go there again.
Now, let me tell you what's
Just
funny.
couldn't have said it any.
Let me tell you what happened. We're not going to go. I just want to tell you the funny thing. I'm trying to tell you the funny thing about Greg. So Greg was done. All you can think about is Hoover and
sleepy.
Thompson.
Greg.
Ain't got nothing to do with that.
He's been on Thompson game for the last hour.
I mean,
Hey, look, have you ever seen that? Like when a dog goes in the corner and lays down, you say, "Well, he's out now."
You're all over
And
it.
all of a sudden, Greg started getting wind what had happened, and I watched him rise from the dead.
His color came back.
Oh, for sure.
Look, he came alive. He was like, look, he realized he had to. When
when I heard him go the name,
For a while, all you thought was, do I have enough clothes tonight?
This is what this is what I saw. Greg's over. And all of a sudden he goes. he shut his computer and he was like, wait a minute, I got to get in this.
I just heard Ligma.
All right.
Greg. Okay, buddy.
All right. But anyway, back to the original story.
That's awful.
Well, don't.
Please do.
Can you imagine taking over a company like this where these people have been spoiled? Like, I mean, are they living in a fake world? This is not the real world with work.
There was a guy on MSNBC a few minutes ago, and he was talking about it. Not those names of the guys that got fired, but he said, "Look, Elon has to purge this company of the woke crowd because he's basically going to have to tear it down the foundation and start over, and that's what you're seeing here. So
Exactly.
Listen, like every time the media and a lot of the liberals would love to point out that Elon is out of control or he's bit off more than he can chew, or whatever the case might be, but he's really one step ahead every time. Right. Just like with this joke.
Yeah.
I mean,
You mean that wasn't real?
Now, what were their names again?
No.
Here it is.
Yeah. But look, let's hear the video.
Greg's got a second win like no other.
I've never seen anything like it.
It's like somebody gave him an IV.
it's like Monday morning and the Thompson game's already behind it.
Let me just tell you.
Because Helms loves a good story.
Oh,
that
I do.
when things turn out well.
heartwarming stuff.
When he thought he had one.
Yeah.
Look at his back. Look at his back, fully engaged.
Sorry, y'all. I got a little sleepy for a minute.
No,
Long week, Greg. You do a lot of driving.
I do, man.
Look, Greg, what was what brought you back? It's almost like a cup of coffee or something like this. I mean,
because you see, Rick, most people ain't gonna do that.
see, now he's recapping it. Now he's in the recap mode.
He'll relive it for us in the office.
Rick, I heard that's kind of a good story. Then I saw which way it was breaking.
Bubba. I literally saw Greg push that down.
The dinosaur's coming to life.
All right, I'm unfollowing Eli. There it is.
That's it. He got
I'm done.
It's like a Komodo dragon since there was something to eat around.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And it was a lot worse. This is all part of the process, man. It's part of the healing.
Yeah, sorry about that. 6.5 hours. And that was probably a good time to spend with the Lord.
It was. It was.
A little quiet time.
And
I didn't have much of a quiet time. Mine was only 30 minutes.
Well, it's hard. Rick, sometimes it's hard to pray in traffic. I'll be honest with you.
Well, you go through Atlanta.
Especially Atlanta traffic.
Yeah, that's,
I'm sorry about that.
a lot of temptation there.
I think what made it worse in South Carolina is when I said, man, you could have just flown with me. I wish I'd have never said that. If I could take those words back.
I mean, it made the drive home a whole lot worse than the drive there. That's for sure.
Yeah. So if you want to get tickets to this, there's still some available. All that's in upcoming events and also in show notes today. So how's everything going with you otherwise?
Everything's going great. Just taking care of babies. Just got new little boy, new little girl in yesterday, and we're up to 144 kids right now. So that's what we got going on, and just got to see one of our college boys yesterday, and we were talking about different things going on in his life and just the steps that he's taken since he came to us when he was 15 years old and where he is now. And, you know, he's our first wrangler in our cattle program that we're about to be self-sufficient in all of our red meats here in about 2 months, raised by him and our other boys that work in that. So a lot of fun, great things going on, kids' lives being changed, and our staff living it out every day and letting them watch.
Brody, there's a lot of people may not know about Big O. Give the people, because we got new affiliates and people coming and going all the time. Give them the overview of what you do.
All right. The long story short would be when my dad was 19, he went and worked at a summer camp. He met a little boy from the streets of New Orleans whose mother was a prostitute. And this little boy was the banker and the timekeeper for his mother. And you know, he would come up, he literally ran her business. He'd come up, Mom, I got the money, the next one's here. And my dad shared with this boy how he could become a Christian, how he could change his life. And the boy came back the following summer and shared with him word for word what he had taught him the summer before. And at that point in time, my dad realized he had been given a gift. And what am I going to do with this gift? And he went on, he played Alabama's All-American there, had a chance to go play in the NFL. And he went and met with Coach Bryant. Coach Bryant said, don't play pro ball unless you're willing to marry it. He said, tell me more about this ranch, this dream you got. And he said he walked out and he never looked back. And he moved into a farmhouse with 5 boys that coming spring. And since that time, over 2,000 children have called Big Oak home. And we got a boys ranch in Gazna, a girls ranch in Springville. We have 10 homes at each ranch. And what we do is we put a godly man and woman in a home. And we give them either 6 boys or we give them 6 girls. And we say, they belong to you. You go, you take them to basketball practice, you take them to soccer practice, you take them to cheerleading, you take them to piano. You live it and you let them watch. Because, you know, at the end of the day, these are great kids. They are great, great kids. They just come from really bad circumstances, and they need a chance. And they need to know that they're loved. They need to know that they belong, and they need to know that they matter. And that's what God put us on earth to do, is to give these 144 a chance to fulfill the life that they have before them.
And how many's come through over the years?
Over 2,000.
Wow.
So when you talk about these families, they're pretty special people too. And of course, I know some of them personally that also decided to leave what they were doing to answer the call to say, I'll be a house family. And I understand that's an incredible vetting process, and it certainly should be. But these are pretty special people. And don't you think it has to be a call? I mean, it can't just be something you think, well, that might be something I'd be interested in. I mean, it's got to be a full blown.
It has to be. It has to be your calling, and because these kids will chew you up, spit you out. because they've seen the worst that life has to offer. Just the other day, got to welcome a new little boy into our family, and I got to make him the same 4 promises that my dad made for 38, 39 years that I've got to make for the past 4 or 5 years moving forward. And the promises are, I love you. I don't want anything in return. Just give us an opportunity to earn your love back. I'll never lie to you. If anybody at Big Oak ever lies to you, they're fired on the spot. But you don't ever have to worry about that because we're going to tell you the truth. Whether you like it, you don't like it, it will always be the truth. We'll stick with you till you're grown. Man, we have 22 this coming fall in college. We want to help you fulfill whatever that is that you want to, wherever it is you want to go in life. And number 4, there's boundaries. Don't cross them. I was making that promises to a 6-year-old little boy, twin boys, and I said, "There's boundaries." They're like, "We know. You can't go past the O'Leary's house. And you can't go past the creek." I was like, "I'm glad y'all understand your boundaries, but."
10 minutes to the top, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Golden ticket seats today. There they are. Say hello to Amy Ward. Amy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Brought us a delicious cake today. Well done. Cheryl Berta Tartarelli. How you say it? Don't ask Helms.
Not Bertarelli.
Bertarelli. Cheryl Bertarelli. Evelyn Hillier. Right there. Jesse Hillier. Donna, boy, we're full of them today. Deli Mater. There you go. All right. And Karen Delamater. And Misty McCarver and Scott McCarver. All right there in the old golden ticket seats. Bubba, give me a number between 1 and 8.
1 and 8. What about lucky number 3?
Lucky number 3, Evelyn Hillier. Evelyn, you got $50. Thomas E. Dudney on a Funzone Friday American Express card worth $50. Do what you want to with it.
Lunch is on you.
Lunch is on you today, ma'am. And thank you for being here today to all of our golden ticket seats. And thank you to Dr. Thomas Dudney. I've been working with us for years and the great work that he does and providing a great gift for one of our golden ticket seat visitors today. And if you want to join us, I think we're sold out for the year, but we'll come back and revisit that coming up in 2023. All right, so some headlines that we haven't hit. The NFL's moving the Browns-Bills game due to this winter storm coming, right?
Yeah, over to Detroit. They're expecting...
Where?
Detroit.
They
are expecting...
Rock City.
Hams, how do you say that? They're expecting 3 to 4 feet of snow right before the game, so that's going to cause a little bit of problem.
In a little snow?
I don't think it's a problem playing in it. It's just getting everybody that you need to the game that supplies everything.
It's hard to handle 3 to 4 foot moving.
Yeah, where are you going to move it to?
Stack it up.
Yeah,
like
yeah, I know.
Right.
Elon's actually sending his 2 new employees.
He thought he didn't need them.
Do the coin toss. That's just thank you for bringing them back.
Am I?
He can admit when he's wrong.
I think I saw something in passing too,
and it's heartwarming.
It is something. Isn't Deshaun Watson back practicing with the Browns game? Get ready.
Yeah, speaking of,
is he? You gonna play in this game? Greg,
stop it, Rick. I'm telling you, he's awake now.
I'm telling you. You know what he said a minute? You know what he said a minute ago? I could do another hour.
Yeah.
Keep coming alive.
I've never seen a touching story bring somebody back.
Bubba. Bad time to bring up Deshaun Watson. Do not bring him up right now. Wait till Monday on that one. All right. Also, let's hear it because I want to hear it. Nancy Pelosi, 82, steps down as Democratic leader after 19 years. Listen, the crowd goes wild. Here's an audio clip.
I wish I'd have tore her speech up behind her.
No.
Scripture teaches us that for everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. My friends, no matter what title you all, my colleagues, have bestowed upon me, speaker, leader, whip, there is no greater official honor for me than to stand on this floor and to speak for the people of San Francisco. This I will continue to do as a member of the House, speaking for the people of San Francisco, serving the great state of California, and defending our Constitution.
Really?
And with great confidence in our caucus, I will not seek re-election to Democratic leadership in the next Congress. For me, the hours come for a new generation to lead the Democratic caucus that I so deeply respect.
You're about 20 years behind.
Yeah.
You know what year she was elected, Rick, in a special election?
1987. She's been there since 87.
Good
Well,
night.
that was one heck of a season. She's talking about everything.
yeah.
else. That was a long one.
Did y'all pick up the shot she took at Trump too? That I heard.
sure.
Helms, did you hear about it? she said that she served 3 great presidents.
Okay.
She actually served 4.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Left one out.
Oh, wow.
Or she's so old she just don't remember.
Yeah, that's true.
She can't count. Glad to see her gone. Next.
82.
Next, Bubba, this doesn't surprise anyone here. Just want everybody to know the Clinton organization, you know, that wonderful organization, the old Clinton organization, funded an energy project for Warnick over in Georgia for his church after he repeatedly was defending from the pulpit even Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah.
So, let's see. Warnick was all about defending Hillary Clinton. Oh, over here at the church, we had a little project we needed, and the Clinton Foundation financed it. So a little Clinton money to Mr. Warnick during his time of defending Clinton. So I'd keep that at the forefront.
A little thank you.
Yep. No shocker here from Your America. Transgender female, that means a male, cross country runner is dominating new competition after struggling against boys.
Yeah,
couldn't beat biological boys. He's dominating the female division.
As a freshman, finished 72nd as a boy competing. Now as a girl, dominating.
This is going to be the end of female sports if we let this bizarreness and lunacy go on. If the person wants to have some sort of identity crisis in their own life, that's fine, and they need our compassion. But letting a biological male compete athletically against biological females is lunacy. And it's just going to continue to be a problem. Also, 4B, Bubba, always, anytime we can hear from Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, I don't miss those opportunities.
Well, she's really strung something together here, Rick.
I don't know how she's done this, but, you know, she's done these acrobatics before. Here comes a tie between slavery and COVID-19 deaths. All right, so here we go.
Stands on the basis of facts. There is no doubt that we have been impacted. That DNA in the trajectory of slavery to today. For example, at COVID, black African Americans got COVID at a rate nearly 1.5 times higher than that of white people, or hospitalized at a rate nearly 4 times higher and 3 times likely to die. COVID hit us very desperately. Interestingly, a recent peer-reviewed study from Harvard Medical School suggests that reparations for African Americans could have cut COVID-19 transmission and infection rates both among blacks and the population at large.
Can somebody help me with this?
First of all, she say COVID's racist?
She's saying that because of slavery.
Because we haven't had reparations, COVID hit the black community harder is what I'm getting out of that.
So
how does the virus know who it's...
Our ancestors were enslaved. That's true. And because nobody gave us reparations for that yet, we suffered more than other people at the hands of COVID because of the DNA from slavery and the lack of reparations. Can somebody help me with how that is scientifically?
Yeah, how about that prevented more COVID cases and deaths, right?
I don't even know what to say to
the
that.
virus is...
Yeah, I don't follow the direct tie there.
I don't...
You lost me.
That is... Can any of y'all?
COVID pretty much.
I don't know. I don't know what to do with it.
I'm seated in silence the rest of the week.
The numbers I've seen had a lot more to do with age. You know, the older folks or people who had immune problems with their immune system were the ones that suffered the most. And I don't know how that cross-reference into the black community.
No, I don't even have a problem with saying because of our ethnicity, you know, it seems to be there's some genetic tie that we're more susceptible to some things, and you know, and that does vary throughout ethnicity.
Yeah, and that is true. There are certain things,
but tying it to
one group more than another.
But tying it to slavery and lack of reparations, that's the part I don't understand.
Yeah, well, that's
missing that.
I mean, I know it makes a great soundbite, and if you throw Harvard in there, everybody's supposed to pay attention. but I don't. I'd like a little more explanation.
You got to break it down a little.
Yeah,
draw me a little chart.
Yeah. We're still in a tough. We're still
just because you just say stuff, you got to be able to back it up.
We're still in a tough position when we're basically saying we want people who never owned slaves to pay reparations to people who never were slaves. Until we can resolve that obvious issue, that idea it's got some flaws in it. And certainly I don't see how us not being able to figure that out has led to a higher COVID impact. I'd have to see more information on that.
Yeah. I need some help with that one.
There you go. Thanks for being with us. And if you're leaving us, have a great weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. Stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. It's cold outside, but come on in and warm up with Rick and Bubba.
Go dancing, Bubba. You bet it. Go dance.
15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's Silverman.
All right, here we go.
Rick and Bubba.
.com. Well, if you're in the Lawrenceburg
and they
morning.
And then for you Saturday night, and same spring Baptist.
Bubba, I will tell you this. All right, so Bubba. Yes. All right, and again, I'm going to forget the name of it again, Rick. All right, so
you just real quick, can I mention one thing?
Well, of course you can.
We have one story we'll get back to during the show that Ole Miss has offered Lane Kiffin a new contract.
Tiger U does it
too fast, and can we do it? And I package that I life here in this country, and it's they're just not realistic. I mean, there's but
it's just like people that
we gotta be grown ups
about what we're doing and how we're doing it, because unfortunately I'm afraid we have a bunch of textbook libs that are trying to dictate life here in this country, and it's they're just not realistic. I mean, there's grown up things in the world that have to happen, and sometimes they don't hear it, so they ignore it. And so this was a little package that I texted you guys yesterday that PragerU produced, and it backs up some of the things we've been talking about. Now, again, I don't have a problem.
Of course, you hope you're never in that, but all you have to do is take and to get it to places where
it can be refined, and that's how they're getting. I mean, they're just throwing up roadblocks everywhere while they're telling everybody, "Oh yeah, we're giving leases," but they're throwing sabotaging the system all the way to the gas pump. But even if you don't need it for gas, and we've talked about this, depending on whose numbers you want to play with, 40 to 60% of every barrel of oil goes to plastics. You have to have that to make plastic, and plastics are a big part of electric cars and electric batteries. I mean, you can't. Rick, it's crazy. It's like we're gonna make a cake, but we're not allowed to go to the grocery store. I mean, how do you
they've set up, and so understand too
that when you hear all this stuff that sounds good, it makes you want to support certain parties and candidates. They're throwing around this green stuff to you. But this researcher said, if you look, the World Bank says it too. You can research it for yourself. We have only moved away from fossil
fuels about 2%.
For all that money we've invested over the last 20 years.
Trillions. And 97% of the transportation needed to move things is still on fossil fuel. And the way that we produce fossil fuel is a simpler process than what it's going to take to move to solar, wind, and electric. And 17
of the minerals that you need to provide for these things to be manufactured, we won't allow you to mine in North America. So now this increase of 1,000% on mining, which we demonize, of course, is mainly either going to be somewhere else, or we're going to have to mine here while spending we've got one political party that treats mining like it's evil, but yet we're going to have to mine even more if we're going to move to solar
and batteries.
Yeah. Yes.
Here's our guest on Rick and Bubba University.
Draw. Yep. 3 grandkids, 1 on the way.
I hope you'll catch it
this weekend. Greg, I was looking around yesterday.
This week. And Greg, I was looking.
It was better than I thought it would be. Oh, that's good stuff. I got a bunch of different foods. But one point, he's kicking so high. Just kicking. Yeah, it's just hilarious. The fact that he gives himself a tip of the hat. Yeah, he sees himself.
He kept trying to get that too right. He finally got it down.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous. I know. Well, it looked like Papa taught him something.
Yeah. He threw the first one up and it was good. Then he tried to, I don't know what.
Oh, look, there's the tip of that.
The tip of the hat.
Snack.
And we're Warren Chew fan basis.
And having a history.
Rick and Bubba University.
So, seriously, we had a lot of connections in this audience. Somebody knows her. Have they told her? I don't know. Speedy's trying to kill you. It's official. So the elite grade 8 have been kind enough to bring some delicious.
Speedy's trying to kill you. It's official.
I know.
Speedy's trying to kill you. It's official.
I know.
All right, so stories to cover today. We'll jump through all of them as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
And you got chocolate teeth now.
Bottom of the hour. Phone call.
Dig
You got
in.
that chocolate cake. Chocolate cake. It's chocolate. It's super chocolate.
You got chocolate teeth now.
Well, seismic shift in the race to beat type 1 diabetes. U.S. Approves the first world. They approved the
Man,
A large person.
This was shown to me yesterday. Adler, video 1B.
This was shown to me yesterday. The guys on who sent it to us, one of the listeners sent it.
Her to address it. The Rick one, the title this year. Where's the if you love
hours each and every day.
Great response. Great response so far to the brand new Rick and Bubba CD. It's out.
Plan is about macho.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The legs you want, the arms you want. Well, Musk and his little Twitter employees are having fun so far.
I thought he could live without them. And so he sent this out a couple of days ago, said, important to admit when I'm wrong, and firing them was truly one of my biggest mistakes. And he's got a picture welcoming them back, and he's arm in arm with them, just hugs. So stuff like that, nobody does that.
No. But
But
It's just like people that
we gotta
yeah.
we gotta be
batteries.
Yes.
And Greg, I was looking around yesterday.
Greg. He crashed into the wall. Yeah. Oh, now look, now there's a showstopper up front.
Oh,
there.
I see the showstopper up
She's
front.
really dancing hard.
Boy, we just.
Oh, look, there's showstopper.
This
Yeah,
is
and
so
then
good.
look at crying behind her. Look, screaming.
There's one crying.
Yeah,
Look,
you're gonna
there's
have-
another one crying.
You're gonna have that.
Where they're singing 2 by 2 about the ark.
Oh, 2 by 2.
Oh, that's great. Ellis can't quite get his 2 right. So you know,
He sees his reflection. He's making faces.
You see him tip his hat to his reflection.
Yeah.
The tip of the hat.
Speedy's trying to kill you.
I
It's
know.
official.
Now.
This was shown to me yesterday. The guys, I don't know who sent it to us. A listener sent us this.
Oh,
This was shown.
Bubba.
Okay. Great response so far to the brand new Rick and Bubba CD. It's out.
Rick and Bubba.
Musk and his little Twitter employees are having fun so far, aren't they?
And as
Wacky
Ham
times at
said, it
Twitter.
was very touching.
Yeah, very touching.
Wacky.
To me.
They trick tails.
They're walking along the sidewalk just with a box in their hands, and they get on interviews, and they got on TV.
They
and
weren't
so-
even real.
And so Elon is going along with it. To your point, Helms.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me tell you something.
What were their names?
It's wacky times
He
at
fell
Twitter.
for it. He fell for it. I sure
Yeah,
did word for
sure
word.
did.
I'm back, and he's arm in arm with them, just hugs. So stuff like that, nobody does that.
No. But
That's. Are you talking about this picture, Helms?
Ligma and Johnson.
Well, you just said it.
Yeah, yeah. Those were the paid actors that came out.
Oh,
Yeah, they came out,
and I just said it too, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, sure did. Word for
Sure
word.
did.
Greg still hadn't got it, which is
I got it.
amazing.
They duped the media when they came out. They were acting like they were upset that they got fired and
Okay.
set up.
all right. Also, listen.
Me too.
Yeah.
I need some help with that one.
There you go. There you go.
Too.
There you go. Thanks for being with us. And if you're leaving us next,
82.
there you go. Thanks for being with us. Her gum. Next, glad to see her gum. There you go. Glad to see her gum. There you go. Thanks for being with us. And if you're leaving us, have a great weekend. To see her gum. There you go. Thanks for being with us. And if you're leaving us, have a great weekend. You got more Rick and Bubba. Stick around.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for listening to the Daily Best.
Get silver.
The only board that I am still on, I think, is one that has allowed me